Chapter 220. Li Qingshan touched her cheek and said seriously, "You can't kill people you don't know." After saying this, he felt like his whole person had been sublimated. He felt like he had fulfilled his duty as an educator. "So I am such a kind person." Little Anne blinked, not knowing if she understood or not. Holy Hall, however, Li Qingshan already had a plan in mind, so he was no longer worried. He walked behind the screen and took off all his clothes, revealing his well-defined, sturdy body that seemed like it had been forged from iron or stone. With a shake of his shoulders, he leapt into the swimming pool-like bath with a plop. The hot water gushed out of the bath and over his chest. Li Qingshan let go of his hair and leaned against the side of the bath comfortably. He took out the jade slip for the Gue water method of condensing qi from his 100 treasures pouch, and studied it carefully. The first level was the simplified version of the innate training of qi method. With a glance he knew it didn't take much effort. But from the second level onwards it was a bit difficult. He originally thought that he only needed to convert the qi in his body into Gue water qi, but after studying it carefully, he found that it wasn't that simple. It was the same as cultivating the yang-heal meridian, but the requirements weren't as simple as connecting the meridians. The 5 organs corresponded to the 5 elements, and the kidneys controlled water. The Gue water condensing qi method needed to sense the kidneys and absorb the essence of Gue water. But how to sense it and absorb it was a mysterious ancient text. If he didn't have the foundation of the innate training of qi method, he would definitely be at a loss. Although it was a bit better now, he still felt that it was very difficult to understand. Luckily, he bought the version with annotations. The notes of the seniors were much easier to understand, so he could at least feel his way forward. But the content of the handwriting was more than 10 times that of the Gue water condensing qi method. After looking at it for a while he felt dizzy. He couldn't help but admit that he had nothing to do with talent or intelligence. He submerged his head into the water and floated in the ripples. His mind also calmed down, and a thought occurred to him. His comprehension was not good, but didn't that mean that there was a genius child beside him that even the green bull praised? Li Qingshan said, "Little Anne, have you finished eating? Come take a bath." From drinking tea to eating, he would never forget her in any kind of comfort. Takitara Little Anne immediately came in front of him, took off his clothes and jumped into the water. Li Qingshan handed the jade slip to her. "Help me study it." Then, he took out the book that the old man in the bookstore had carefully handed to him. At that time he had taken it in a hurry, so he didn't even have time to read the title of the book. His heart was filled with anticipation. What exactly was the book that the old man had given him so cautiously? Could it be that it was some kind of special cultivation technique that the other party saw that he was talented enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the world, so he gave it to him without accepting any spirit stones? The binding of the book was extremely exquisite, and the stitching was meticulously done. It exuded a faint scent of ink, and the paper used was also of the highest quality. When he held it in his hand, he felt that it was a bit heavy. But by the standards of a divine cultivation technique, it was a bit too new. No matter, he had to take a look at the book first. On the bright and clean vermilion cover were the 3 elegant words, accompanying a flower's sleep. It was slightly different from the name of the secret technique that Li Qingshan had imagined. He flipped to the next page and saw the words Chapter 1, Hua Sanyang mistook her lover. Then there was a poem that went, "The affairs of the world are never free. 1,000 thoughts of love, a moment of enmity. Lovers who are willing to die for love. First make enemies, then reunite." What the hell is this? Li Qingshan was startled. The book that the old man had given him so carefully was actually a novel. He didn't believe it, so he patiently read on. Then it turned out to be a very boring story. If it was just boring, then it wouldn't be a big deal. The more he read, the more he felt that something was wrong. The descriptions of sexual intercourse were very bold. Of course, for a transmigrator like Li Qingshan, the white steamed buns and purple cured meat really didn't have the slightest bit of excitement. But in this era, it should be considered rather out of line. After flipping through a dozen or so pages, almost all of the male characters and all of the female characters had a go. But it didn't make the book any less boring. Until he flipped to the 15th page, an exquisitely drawn erotic picture impressively appeared in front of Li Qingshan. This erotic picture, not only were the lines meticulous, Even the expressions were vivid. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Li Qingshan felt that the drawing was very good. Then he didn't have the patience to read it page by page. He casually flipped through the pages, and there were many more erotic pictures like this at the back. Oh. Li Qingshan was finally convinced that the book in his hands was indeed an erotic book. But this didn't make sense. That seemingly virtuous and amiable old man was so careful just to give him an erotic book? Even the weakest Qi practitioner was a person of high authority among mortals. If he had the time to read this thing, wouldn't it be simpler and more direct to find a famous prostitute in a brothel? Could it be that the old man was a book lover and appreciated some of the cultural connotations in the book, so he wanted to share it with me, but was afraid that I would look down on this book because of that kind of content? This was the only reasonable explanation. But the content of this book was clearly very clumsy, and had absolutely no cultural value to speak of. Li Qingshan was confused. He was 10 times more confused than when he was reading the water condensation method. There must be a secret hidden in this matter that he didn't know. But it was deliberately hidden in this kind of trash book. Li Qingshan touched it with his hand. There was no interlayer. He injected true qi. There was no reaction. He shone it against the light. There was no image. He poured water on it. It was wet. Inside and out he tried all kinds of methods, but this was just an ordinary book. Could it be that there was some kind of code hidden in the content of the book? But even if there was, he didn't have the chance to read it correctly. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough wisdom, look for little Anne. He glanced at little Anne and saw that she was concentrating on studying the water condensation method. He then looked at the book in his hand. If she found out that he was reading this kind of book, wouldn't it be embarrassing? He immediately dispelled this idea. If it weren't for little Anne beside him, he would have done the positions in the erotic pictures to see if there was some kind of qi circulation method. What are you looking at? Little Anne suddenly came over. Her long wet black hair was winding down on her white jade-like shoulders, floating on the water. It looked more like some kind of aquatic plant. Li Qingshan closed the book tightly. He said with an unnatural expression, "Nothing. Have you finished studying it?" He inexplicably remembered the old man's expression when he gave him the book. Little Anne curiously looked at the book in Li Qingshan's hand. She had already completely understood the second layer of the water condensation method. Then, she taught it to Li Qingshan in words that couldn't be more straightforward. Li Qingshan suddenly felt enlightened. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. He praised, "You're so smart. Why didn't I think of it?" Little Anne's face was flushed. In the dense water vapor, she vaguely revealed her originally distant beauty. Li Qingshan seemed to suddenly realize the difference between men and women. He smiled and said, "When you grow up, we won't be able to bathe together." Little Anne raised her head. "Then I will never grow up." "Don't be silly. How can a person never grow up? I'm not a human." Li Qingshan didn't take this childish words to heart. "Well, we are not human. But we still have to grow up." Little Anne pouted. Li Qingshan said, "But after saying so much, you forgot the most important thing. How to transform the true qi into Gui water true qi." Little Anne said, "Can't you directly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth?" Li Qingshan scratched his head. "It turns out that I'm really not smart enough." His monster core was of the water element. How he cultivated the monster core? He could cultivate the Gui water true qi. He only needed to rely on the infinite heaven and earth. Why should he think about his small self? He wasn't stupid. Rather, he had been conditioned by his habitual thinking, and regarded cultivation methods as the golden rule. However, the advice given by the seniors who had written their own notes were all for ordinary qi warriors. They would never have thought that there were qi warriors who could directly absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in this world. Li Qingshan said, "By the way, the uncle who sold the book gave me a book. I think there should be a lot of mystery in it, but I can't understand it." Little Anne asked curiously, "Is it the one just now?" "Yes. Can't you show it to me?" "Absolutely not." Li Qingshan shook his head. Little Anne said disappointedly, "Then you can ask him tomorrow." Li Qingshan was stunned again. "It's not like the bookstore can grow legs and run away. I'll just pay another visit tomorrow. Why did I suddenly become stupid today? It must be that reading this stupid book has affected my IQ. Little and hesitated. In the end, he didn't say that he hadn't read the book just now. Li Qingshan said, "By the way, this is for you." He handed the jade scroll called Scripture Pavilion to Little Anne. Little Anne accepted it with shyness and joy. Li Qingshan took out the Book of All and looked up information about a few spirit herbs according to his memory. As he expected, every spirit herb could be used as medicine. Among them, the most valuable were the flowers in Milliped's cave that could turn into butterflies. They were called blue butterfly flowers, and they were an indispensable main ingredient in refining a precious type of medicinal pill. The name of that precious medicinal pill was True Spirit Pill. Then Li Qingshan casually looked up the information on True Spirit Pills, and suddenly found them to be rather familiar. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Weren't True Spirit Pills the two unknown pills he had obtained from the two grannies in the sect? The effects of the True Spirit Pill were extremely simple. Could convert true qi into spiritual qi. It was a holy item that qi practitioners needed to break through to foundation establishment. The two grannies had carefully stored it away, probably so that they could use it when they reached the peak of qi condensation. However, it had benefited Li Qingshan. It was easy to imagine the value of this spirit herb that Millipede said was not tasty. Unfortunately, the Book of All only briefly introduced the medicinal properties of the True Spirit Pill and how to use it. There was no pill recipe or method of refining it. The truly valuable information would not appear in this kind of common book. Chapter 221. The Arts of the Boundless Ocean. Li Qingshan thought, perhaps it's time to change to a pill cauldron, and pill recipes would be a must. However, his alchemy had only scratched the surface from Qianrongji, so there was no need for him to be overly hasty. At the very least, he already knew how to use these treasures now. The contents of the Book of All were extremely vast and varied. Just a single piece of information was enough for Li Qingshan to stare at for quite a while, broadening his horizons. However, he also gradually discovered that most of the information recorded in the Book of All did not exceed the boundaries of the Clear River Prefecture. Once he left this range, the information would become extremely simple and general. However, it was already very difficult to record the many matters that spanned 1,500 kilometers in the Clear River Prefecture. Calling it the Book of All was not an exaggeration. The 9 provinces were so vast, spanning who knew how many kilometers. Even the most powerful cultivators could not traverse through it all, so how was it possible for there to actually be a book that covered everything? It was the same principle as mental maps. Even if there really was a book like that, what value would it have to a measly qi practitioner? There were thousands of cultivators, but just how many of them could make it out of the Clear River Prefecture? Just how many of them could make it out of the Rui Commandery? However, Li Qingshan believed there would be a day when he could use these eyes to see everything in the world. Before he knew it, his mind drifted back to the tiny village and recalled that arrogant vow. I want to traverse the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the 9 provinces, taste all the delicacies in the world, drink all the fine alcohol in the world, practice the fiercest abilities, fight the strongest enemies, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Only then will my life not be in vain. Looking at it now, that was just the desire of a person with nothing to gain everything. Perhaps it was very vulgar. But this was the most primitive, instinctive desire hidden in the hearts of every man. When a spark lit up in a restless heart, it would drive that frail body to conquer, to destroy, to create. The most beautiful woman? Li Qingshan grinned. Originally, he had only said it casually, but the Book of All really seemed to have a most. The beauty on the list of beauties was, as expected, the one at the top of the list was the beauty in snow-white clothes, the female eagle that overlooked thousands of mountains. Although the portrait on the wall could not express 1% of her charm, it once again evoked Li Qingshan's memories of the past. He praised sincerely, "Hey, what a beauty!" Little An withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip and raised his head. "What beauty?" "Nothing." Li Qingshan put away the jade scroll. Since he had seen the first one, he was sure that there were no major changes to his goal for the time being, so there was no need to look at the rest. "Humph." Little An turned his head away. "You've even learned to get angry." Li Qingshan smiled as he pinched her nose. Little An shook her head and struggled in his arms, but her face was full of smiles. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly and pinched her nose. My little and will also be a great beauty in the future. Really? Little An said with a heavy nasal voice. Didn't you hear what that damned old woman said? Heavenly fragrance and beauty? I guarantee it's true. I think even that Gu girl can't compare to her. Gu girl? Gu Yining. Li Qingshan was surprised. You know her? Little An nodded gently. Li Qingshan propped up his cheek. But to be honest, Xianyue isn't bad either. Forget it. Children won't understand what you're saying. Little An made a face and stuck out her tongue. Li Qingshan soaked comfortably in the hot water for an entire night. He felt 10 times more comfortable than lying in bed. To him, water had already become as close as a friend. As such, he practiced the second layer of the Gue water method of condensing qi. He entered a meditative state with the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression first before slowly absorbing the spiritual qi of the world and circulating it according to the mental cultivation method of the Gue water method of condensing qi. The true qi in his body was converted into Gue water true qi strand by strand. When the sun rose, Li Qingshan had already reached the second layer of the Gue water method of condensing qi. He only needed to convert the first few layers, using the Gue water method of condensing qi to cover up the innate method of practicing qi, so it did not take a very long time. However, as soon as the sun rose, Li Qingshan could no longer sit still. He leapt out of the bath, put on his clothes and carried the bamboo basket on his back. He took Little An with him and went straight to the bookstore. The old man was still the same old man from yesterday. He lay on the rocking chair leisurely, reading the book from yesterday. When he saw Li Qingshan enter, he seemed to be surprised and leapt up. Is there anything else you need, sir? Li Qingshan cut to the chase. Uncle, the book you gave me yesterday, what book? Why don't I remember? The old man's expression became unnatural again. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes and said slowly, I used various methods and comprehended it for quite a while, but I couldn't get to the bottom of it. That's why I've come to ask for your guidance. Don't tell me you're messing with me. He did not speak as politely as before now. The old man coughed gently. I think I remember it again. Then what do you think? Li Qingshan said. The erotic drawings are passable, but the writing is bullshit. The old man smiled bitterly. If that's the case, then just pretend you don't have it. Junior brother, oh junior brother, don't blame me for not helping you. Originally, I thought he was a crude person, so he might not be able to tell that the book was bullshit. In other words, you really are messing with me. Li Qingshan thought about the effort he had expended, and his expression became worse and worse. The old man laughed. Fellow Taoist, this old man has something to give you, but I forgot to give it to you yesterday. Can't be this kind of trash again. Li Qingshan abruptly stopped mid-sentence. What the old man shoved into his hands was actually the cultivation method for the arts of the boundless ocean. He hesitated for a moment. Uncle, this item is a bit too valuable. I didn't come here to swindle you. The old man raised his hand and shook his head with a smile. In this market square, who can swindle me? Aren't they afraid of the school of miscellany street patrol? I really did want to give you this book yesterday. Those 2 books made me quite a bit of profit. No matter how valuable a book is, if no one reads it, it's all trash. His withered hand patted the A-flower's sleep. If a book isn't read because it's written too badly, then that's nothing. But if a book is clearly written extremely well, but because the standards of the people in the world aren't high enough, it would fall to this state like a pearl covered in dust or a beauty lost. Isn't that too much of a pity? Li Qingshan was also slightly moved. Uncle, you really are a book lover. The arts of the boundless ocean was definitely not a bad cultivation method. It was just that it had too high of a reader, which caused the number of readers to dwindle. The old man continued, when I look at you, I feel that perhaps one day, you will be able to find the second half of this book, and let this extraordinary and refined cultivation method once again appear in front of the people of the world. If you don't mind, when the time comes, you can show me the second half of the book. I'll be satisfied. Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip and proudly cupped his hands. Uncle, if I'm lucky in the future, I'll definitely return the entire arts of the boundless ocean to you. The old man happily said. Then this old man will definitely live for a few more years and wait for you. P.S. Alright, I'll call it a day in August. Plus, I'll have my dreams fulfilled. I feel like next month will be even more exciting. Chapter 222. Back at the arms shop, Sun Fubai was actually quite surprised. Normally, when a person obtained a rare technique, it would be extremely precious. Even if it was his wife, children, or close friends, they wouldn't be allowed to see it. What Li Qingshan obtained was only a remnant of a scroll that was worth 100 or so spirit stones, and the value of the entire scroll was at least 10 times that. Such generosity and lofty sentiments really made him sigh in amazement. This was because Li Qingshan had his eyes set on the 9 heavens. No matter how precious a technique was, it was just a process to him. Once he took this step, who knew how long the road ahead of him was waiting for him? One's vision determined one's breadth of mind. In the bookstore, Li Qingshan chatted with the old man for a while. He found out that the old man's name was Sun Fubai. Sun Fubai was knowledgeable and experienced. After the conversation, Li Qingshan also felt that he had benefited a lot. As they chatted excitedly, Sun Fubai gave Li Qingshan a few more books. They were all bound paper books. The paper had already turned slightly yellow, and the edges were even curled up. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment. Sun Fubai smiled and said, "Don't worry, these aren't those kinds of books. These are my favorite historical books." Li Qingshan relaxed and casually flipped open the book. In the blank corners of the book, there were many notes written in red. It was obvious that these were the books that Sun Fubai usually read. For a book lover to give away the books that he usually read, it was really a great gesture. He said respectfully, "Thank you, uncle, for your generous gift." Sun Fubai said, "The youngsters these days only think about the secret techniques that can make them stronger overnight. How would they know the true essence of the books? I can see that you are brave and valiant. You have a heroic spirit, and you are quite talented as a chi practitioner. In the future, you will definitely be able to stand out in the cultivation world. However, if you don't understand the ways of the world, no matter how strong you are, you will still be a boorish man who is controlled by others. You can read these books carefully. They will definitely be of great benefit to you." Li Qingshan said, "I've heard people say that reading history can make you wise, and martial arts and secret manuals can only make people stronger. But real books can make cowards brave and stupid people smart. This kind of effect is something that no cultivation method can compare to. This kind of power is true power." Sun Fubai was very pleased. "It's good that you understand this." Oh. At the center of the market was a lone 3-story building that was not adjacent to any other shops. Although it was a relatively tall building in the entire market, the building was still very inconspicuous. The vermilion paint on the upper floor was peeling, making it look extremely old. Each bead hanging at the door was a precious jewel worth thousands of gold in the mortal world. It was a bit of a waste to use it as a door curtain. Moreover, because no one took care of it, its color had already turned yellow and dull. Only the 3 gilded words, "Sundry Goods Store," on the black signboard were still shining brightly. There were countless general goods stores in the world, so it wasn't all that strange for a large city to have several dozen general goods stores. However, there was only this one store that could be opened in this market where cultivators traded. Moreover, in this market, there definitely wouldn't be a second general goods store that existed. The moment Li Qingshan lifted the curtain and entered, he felt as if he had entered another world. In front of him was an inconceivably wide hall. The marble floor was smooth and shiny, and the noise on the street was completely blocked out by the curtain. There were a few elegant women dressed in palace attire sitting at a tea table in the hall, chatting softly with each other. If one raised their voice even slightly, it would create an echo effect in the hall. It was also a space expansion technique, but it was more than 10 times better here than in the inn. When the women in palace attire saw Li Qingshan, they exchanged glances and made excuses, seemingly unwilling. In the end, a beautiful woman helplessly stood up and dragged her palace attire over to greet him. "What does fellow Taoist want to buy?" Her face was lightly powdered. Although her smile was bright, it could be seen at a glance that she had been trained. Moreover, it was difficult to conceal the unwillingness on her face. This woman in palace attire was actually a 3rd-layer chi practitioner. It was admittedly ingenious to use puppets as waiters in the 100 Flavors building, but it was even more impressive to have a chi practitioner act as hostess. It was indeed worthy of being the center of the market, the headquarters of the School of Miscellany. Li Qingshan learnt quite a lot about the market from Sun Fubai. The name of the market was the Town of Flowing Clouds. It was not fixed to a single location. Instead, it constantly moved between a few locations with relatively more Qi practitioners. It was like a market for mortals, but they would stay for much longer. The reason why the market was located below the Green Vine Mountain this time was because the herb gathering ceremony of the Three Mountains was approaching. It had attracted many Qi practitioners, who were prepared to explore the underground. Before the grand ceremony, talismans and spiritual tools that could increase one's strength were already selling like hotcakes. After the grand ceremony, Qi warriors would bring out all kinds of minerals and spiritual plants from the underground world, which would bring a new wave of sales. All of this was managed by the School of Miscellany of the Academy. They were responsible for the safety of all the Qi practitioners in the market, as well as maintaining normal transactions. Otherwise, why would high-level Qi practitioners negotiate with low-level Qi practitioners? It would be much faster to just kill them and search for their corpses. Although the Qi practitioners in the tea houses and restaurants did not belong to the School of Miscellany, they all needed to pay a sum of spiritual stones to the School of Miscellany every year. Only then could they operate here. When Li Qingshan asked where he could go to buy spiritual artifacts, Sun Fubai immediately recommended the store of miscellaneous goods. Although it was slightly more expensive than the stalls, the quality was relatively guaranteed. Li Qingshan did not lack spiritual stones, nor did he have a discerning eye, so this was obviously the most suitable place. Li Qingshan said, "I want to buy a weapon." The women in the tea houses giggled softly. "What weapon? Can't you just call it a spiritual artifact? You can tell with a single glance that you're a country bumpkin who's just emerged from the Jianghu. Don't tell me you've come to buy inferior spiritual artifacts. Ru Ping's going to make a fortune this time." Although she had suppressed her voice, Li Qingshan still heard everything clearly. As it turned out, this woman was called Ru Ping. That sure was familiar. As it turned out, these female cultivators were not just responsible for welcoming guests. They were also responsible for sales. It was no wonder they were so snobbish. "Please follow me." Although Lu Ruping couldn't hear what her companions were saying, she knew they were laughing at her, so she said coldly. Lu Ruping swayed her hips and climbed the stairs. Her swaying buttocks made Li Qingshan involuntarily think of the innkeeper from last night. He wondered if this was one of the female cultivators he'd introduced to accompany him to bed. He turned around and looked towards the main hall. Perhaps all of them are here. A Taoist wearing an azure robe walked through the door. Both his Taoist robe and the ancient sword on his back shone with spiritual light. In the world of Qi practitioners, this was the appearance of a rich person. The women in palace robes almost all went up to welcome him. One of them with a sweet appearance said loudly, "It's my turn." Only in the end did she go up. Like a victorious hen, she arrived before the Taoist. Her smile was much more sincere. Although it was impossible for him to have someone accompany him to bed no matter what because of little Anne's presence, he could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, he did not ask for one, or it would be far too unfair to him. He was still a virgin after all, so how could he allow himself to be ruined in the hands of a woman like that? Arriving before a room on the second floor, his gaze was immediately drawn away by a signboard. To no surprise, the words "Arsenal of Arms" were written on the signboard. Back in Qingyang City, hadn't he bought the tyrant spear from the Arsenal of Arms? He had never thought he would actually see a branch in the city of cultivators. However, most Qi practitioners did not care about the gold and silver of the mortal world. Was there a need for a shop that sold spiritual artifacts to sell weapons in a remote, small city? The fact that they could open a store of miscellaneous goods in the School of Miscellany demonstrated their strength. Lu Ruping introduced with a professional smile, "The Arsenal of Arms is renowned in our Clear River Prefecture, and even the entire Rui Commandery. All the weapons here have been tested by masters, so they're definitely of the best quality, unlike those small stalls outside where the quality varies. They say they're low-grade spiritual artifacts, but they'll crack after a few clashes with others." "Then I'd like to take a look." As soon as Li Qingshan set foot in the store, his heart shivered. All of his hair stood on end. He felt like an army that had fallen into an ambush. Vicious killing intent swept over him. He took a step out instinctively, and all of his bones crackled. His aura rose up abruptly, like the will of an army with a commander at the very front, ready to kill his way out of the encirclement. However, Li Qingshan immediately saw that there were no ambushes in the surroundings. There were only thousands of weapons arranged neatly on the weapon racks, stretching as far as the eye could see. A rough-looking, middle-aged man stood in the center of the weapon racks, staring at him in shock. "Sir, what's wrong?" Lu Ruping took 3 steps away from Li Qingshan and looked at him carefully. Just now, in that single moment, this man with a peculiar figure who gave off an extremely honest and gentle feeling had suddenly turned into some sort of vicious beast, ready to pick a person to devour. For the first time, she felt that perhaps this man was not as simple as he seemed. Only then did Li Qingshan realize the origins of the sharp killing intent. It came from these weapons. He erased his aura and asked in confusion, "Didn't you sense it?" Lu Ruping was stunned. "Sense what?" The rough-looking man walked over. "It's easy to sense the killing intent from people, but it's not easy to sense the killing intent from weapons. If you haven't gone through a few life-and-death situations and taken several dozen lives, how can you be so sensitive?" He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. "I can tell with a single glance that you're someone who understands weapons. May I ask for your name?" Li Qingshan said, "My surname is Niu. And how should I address you, sir?" Nice surname, nice surname. You really are as majestic as an ox." "My surname is Zhang, so there's no need to be so polite. You can just call me Little Zhang." The woman laughed. "Old Zhang, you're pretending to be young again. Aren't you ashamed?" Little Zhang said, "Cultivators all pursue longevity. I don't have any hope in this life, so why don't you let me talk about it? Isn't that right, Sister Ping?" The shopkeepers in charge of the shops here were mostly not young qi practitioners. Their cultivation speed was ultimately not faster than natural aging. There was basically no possibility for them to continue improving, so they chose to live a more leisurely and comfortable life. Lu Ruping spat. "Who's your Sister Ping? Don't talk nonsense. I've brought you a guest. Hurry up and help him choose a weapon." Just as Li Qingshan was about to speak, Little Zhang raised his hand. "Don't be in a hurry. Let me guess, what weapon do you want?" "P.S. I'm in Sanya right now. I'm out to play but staying alone in an apartment for a day, writing 8,000 words while eating instant noodles at noon, then going to an internet cafe to post chapters. What kind of mental illness is this? I'm begging for guaranteed monthly votes. With your support, the moral emperor won't die." Chapter 223. Long whale water-sucking knife. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "All right, then go ahead and guess. Judging from fellow Taoist's physique, the weapon you've chosen is definitely not an ordinary one. Rather, it's a heavy weapon suitable for close combat that body refiners use. I wonder if my guess is correct?" Li Qingshan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Yes. Little Zhang, your eyesight is not bad." As his strength grew, his requirements for weapons would also become higher and higher. The wind-entwining knife was already completely inadequate, and he hadn't reached the 6th layer of qi refining yet, so he couldn't wield a mid-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, even if he reached the 6th layer of qi refining, he might not necessarily use a small sword or a small knife as his main weapon. This was because at that time his physique would definitely reach a new peak. Using a wind-entwining knife to directly chop someone would be much more efficient than riding a sword. Therefore, his requirements for weapons were not ordinary. Little Zhang saw through his needs at a glance and knew that he wanted a heavy weapon. This also meant that they had such a weapon here. How could he not be happy? When Little Zhang heard that Li Qingshan was willing to call him that, he also beamed with joy. He lightly waved his hand, and a series of mechanical sounds rang out in the room. The weapon racks actually slid rapidly, changed positions and suddenly stopped. A weapon rack slid in front of Li Qingshan. Sure enough, it was filled with huge swords and axes. Li Qingshan casually picked up a great spear and weighed it in his hand. He asked, "Don't tell me there aren't any mid-grade spirit weapons here?" However, all of them were low-grade spirit weapons. Little Zhang smiled and said, "Of course there are. Ordinary qi refiners couldn't afford mid-grade spirit weapons, so they usually only brought people to see low-grade spirit weapons." With a clap of his hands, another weapon rack slid in front of Li Qingshan. The spiritual light of the spirit weapons on it was even denser. If you hadn't come here, it would really be difficult for you to buy a mid-grade spirit weapon for close combat. Lu Ruping's eyes immediately lit up. Under her guidance, she would also get a share of the profits. Of course, she hoped that Li Qingshan would buy more and more expensive things. That was why when Li Qingshan first came in, she wasn't too willing to entertain him and wanted to switch places with her companions. This was because Li Qingshan's attire, even in the mortal world, didn't look like a rich person. In the world of cultivators, he was the standard poor ghost. From top to bottom, there was not a single thing that shone with spiritual light. At this moment he thought to himself, you really can't judge a book by its cover. The smile on his face instantly became more sincere. Li Qingshan looked at the middle-grade spiritual weapons with a satisfied look on his face. Look at this broken gold sword. It's made of pure gold and weighs 210 kilograms. It can use the golden crescent slash. It's supposed to be a two-handed sword, but I can see that you can use it with just one hand. Not only is it powerful, but it's also agile. Isn't it beautiful? Little Zhang said as he patted the huge golden sword. Li Qingshan asked how much. I'll only sell it for 75 spiritual stones. As a result, Li Qingshan gained an estimate of the price of a middle-grade spiritual weapon. If he used the standard of exchange with the contribution of the Hawkwolf Guard, it would be around the same price. However, he shook his head. I'm not too good with swords. Lu Ruping chimed in. Look at how beautiful this sword is. If you carry it on your back, you'll definitely look extraordinary. Little Zhang shot a glance at her. Choosing a weapon for a man is even more important than choosing a wife. Women don't butt in. He could tell that Li Qingshan was someone who truly killed people with a weapon. He was not some young master from a sect or clan who could be fooled by a single word of extraordinary. Lu Ruping curled her lip. Sure enough, she shut up tactfully. If you're so capable, then sell it yourself. It's just a middle-grade spiritual weapon. I don't even want to waste my breath on it. Little Zhang introduced a few more weapons. None of them weighed less than 100 kilograms. Li Qingshan was very tempted. If he could wield a heavy weapon like that in battle, he could probably pierce through any protective true qi. However, after quite a while of consideration, he suddenly asked, do you have any high-grade spiritual artifacts? Little Zhang was slightly surprised. Sir, I do have a few high-grade spiritual artifacts here, but they're all treasures of the shop. They'll cost several hundred spiritual stones at the very least, with some going for over 1,000. Normally, I don't show them to regular qi practitioners unless they're truly interested in buying them. Li Qingshan smiled. If I don't show them to you, who'll buy them? Do you think I'm not sincere? Lu Ruping's gaze towards Li Qingshan immediately softened. A single high-grade spiritual artifact was equivalent to 10 mid-grade spiritual artifacts. It was a rare business deal. Little Zhang studied Li Qingshan and smiled. Fair enough. Please come with me, sir. The three of them came to an extremely tightly sealed secret room. Little Zhang took out an item from his 100 treasures pouch. Sir, please take a look. This item was not made of metal, wood, or stone. It was azure blue in color like ice. It was carved into the shape of a whale, and there was a spiritual light on it. It was indeed a high-grade spiritual artifact. Among high-grade spiritual artifacts, there are even fewer suitable for close combat. There's only one, and it's worth 852 spiritual stones. Li Qingshan had never seen such a strange weapon before. Hearing the price, his heart sank slightly. A high-grade spiritual artifact was actually this expensive. He only had a little over 300 spiritual stones left on him, and he could only buy a third of it. Moreover, he still had to save some to buy pill cauldrons and pill recipes, so he immediately ran out of money. His expression did not change. How do I use this? Little Zhang saw that Li Qingshan really wanted to buy it, so he couldn't help but become even more enthusiastic. He exchanged glances with Lu Ruping. This time he had met a rich customer. This item is called Whale's Ingestion of Water. You can use it however you like. Let me demonstrate it for you. As he spoke, he took out a large water jar from his 100 treasures pouch. The jar was filled with water. Little Zhang placed the whale's ingestion of water into the jar. The blue whale immediately opened its mouth, and in an instant, it sucked all the water in the jar clean. Watch carefully, sir. He raised his hand, and the whale's mouth spat out the water again. It condensed into the shape of a water blade, and suddenly froze, forming an ice blade. The whale's body became the blade's handle, and cold air filled the secret room. Lu Ruping couldn't help but shiver and said, "How magical." Although Li Qingshan knew that she was acting, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Not only had he never seen a weapon like this, he hadn't even thought about it. "Now this is the whale's ingestion of water blade," Little Zhang said, and waved his hand again. The ice blade melted into water, forming an ice sword again. This is the whale's ingestion of water blade. No matter what weapon you want, whether it's light or heavy, it's all up to you. What do you think? All right. Li Qingshan nodded. Normal weapons were all made of metal, and it was rare to see a pure water element weapon. If he used Gui water true qi to control it, it would definitely have a good effect. This was practically a weapon tailor-made for him. If a man really chose a weapon like choosing a wife, then he could be said to have fallen in love at first sight with the whale's ingestion of water. However, he was also worried. This ice blade is so fragile. Won't it shatter when it collides with metal? Little Zhang said, "Sir, you don't have to worry. The weapon formed by the whale's ingestion of water is comparable to profound ice, and stronger than fine steel. To tell you the truth, the material of the ice blade formed by the whale's ingestion of water is a little weaker than normal high-grade spirit weapons, but it's definitely stronger than middle-grade spirit weapons. As long as it's not shattered in one hit, no matter how many cracks and gaps there are, it can immediately recover. There's no need for an artificer to maintain it." Lu Ruping said. "Then it'll really save a lot of spirit stones and trouble. A simple repair of a high-grade spirit weapon would cost dozens of spirit stones." Little Zhang struck while the iron was hot. "And if you infuse it with spirit water, it'll be even more powerful. Since you're willing to buy such a weapon, wouldn't you be willing to buy some spirit water?" Li Qingshan's heart stirred. Wouldn't he be guarding an underground ice spring? He raised his hand and flicked the blade with force. A loud clang like the sound of metal clashing reverberated in the secret room. Lu Ruping couldn't help but cover her ears. Little Zhang's perlicue shook violently. Only a white mark was left on the blade. He couldn't help but praise, "Sir, you're really strong." Li Qingshan knew he wasn't lying. Not only did he use his full strength in that flick, he also used his true qi. The 100-tempered saber was also shattered, but it only left a white mark on the ice blade. If it was replaced with the ice-congealing water, there was no need to worry about the hardness. He could even hang it on his waist, making it convenient to use at any time. Moreover, he could condense a saber even bigger and longer to display his advantage in strength. He could even condense a mace that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. With a smash of the mace, any true qi magical protection technique would be like a piece of paper. For a moment, Li Qingshan's mind was filled with the various advantages of the whale's ingestion of water. He really admired the weapon craftsman who made this weapon. Other than that, what other uses does it have? Although Li Qingshan's expression didn't change, Little Zhang had seen countless people, and could already tell that he really wanted to buy it. That was why he was being so careful. Little Zhang was overjoyed. He immediately opened the secret room and brought Li Qingshan to the training ground that was specially used to demonstrate the functions of the weapon. He pointed at the steel target in the distance. All the ice water was sucked into the belly of the whale. The whale opened its mouth and suddenly shot out countless tiny icicles. In an instant, the steel target was pierced with countless black holes. Whether it was power or momentum, it was even fiercer than the 1,000-mechanism crossbow. Moreover, it had more than 30 rounds of ammunition. It could be used for both close combat and long-range attacks. Li Qingshan already wanted to snatch the whale's ingestion of water and use it himself. Little Zhang looked at Li Qingshan's expression and the smile on his face became wider. The whale's ingestion of water in his hand suddenly flashed and gradually gathered in the mouth of the whale. With a bang, a ball of water shot out and hit the target that was riddled with holes. The target exploded with a loud bang and was blown into pieces. Li Qingshan said in shock, "Gui water godly thunder." Last night, he had browsed through the Gui water condensation method and the related spells that came with it. There were mostly defensive, healing, and trapping methods. Gui water true qi wasn't very good at attacking. Among the many spells, Gui water godly thunder was the most powerful and important spell. Little Zhang said confidently, "Fellow Niu, what do you think?" Li Qingshan said, "It's a good item, but can you give me a better discount on the price? Without waiting for little Zhang to speak, Lu Ruping said, "Fellow Taoist, feel free to ask. Every item in this miscellaneous goods store has a price tag that can be found in the main catalog. Whether it's a spirit stone more or a spirit stone less, it's not allowed. It's to save you a lot of trouble. We definitely don't cheat anyone. P.S. For the remaining 2,000 words, please come earlier tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Although it's outside, I'll do my best to keep the pace of updating from 8 to 6. The time might be messed up, but the updates will be maintained. Please rest assured, everyone." Chapter 224. The price of the Yaocore. Little Zhang said, "Actually, I can tell that fellow Taoist is determined to get this item. If it was a vendor outside, they would definitely take the opportunity to increase the price. With fellow Taoist's personality, you would most likely be at a disadvantage." Li Qingshan agreed. Whether it was his previous life or this life, he had no talent in bargaining. He didn't want to take advantage of others, he just didn't want to be cheated. "All right, I'll buy this item." Little Zhang beamed, and Lu Ruping revealed an expression of ecstasy. This time those little bitches were going to regret their decision. Li Qingshan said, however, "I don't have enough spirit stones." Little Zhang's smile froze. "Fellow Taoist, you really know how to joke." Lu Ruping's expression instantly turned cold. Li Qingshan said, "Other than selling items, does this place also buy items?" Little Zhang said with a bitter expression, "The arsenal of arms does buy some weapons, but the price is definitely cheaper than buying." He didn't believe that Li Qingshan could afford the whale's ingestion of water. Could he even take out a high-grade spirit artifact to trade for it? It was rare for a great practitioner to have a high-grade spirit artifact. No matter how he looked at it, Li Qingshan didn't seem to be one. What a waste of effort. Who knew that Li Qingshan really did have a high-grade spirit artifact, and not just one? The comb and needle from the two grannies, as well as the cursive sword calligraphy, had a total of 3. However, he couldn't sell any of them right now. Lu Ruping couldn't help but mock. "Although this is a miscellaneous goods store, we don't buy all sorts of things. There's a pawn shop just downstairs. Fellow Taoist can try his luck there." Li Qingshan asked in return, "How many spirit stones can I pawn the Yaocore for?" Little Zhang was stunned at first, then he exclaimed, "Yaocore? You have a Yaocore?" Lu Ruping frowned. "It's not that easy to get a Yaocore. Don't tell me you mistook it for some jewel?" Li Qingshan then took out the beast core he obtained from General White Fang of Black Rat Mountain from his 100 treasures pouch. "I would also like to ask the two of you to appraise this and see if it is a beast core or not." The earthy yellow demon core did not have any particularly bright spiritual light, but it contained the heart and blood of a demon for hundreds of years. Little Zhang and Lu Ruping spent most of their time in this grocery store. Although their cultivation bases weren't high, their eyesight was top-notch. They could tell at a glance that this was the legendary demonic core. Lu Ruping couldn't help but extend her hand to touch it, wanting to take a look. However, Li Qingshan had already put the Yaocore back into the 100 treasures pouch. "Then I'll go ask around at the pawn shop." Lu Ruping hurriedly pulled on Li Qingshan's sleeve and bowed in apology. "I misunderstood you just now. Please be magnanimous and don't offend me. Wait a moment, I'll go invite our head shopkeeper over." She intentionally or unintentionally revealed the snow-white peaks inside her collar. If the head shopkeeper found out that she had chased away a customer who wanted to sell a Yaocore, then she wouldn't need to stay here anymore. Moreover, in this period of buying and selling, she could earn spirit stones that she normally wouldn't even earn in a month. She raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan with a pleading expression. That robust figure seemed to be filled with masculine charm. Even if he had any special requests, it wasn't like she couldn't consider it. Li Qingshan glanced at the collar and knew that although 5 buckets of rice couldn't make people bow down, 1 Yaocore was enough. Perhaps it could even do more. Little Zhang also said, "Fellow Taoist, you must stay. I already knew that this whale's ingestion of water was prepared for you. Actually, I wanted to give you a discount, but I'll have to wait for the head shopkeeper to come before I can make the decision." Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and realized that he had underestimated the value of this Yaocore. He had originally thought that it was roughly worth a high-grade spirit artifact. However, A high-grade spirit artifact clearly wasn't enough to make these two people become like this. Li Qingshan had simply used the spiritual qi contained in the Yao core to estimate its value. However, he didn't know that a Yao core was also a necessity to refine some precious spirit pills. It was a sacred medicine that could increase the true qi and spiritual qi of a certain attribute. The thousands of years of peace between the human race and the demon race had directly caused this kind of resource to become rare. Qi practitioners ventured deep underground not only to harvest spirit herbs, but also to display enough strength. Basically, the demons would choose to escape. However, Qi practitioners would most likely set up formations to trap the demons in their nests. Of course, it wasn't to slay demons for no reason, but precisely for this Yao core. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, then said, "All right then, I'll wait here for a while." Lu Ruping swayed her hips and quickly left. Not long after, she brought back a stout old woman. Her true qi had actually reached the 9th layer of qi practitioner. Her face was full of wrinkles, and she didn't have the strange arrogance of a granny, nor did she have the lowly feeling of a procuress. Instead, she had an air of nobility about her as she welcomed everyone with a smile. "I am sure Pei. Fellow Taoist, are you selling a Yao core?" Li Qingshan said, "That's right." Sure Pei said, "Can you take it out for me to take a look?" Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then handed the Yao core to Sure Pei. Since the School of Miscellany could establish such a large market square and do so many businesses, they definitely wouldn't destroy their own reputation for a Yao core. Sure Pei carefully examined it. Lu Ruping's face was full of nervousness. After a moment, Sure Pei said, "Fellow Taoist, the quality of this earth attribute Yao core is very good." Li Qingshan said, "May I know how much it's worth?" Sure Pei said, "About this, I have a suggestion. Fellow Taoist, listen to it. Before the herb gathering ceremony, there will be an auction in our store. If this Yao core is auctioned, it will definitely fetch a lot more spirit stones. We'll only take half of the profit. Even foundation building cultivators would appear at the School of Miscellany's auction. If they didn't have a few valuable items, wouldn't they be looked down upon? And people who could casually take out a Yao core would definitely be rich. If they could participate in this auction, they would be able to raise the price even more and set off the scene. This was killing two birds with one stone." Li Qingshan said hesitantly, "But I'm still in a hurry to use spirit stones to buy things." He wasn't too willing to give this precious Yao core to someone else. Sure Pei waved her hand and said to Lu Ruping, "Today, as long as this fellow Taoist spending doesn't exceed 2,000 spirit stones, feel free to directly get the item for him. If fellow Taoist's Yao core can't be auctioned for this price, then put it on our tab." Lu Ruping bowed gracefully. "Yes, head shopkeeper." Li Qingshan hid his astonishment. The value of this Yao core was truly beyond his expectations. However, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression darkened slightly. Sure Pei frowned and said, "Is there anything else fellow Taoist isn't satisfied with?" Lu Ruping said. Little Zhang agreed to give him a discount for this high-grade spirit artifact. Little Zhang rubbed his nose. Sure Pei asked, "Then we'll round it up and count it as 800 spirit stones for fellow Taoist." Li Qingshan said, "Since that's the case, then we'll do as senior says." Just now what he was thinking about wasn't this. Instead, he was thinking that there would probably never be a day where humans and demons could coexist peacefully. He also had a treasure in his body that was worth more than 2,000 spirit stones. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Chapter 225. Sword Chi 9 Astronomy Complete Text. Every word is below. Now that they had obtained another important auction item, they would be able to attract even more Chi warriors to the auction. Fellow Taoist, it's best if you save some spirit stones. I'll prepare a VIP seat for you during the auction. There will be many rare treasures. It would be a pity if you miss out on something you like because you're short of money. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. What treasures will there be? Do you have a catalog? Perhaps he would be able to find the second half of the Arts of the Boundless Ocean. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still kept it in mind. Sure Pei said, "It's not convenient for us to reveal the specifics, but we've advertised some of the extremely rare items. We'll be adding this Yao core soon. You can ask Ruping about these. Fellow Taoist, feel free to ask me." Lu Ruping smiled faintly, gentle and elegant. Her gaze towards Li Qingshan was even more affectionate. If Li Qingshan hadn't seen her change her expression before, he really would have been fooled by her. Shi Pei handed a jade lot to Li Qingshan. Fellow Taoist, remember, this item cannot be lost. We only recognize the lot, not the person. If someone else brings this lot, we'll also give them the spirit stones. Li Qingshan sank his consciousness into the jade lot, and a certificate immediately appeared. I'll take good care of it. Then he extended his hand towards Little Zhang. Little Zhang quickly placed the whale's ingestion of water into Li Qingshan's palm. A cold aura pierced his body, but it was extremely comfortable. As his true qi flowed into it, he immediately felt a connection with his blood vessels. However, there was a slight delay, as if his blood vessels were clogged with blood clots. Little Zhang said, if you want to achieve the best effects of a high-grade spirit weapon, you need to spend some time refining it with true qi. Only then will you truly be able to use it as you wish and be invincible. Li Qingshan nodded. He didn't put it into his 100 treasures pouch, but held it in his palm. He played with it casually, sending his true qi into it bit by bit. This sparkling and translucent ice whale was as exquisite as a work of art. No one would have thought that it was a weapon. Shi Pei took her leave and Lu Ruping said gently, Taoist friend, if there is anything else you need, just let me know. Li Qingshan asked casually, what if I say I want you? Lu Ruping blushed. Hey fellow Taoist, how can you talk nonsense? Besides, what's so good about me? /web/John one word by word take me. Little Zhang chuckled as he watched from the side. It was obvious that he was already used to such a scene. He was also extremely happy to be able to sell a high-rank spiritual weapon. He teased, with your spending today, our Ruping would not be able to refuse no matter what you want her to do. Old man Zhang, if you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lu Ruping glared at Little Zhang, but she didn't seem to be angry at all. When Li Qingshan and Lu Ruping went downstairs, the few women in palace attire who were greeting the guests all heard what happened upstairs and raised their heads at the same time. Lu Ruping held her head high and puffed out her chest. Her expression was very different from her cold attitude when she went upstairs. She intentionally walked very close to Li Qingshan, wishing that she could stick her body to him. The fragrance of her cosmetics made Li Qingshan's nose itch. Although Li Qingshan had heard plenty about women finding sugar daddies throughout his 2 lives, he still could not help but be surprised when he became a sugar daddy like this. A woman could actually achieve something like this. Just how different were they from prostitutes in brothels? The eyes of the women in palace attire were full of envy and jealousy. How could Ruping be caught up in such a good thing? If they had gone up to greet him just now, when they looked at Li Qingshan, their gazes were very different. There was reverence in them that could intoxicate any man. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that this was the treatment of the strong. No matter what era or what world, the strong showed their might and the weak relied on them. The strong gained and the weak lost. Only losers would lament the fickleness of human nature, the weak would complain about the cruelty of society, and the strong only needed to grit their teeth and become stronger. After comprehending this point, that slightly uncomfortable feeling completely disappeared. He played with the ice whale with a carefree smile on his face. In Lu Ruping's eyes, she felt that he was even more charismatic. Of course, this was the charisma of an expert. Li Qingshan brought Lu Ruping to the tea table and pulled out a chair for her. Lu Ruping was naturally flattered and smiled in a very reserved manner. After Li Qingshan took a sip of tea, he asked about the auction. Lu Ruping naturally told him everything she knew. She told him all the auction items. Among them there were all kinds of spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, rare and exotic beasts. There were 7 or 8 high-grade spiritual weapons alone. Lu Ruping also secretly revealed that the ultimate treasure of this auction was a supreme-grade spirit artifact. The starting price was 5,000 spirit stones, and it was estimated that it would sell for more than 10,000 spirit stones. Although Li Qingshan was tempted, he knew that this was not something he could afford. Even if he could afford it, he would not dare to buy it. Those who could take out so many spirit stones were at least foundation establishment cultivators at the level of the 3 mountain sect leaders. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was purely seeking death. He would probably be killed the moment he stepped out of the market. Are there no cultivation methods to be auctioned? Lu Ruping shook her head. Li Qingshan lowered his head and sipped his tea, muttering to himself in silence. It made sense. How could he come across such things so easily? Otherwise, wouldn't all of Sun Fubai's years of effort have been fed to the dogs? However, he was not discouraged. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. His footsteps would definitely be much broader than Sun Fubai's. Lu Ruping saw that Li Qingshan was disappointed and hurriedly said, "There are no cultivation methods, but there is a piece of calligraphy." Li Qingshan asked casually, "What calligraphy?" Lu Ruping said, "It's called the sword chi calligraphy or something. Apparently, it was left behind by some ancient sword immortal, but in my opinion, it's just a middle-grade spiritual artifact. It's all over the place, so it must be an excuse for the auction. Only an idiot would be tricked into buying it. If you want to use it, of course a high-grade spiritual artifact is the best." Li Qingshan looked at the rippling green water in the cup and saw his expression change slightly. Without raising his head, he said, "Indeed, only an idiot would buy it. But since the sword chi calligraphy is a middle-grade spiritual artifact, what use does it have?" Lu Ruping said disdainfully, "Humph, it's just like its name. It can emit a few flashes of sword chi." The tea rippled. Li Qingshan held back his excitement and chatted with Lu Ruping a little more. However, he learned that Lu Ruping's background was very similar to Qian Rongji's. They both came from a small clan that could not be regarded as a clan. Their talent was limited, and they could not use much resources either, so he could not help but sigh and grumble. Li Qingshan said, "It's said that the Hawkwolf Guard doesn't care about identity. Any chi practitioner can join. Why don't you try it?" Lu Ruping said in surprise, "The Hawkwolf Guard? That's a place where people die every day. And I'm not trying to boast, but I can earn much more than regular Hawkwolf Guards in a single month in this store of miscellaneous goods." Fair enough. Li Qingshan understood that she was completely different from Qian Rongji. She was nowhere near as discerning and vicious as that woman. However, if the world was filled with women like that, then men would no longer need to live. Lu Ruping could not help but say, "What else do you want to buy? Why don't you cut out a set of good clothes? My eye for clothes is very good. I'll pick out a few for you." Li Qingshan interrupted with a smile, "No, I want to sell a few more things." Lu Ruping was stunned. In the end, Li Qingshan sold all of the several hundred talismans on him aside from the high-grade and supreme-grade talismans to the store of miscellaneous goods. He earned another several hundred spiritual stones. It was close to the herb gathering ceremony of the Three Mountains, so the value of talismans was very high. He had sold them all without any qualms. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to buy a pill cauldron, but he gave up on that for now. He was in no hurry to refine pills right now anyway. If the sword chi diagram really was a part of the cursive sword calligraphy like he had expected, then he had to obtain it. He could not allow it to end up in the hands of others. The cursive sword calligraphy in his possession basically hovered between high grade and supreme grade. If he could find another piece and complete it, then he would be able to obtain a supreme grade spiritual artifact worth over 10,000 spiritual stones. As for the cursive sword calligraphy, its actual value was probably far greater than that. Even Oxen had praised it a little. In the past, he might not have understood what that meant, but he understood very well just how great Oxen's standards were now. Normally, a mid-grade spiritual artifact would not be worth more than 100 spiritual stones. However, he could not treat everyone else as idiots. He could not guarantee that no one would be able to tell what was going on, so he had to ensure that nothing went wrong. He had to gather as many spiritual stones as he could to ensure that he could obtain it. With that, Li Qingshan ignored Lu Ruping's disappointed gaze. He made his way out of the store of miscellaneous goods and was about to leave the town. As he made his way through the bustling streets, he glanced back at the verdant green vine mountain again. He had no idea whether Yu Zijian would be able to wait for Hua Qinglu or not. Not everyone was worth waiting for, so he chose not to wait for anyone. However, he also hoped that she would be able to wait for the person she wanted to wait for. He arrived at the bookstore with the bamboo basket on his back, and bid farewell to Sun Fubai before returning to the inn to check out. He turned around and left the inn, but he suddenly stopped. Yu Zijian stood in the sunlight outside the inn. Her smile was even more resplendent than the sunlight. She held the hand of a girl who seemed to be rather reluctant. She was Hua Qinglu. Li Qingshan smiled in relief. This was the value of human trust, wasn't it? If you could trust others bravely, even if you were deceived 100 times, you would still be able to make true friends. Although the path he walked was a lonely, courageous path, he still admired her bravery and decisiveness. Niu Wuxia, this is Chenglu. Yu Zijian basically dragged Hua Qinglu over to Li Qingshan and introduced her to him excitedly. Hua Qinglu remained as cute as ever. She clasped her hands at Li Qingshan in a graceful manner and said, I never thought the people of the Green Vine Mountain would be so bold. Thank you for taking care of Zijian during this period of time. Fei Li looked at Li Qingshan's tall figure and wondered inside. He had no idea how Zijian knew such a strange person. Chapter 226. Li Qingshan said, That's no problem. Zijian, since your friend has already come, I don't have to worry anymore. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. I'll tell your father that you're already safe and sound. That's right. Before the two of them could reply, Li Qingshan strode off, vanishing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Hua Qinglu was young, but she was much more meticulous than Yu Zijian. If he came into too much contact with her, she would probably see through his disguise. Hua Qinglu muttered, Zijian, that guy is so rude. Is he really helping you out of kindness? Though his back seems a little familiar. That's because Niu Wuxia is very friendly. Why would he have any ill intentions? Yu Zijian defended Li Qingshan in a hurry. Hua Qinglu shook her head. You're young and ignorant. Be careful or you'll end up being sold off. You'll still have to worry about it. You're the one who's young and ignorant. Niu Wuxia is a good person, so why would he harm me? Yu Zijian widened her eyes. Forget it. I can't persuade you otherwise. Hua Qinglu turned around and left. Yu Zijian asked in a hurry, Oi, where are you going? Hua Qinglu raised her chin and pointed at a nearby mountain. The Green Vine Mountain, obviously. Li Qingshan returned to the Proud Sword Manor. Yu Shuquang was no longer there, having gone out to collect food and drink. Li Qingshan thought about how Yu Zijian would return very soon anyway, so he did not take it to heart. He ventured deep underground from the manor outside the city. He was as familiar with this area as he was with his own back garden. He knew every single demon here. Now that he had transformed into his true demon form, he didn't have to worry about any demon being blind enough to attack him. Instead, there were quite a few who were tactful enough to come out and greet him. Leader, you're back. Li Qingshan nodded slightly sternly, maintaining his dignity as a leader. However, he thought inside, many of these guys are about to lose their lives to the demon cores in their bodies. Whose fault is that? If he was still a human, he probably wouldn't even consider such a problem. He would kill demons and hunt for demon cores as a matter of course. But when his body turned into a demon, he received the demon's help and became the demon's friend and leader. His thoughts also gradually changed. Passing through the deep and serene cave, they walked for an unknown period of time. A blue light flickered in the endless darkness, like the only bright star in the pitch-black night sky. Li Qingshan was like a wanderer who had finally returned home. A look of relief appeared on his face as he quickened his pace. Before he even entered the cave, he heard a heaven-shaking snoring sound. Li Qingshan shook his head. You bastard, I've really seen through you. There was no need to hibernate, just like there was no need to be a vegetarian. However, he still maintained his primitive instincts. Probably because he didn't sense any danger, Millipede turned over on the stone platform and didn't get up. Sleep a little longer if you can. Li Qingshan didn't wake him up. He sat on the edge of the stone platform, his back pressed against the cold stone. Feeling the ripples of spiritual light, he slowly entered a meditative state. Little took out the Book of All and read it carefully. No matter how rich the information in the book was, it still couldn't compare to the reaction of the human mind. The Book of All. In the darkness, the blue butterfly flapped its wings 1,000,000 times, and a month quietly slipped away. Suddenly, a howling gust of wind swept through the quiet cave. The butterfly fluttered, and the sea of flowers swayed. At the end of the gust, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and stood up. Looking inwardly at his body, he revealed a satisfied smile. He had already converted all the true qi in his body into Gui water true qi. At the same time, he had opened a meridian and reached the 4th layer of qi refining. His true qi was unprecedentedly strong. He took out the cursive sword calligraphy and infused it with true qi. Sword qi shot out, silently piercing the stone wall. A blue butterfly fluttered in the air for a moment, then suddenly split into two. This kind of power would be able to instantly kill a 6th or 7th layer qi practitioner. Even a 9th layer qi practitioner would be in great danger. If he could really restore the cursive sword calligraphy to its original state, he looked forward to seeing just how strong it would be. Calculating the time, it was about time to attend the auction. Little N had already taken the initiative to stand in the bamboo basket. Li Qingshan said, "You stay here this time. It's quite troublesome for me to carry a big bamboo basket all the time, mainly because it's too eye-catching." Which qi practitioner didn't have 100 treasures pouch? He just had to carry a big bamboo basket. Whether it was in the bookstore or Lu Ruping, he had asked about it indirectly. Although it was mostly out of curiosity, it was hard to guarantee that someone with observant eyes would notice anything. He promised, "If there's anything good to eat or drink, I'll definitely bring it back for you." "You think I'm annoying?" Little N pouted. "That's not what I meant. You are. Be good." "No." Li Qingshan glared, then let out a breath. Calm down, communicate, communicate." He crouched down. "Then why don't you want it?" "I don't want to be separated from you." Little N lowered her eyes. Li Qingshan said, "Just for a little while." "Not even for a little while." "Then I don't care." Li Qingshan strode out of the cave, startling a flock of butterflies. After a few steps, he turned back and saw that she was still standing in the bamboo basket, not crying or making a fuss. She only looked straight at him, as if waiting for him to take her. He hardened his heart. "I really don't care." When he reached the cave entrance, he couldn't help but turn back. However, her expression and posture hadn't changed in the slightest. If he really left like this, she could keep waiting for him like this. He sighed helplessly. "Come with me." Together with the bamboo basket, they flew up and landed in Li Qingshan's hands. Little N had a triumphant smile on her face. Li Qingshan pinched her soft cheeks. "I knew I couldn't be polite to you." Little N said, "If I'm not by your side, I can't protect you." Li Qingshan was suddenly speechless. "Holy Church leader, please save some for me." Croak, croak. A frog was so anxious that it jumped and spoke human language. "Don't talk nonsense or I'll roast you and eat you." Li Qingshan held the whale's ingestion of water and put it into the mouth of the ice-condensed water spring. He swallowed to his heart's content. Now he had already absorbed 3 large vats of water, but it still didn't feel full. Although the frog was very anxious, it couldn't do anything. Only when the whale was full of water did Li Qingshan take it out with satisfaction. He took out a pearl dew pill and threw it to the frog. "Here, this is for you." He wouldn't really look down on it. This frog was one of the strongest demon soldiers under him. If other qi practitioners dared to take the spring water, even if they didn't die in its hands, they wouldn't be able to bring back even a drop of spring water. The frog coiled up like a snake and swallowed the pearl dew pill. "Croak, thank you, leader." Although the spirit water was full of spirituality, it still couldn't compare to the high-quality medicinal pills made by humans. "You stay here and don't forget the gathering," Li Qingshan said again and walked back into the cave. "Croak, croak, I won't forget." The frog croaked and jumped into the ice-condensed water. Li Qingshan strode through the cave. He shook the crystal whale in his hand, and with a clang it spat out a huge blade. It even condensed a beautiful crystal handguard. It was the perfect weapon that could unleash Li Qingshan's advantage in strength. It was suitable for the length and size of his swing, and it was extremely heavy as well. It weighed over 500 kilograms. Even Li Qingshan could not use it with a single hand. Recently, he had constantly poured Gui water true qi into the whale's ingestion of water. His aura had already completely linked up, without any sluggishness anymore. It was like it had truly become an extension of his body. When he condensed the blade, he no longer needed to spit out water first and then condense it slowly. Instead, he could condense it instantly. However, the 4th layer Gui water true qi was still slightly insufficient to unleash the power of a high-grade spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan arrived in the Proud Sword Manor. Yu Shuquang had already returned, handing a full 100 treasures pouch to Li Qingshan. He wanted to say something but he hesitated. Li Qingshan checked the 100 treasures pouch and smiled in satisfaction. Then he asked, "Why don't I see your daughter?" Yu Shuquang said in surprise, "Didn't she go to the Green Vine Mountain? How did she return?" Li Qingshan frowned. In other words, she still hasn't returned? Was the Green Vine Elder really not going to give face to the Hua family? Yu Shuquang said, "It's not like she hasn't returned. Have you seen her?" As a result, Li Qingshan told him about his meeting with Yu Zijian below the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang sighed. "Thank you for your efforts. As long as she hasn't been bullied, I don't have to worry as a father. As for whether she goes to the 100 Schools of Thought or the Green Vine Mountain, that's probably not something we can control anymore." Li Qingshan said, "I'll be going to the Green Vine Mountain again very soon to see what has happened. Just wait here for my news." He passed another empty 100 treasures pouch to Yu Shuquang. "We still need to gather food, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. Just keep an eye out and be careful not to alarm too many people." The underground demons had an endless demand for food on the surface. It was also a great method for him to control his subordinates as the leader of the demon soldiers. He obviously needed someone to help him with this. Yu Shuquang said, "That's easy. The Proud Sword Manor has already bought over a dozen large restaurants and controlled a few large grain merchants. It'll be much easier for us to do this in the future." Li Qingshan smiled. "How thoughtful of you." He had not spent so much effort on Yu Shuquang for nothing. He just happened to be in need of a subordinate who could draw inferences. He did not have the time or energy to establish his own network in the human world, but Yu Shuquang did. Otherwise, he would never have been able to establish such a large Proud Sword Manor. He passed all the silver notes on him to him. "Go ahead with this. You don't have to worry about the silver. In the future, you definitely won't just be leading people of the Jianghu." Yu Shuquang's heart skipped a beat. He smiled. "If I'm not a person of the Jianghu, am I supposed to be a Qi practitioner? With my talent, how am I supposed to be able to do that? I've reached the innate realm quite late too. It'll be impressive if I can reach the second layer." Li Qingshan's face sank. "If you're satisfied with the second layer, then ignore what I said. Second layer Qi practitioners were existences at the very bottom among Qi practitioners. Not only would a subordinate like that not be able to help him out much, but he would probably have to constantly deal with problems for him. It would be pointless then." Yu Shuquang looked into Li Qingshan's eyes. His pitch-black eyes seemed to burn with flames. The ambition and confidence hidden within them made Yu Shuquang's heart shiver slightly. Before this person, there was no need for him to feign modesty. It was the exact opposite. He needed to demonstrate sufficient ambition and confidence. Only then could he catch his eye, and this just happened to be what he was good at. "I've heard that if you practice Qi, and practice Qi again, you can break through a certain barrier and step into the world of immortals. I want to try." Only then did Li Qingshan smile. He placed a pill of spring breeze and rain into Yu Shuquang's hand. That realm is called Foundation Establishment. It means that everything has just begun. Oh, there was a hubbub of voices in the town. Streams of people mingled and brushed past one another. Qi practitioners that regular people would rarely see were everywhere. Everyone's faces were filled with anticipation and nervousness. The herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains that happened once every 10 years was about to begin. It was set to be in 3 days' time. The great adventure of the underground world was about to begin. It was filled with opportunity and danger. Some people would strike it rich overnight, while others would die nameless. Everyone hoped that they were the former, while they hoped that everyone else was the latter. They had made sufficient preparations for this. Their gazes towards one another had already become extremely cold. The tranquil tea house that was usually extremely quiet was actually filled with guests. Lu Ziyu, who brewed tea, was basically so busy that he could barely move. Qi practitioners of the 6th layer and above had already become a common sight. Only they could afford to drink such a luxurious item. The situation was basically the same for the other stores. Business was extremely good. However, only the store of miscellaneous goods remained completely deserted. When people surged over there, they would be pushed away by an invisible barrier, unable to approach it at all. Unless they held an invitation, only great chi practitioners at the 6th layer or above could directly step through the formation and enter the building under the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd. Li Qingshan had arrived extremely early. He was already seated in the VIP seats, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. Looking outside, every single compartment was shrouded in a layer of smoke, blocking any probing gazes. At this moment, Lu Rupiang walked in with a smile. Li Qingshan immediately said, "You can leave. I don't need your service." Lu Rupiang's smile stiffened, but she saw how determined Li Qingshan was, so she could only leave. She thought, if you're heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. The bamboo basket opened up slightly, revealing little Anne's clear, crystalline eyes. "Did you not let me come because you wanted to, Pa?" Li Qingshan pressed down on the bamboo basket. What does a child know? A gong resounded through the hall. Shi Pei, dressed in a purple silk gown, strode onto the stage. She first bowed in all directions, expressing her gratitude for everyone's presence. Then she introduced herself and announced the start of the auction. One item after another was auctioned. From the initial stack of low-grade spirit talismans to mid-grade spirit artifacts, the value of the items grew higher and higher, and the competition became fiercer. Li Qingshan calmly waited for the only item he wanted, the Sword Chi Scroll, to appear. The next item is the Sword Chi Scroll written by an ancient sword immortal. It can emit sword chi. Although it's only a mid-grade spirit artifact, it contains the supreme Tao of the sword. Moreover, this Sword Chi Scroll should only be a fragment. If someone can find the other fragments and put them together, it won't be as simple as a mid-grade spirit artifact. The bidding starts now. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. As the scroll of calligraphy was unfolded, Li Qingshan's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes, this was it. Although he didn't understand calligraphy, the twists and turns of the strokes contained in it were exactly the same as in the cursive sword calligraphy. After confirming one last time, he looked at little Anne. Little Anne was proficient in calligraphy and swordsmanship, so he definitely wouldn't be wrong. As little Anne nodded lightly, Li Qingshan smiled. Although the starting price of 80 spirit stones was slightly higher than a regular mid-grade spirit artifact, it was still auctioned as a mid-grade spirit artifact. The 1,000 spirit stones he had prepared should not be a problem. As Shi Pei announced the starting price, there was a brief silence in the hall. 100 spirit stones to buy a mid-grade spirit artifact was really not worth it. Apart from a very small number of people like Li Qingshan, those who could sit in the hall were all experienced and knowledgeable chi practitioners who had participated in countless auctions. They were already very immune to the so-called ancient sword immortals. There were so many ancient cultivators who didn't pass down a few things. Even if this sword chi calligraphy had really shone brilliantly in the past, it was now just a mere mid-grade spirit artifact. No one dared to hope that they could find the other parts of it. Even if they found them, how could they piece them together? This item was similar to the arts of the boundless ocean. It seemed to have great potential value, but this value was really too uncertain. Most chi practitioners pursued practicality. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Just as he was about to make his first bid, he suddenly heard an indistinct voice from a seat not far away, 200 spirit stones. The moment he made his bid, it was as if he was determined to win, directly dispelling the thoughts of many chi practitioners who wanted to make a casual bid. Shi Pei said, "All right, this fellow Taoist has made a bid of 200 spirit stones. Are there any other fellow Taoists who are willing to make a higher bid?" This sword chi calligraphy had been appraised by her, and she believed it to be a rare item. That was why she intentionally set the price a little higher than a normal mid-grade spirit artifact. If a rare item couldn't be sold for its value, then she would rather it not be auctioned and wait for another day. Li Qingshan sighed lightly. As expected, he wasn't the only one who could see the value of this item. He also made a bid. 300 spirit stones. The voice passed through the fog and immediately became distorted and indistinct. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Shi Pei took a deep look at the private room. She believed that it was Li Qingshan's room. A smile appeared on her face. It seemed that this rare item could be sold for its proper value. As expected, after a moment of silence, the guest in the other private room made another bid. for 100 spirit stones. He actually directly raised the price to 100 spirit stones. The crowd was silent at first, then became slightly noisy. 400 spirit stones was already enough to buy a slightly inferior high-grade spirit artifact. Why would someone use it to buy a mid-grade spirit artifact? Could it be that this sword chi calligraphy really had some secret? Or was it someone hired by Zagia to intentionally raise the price? Although there were many people who were tempted, no one dared to risk the spirit stones in their 100 treasures pouches. They could only silently watch the two people bidding. They were slightly surprised that the first round of bidding had already begun before the high-grade spirit artifacts appeared. Li Qingshan frowned and calmly said, 500 spirit stones. Chapter 227. Li Qingshan also heard it, but he didn't care and continued, 700 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones. Holy Hall. Li Qingshan directly said, 1,000 spirit stones. The scene fell into a momentary silence. Even for a superior grade spirit artifact, it was extremely rare for it to be worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. Could it be that the sword chi calligraphy really had such an extraordinary ability? Everyone had the same thought, but at this moment no one dared to make a bid. If they made a bid and really spent more than 1,000 spirit stones to buy this medial grade spirit artifact of unknown uses, then they really wouldn't be able to cry even if they wanted to. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If there isn't, this sword chi calligraphy belongs to this fellow Taoist. Shi Peipei's eyes turned, and her wrinkled face was full of smiles. There was no more sound from within the thick fog. It was unknown whether it was because she felt it wasn't worth it, or because she had other plans in mind. Shi Peipei said to Li Qingshan, fellow Taoist, the sword chi calligraphy is yours. A moment later, the sword chi calligraphy was delivered to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan couldn't wait to open it. The strokes on the scroll were twisted, and the sword chi was fierce. It was just that it was half the size of the cursive sword calligraphy, which was why it could be considered a medial grade spirit artifact. It seemed that when this calligraphy was separated, it wasn't equal. The problem now was, how was he going to fuse them together? Li Qingshan tried to take out the cursive sword calligraphy and stack it with the sword chi calligraphy. He shook it, but they didn't seem to have any intention of fusing, which made him slightly disappointed. But he immediately pulled himself together. His current cultivation was too low, and it was very difficult for him to control a superior grade spirit artifact. He couldn't refine a supreme grade spirit artifact at all. Otherwise, the cursive sword calligraphy wouldn't be as simple as just releasing sword chi. Only when his cultivation increased and he refined both spirit artifacts at the same time would he be able to try again. Little An watched eagerly. Li Qingshan casually passed the sword chi book to Little An. Li Qingshan glanced at the room shrouded in mist and muttered to himself, why does this person want to buy this sword chi book? Little An immediately began to study the sword chi book. He lay on the floor covered with a thick silk carpet, his left hand supporting his chin, and the fingers of his right hand forming a sword. Within an extremely small area, he moved quickly, leaving behind a series of stagnant afterimages. It looked like he was performing a sword dance, but it also looked like he was writing, but it was extremely rhythmic and beautiful. Her comprehension of the cursive sword calligraphy's sword intent had increased by another level. When he heard Li Qingshan's words, Little An tilted his head and said, perhaps he's the same as me. He suddenly stabbed out with his finger sword dozens of times, tearing through the air and stirring up a fierce wind. The wind immediately howled in the room, causing Li Qingshan's clothes to flap in the wind. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. Yes, this was the most likely reason. If they didn't obtain a part of it, no chi practitioner would be willing to risk a few hundred spirit stones. At this time there were a few soft knocks on the door. Li Qingshan opened the door, and Lu Ruping said, just now, the fellow Taoist who was bidding against you wants to see you. Li Qingshan said, all right, I also want to see him. He became more and more certain of his speculation. If he put together a piece of the sword chi book, then the cursive sword calligraphy would definitely be a supreme grade spirit artifact. If he could obtain another fragment, then what would it be? A legendary spirit artifact? Lu Ruping backed out obediently. She actually had no intentions of pestering him anymore. After leaving the room, she smiled disdainfully, but she was in no hurry to pass on the message. Instead, she turned in the direction of another room and knocked on the door. A young man opened the door. To no surprise, it was Mu Jitsong. When he saw her enter, he directly asked, "What took you so long?" Lu Ruping said coquettishly, "The customer who was bidding earlier wants to see this guy surnamed Nyo, so he's a little late. Senior brother Mu, please don't take offense." Mu Jitsong did not take this matter to heart. He turned around and said, "Senior brother Song, I never thought this bastard would actually be so rich. If he sells that demon core, he'll have 2,000 or 3,000 spiritual stones on him at the very least. Senior brother, you can say that this is a blessing in disguise." The sacred hall. The person who sat there was actually the senior brother Song of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, Song Ming, who had been tossed out of the wall by Li Qingshan in a single move. Lu Ruping helped him out. That's not all. He just spent 800 spiritual stones to buy a high-grade spiritual artifact, and he used a talisman to exchange for a few hundred spiritual stones. Originally, in the School of Miscellany, the transactions of customers were all kept a secret, or they would be severely punished. However, she had failed to curry favor with Li Qingshan, so she became resentful. Mu Jitsong just happened to come at this time to ask about Li Qingshan, so he told her to report to him immediately as soon as she saw Li Qingshan. He promised her some benefits. When Lu Ruping saw Li Qingshan step into the store of miscellaneous goods, she immediately turned around and told this to Mu Jitsong, who was in another compartment. As for Mu Jitsong, he had other plans. Song Ming sat there without moving. He glanced at Mu Jitsong and said, "You purposefully told me this information. Just what are you planning?" Mu Jitsong walked over and patted Song Ming's shoulder. "The disciples of the three mountains are like birds of a feather. Senior brother, how can I just stand by and watch you be humiliated? I just happened to come across this thief a while ago, so I wanted to kill him and get him out of here. Unfortunately, I don't think you're this bastard's opponent, so it's even more impossible for me to defeat him with my cultivation. Now that the people of your esteemed sect are nearby, there's really no better opportunity for revenge." Although he was smiling, killing intent flickered inside. "Nyo Juxia, oh Nyo Juxia. Originally we wouldn't have had to go this far, but since you're still bold enough to take Zijian away, don't blame me for being merciless. You're just a mere independent cultivator, yet you're so arrogant. Even if you don't die to my hands, you'll die somewhere else. I'll just treat it as sending you off in advance." Song Ming clenched his fists as his face paled. After the battle, he had become renowned in the three mountains. He was often mocked by others, which was basically the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. He could not swallow this no matter what. Now that he thought about how his enemy was nearby, his eyes reddened even more. And the 3,000 spiritual stones were enough to interest any Qi practitioner. No matter what Mu Jitsong's scheme was, he had to try it. In the end, he asked carefully, "Doesn't your Green Vine Mountain want a piece of the pie for something so good?" Mu Jitsong said, "Our Green Vine Mountain is the host. If we work together to kill an independent cultivator before the herb gathering ceremony, it'll probably make everyone panic and affect the progress of the ceremony. I wouldn't dare to do that even if I were bolder. However, if it's a personal grievance, then there's nothing to say. Not to mention, will senior brother Song not give me a piece of the pie?" Song Ming's expression changed. Suddenly, he snorted coldly and left the room. "Help me keep an eye on him," Mu Jitsong said. "Ruping, keep watching him. Once it's done, you'll get plenty of benefits." Lu Ruping stuck close to him and fawned over him. She said softly, "I knew that brute wouldn't be able to escape from your schemes." Mu Jitsong became impatient. He pushed her aside and made his way out. Lu Ruping stamped her foot viciously. None of these men were good. Li Qingshan had no idea about the schemes outside. The auction had broadened his horizons. He gained a rough estimate of the value of spiritual artifacts and spiritual herbs. However, his item had yet to be auctioned. He wanted to see just how much the demon core was worth. A while later, an earthen yellow demon core was placed on the stage. A 7th grade earth element demon core can be used to make earth element pills. The starting price is 1,000 spiritual stones. Shi Pei gave a series of introductions to the functions of the demon core. In the end, she announced the starting price just now. Just the starting price was even higher than regular high-grade spiritual artifacts. Not only was it rarer, but it could be used in a wider range as well. Sure Peipei looked at the few viewing boxes with the best seats at the very top. It had been extremely quiet the entire time, as if there was nothing there that could interest the people inside. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He considered whether he should make a few bids and add fuel to the fire. However, he discovered very soon that there was no need for that. Finally, the first bid was heard from the few viewing boxes at the very top. 1,200 spiritual stones. 1,500. 1,600. The price of the demon core rose rapidly. The smile on Li Qingshan's face grew wider. He hugged Little N and rubbed her radiant face. Haha, we're rich. The noisy and lively venue quietened down once again. The auction had ended, and the lights on the stage dimmed. However, Li Qingshan could still clearly see the remaining aura in the air. The enthusiastic atmosphere seemed to have not dissipated. Li Qingshan was still sitting in the viewing box. He didn't leave. He was reminiscing about the bidding war just now. Of course, it didn't have much to do with the demon core. It was a supreme-grade spirit artifact in the shape of a small bottle. The base price was 3,500 spirit stones, and the base price of each bid was 500 spirit stones. Every time the price was raised, the chi practitioners below the stage would blush and their hearts would race. However, the foundation establishment cultivators were calm and collected, bidding in a relaxed and composed manner. From the beginning to the end, whether they won or lost, there was not a trace of anger in them. There was absolutely no chi practitioner who dared to participate in such a dull bidding war. In the end, the supreme-grade spirit artifact was sold to the guest in the western room at the price of 9,500 spiritual stones. The one who won in the end even calmly said, "You let me win." Li Qingshan admitted that he didn't have this kind of demeanor. It had nothing to do with breadth of mind and bearing. It was purely due to the difference in strength. He increasingly felt that whether it was a human or a demon, only after they had passed the first heavenly tribulation could they be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. It was like a child learning how to walk and talk. They could stagger towards their goals and express themselves. Previously, chi practitioners and demon beasts were just learning how to crawl on the ground. Of course, the demon core finally met Li Qingshan's expectations. Just as Sure Peipei had expected, the Earth Attribute Demon Core was sold for more than 2,000 spiritual stones. In the end, it was sold for 2,600 spiritual stones. Chapter 228. Adding on the spirit stones he had prepared from selling the spirit talismans, Li Qingshan's spirit stones had once again reached 2,000. He was even richer than before he had bought the whale's ingestion of water. Sacred Hall. The reason why he was still sitting here was because he was waiting for the chi practitioner who wanted to buy the sword chi calligraphy. If he really did have another copy of the cursive sword calligraphy, then he would use these spirit stones to buy it from him. Footsteps came from outside the door. Li Qingshan opened the door and found Lu Ruping standing there. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Not only did you sell the Yao core for a high price, you also obtained what you wanted. Li Qingshan glanced at the empty space behind her. Where's that person? Lu Ruping said. That fellow Taoist suddenly changed his mind. I'm sorry for making you wait. If there's nothing else you want to buy, please leave. Li Qingshan was a bit surprised. Could it be that that person didn't want the sword chi calligraphy anymore? Or was his speculation wrong? That person had been sent by the School of Miscellany to raise the price. Lu Ruping's change in attitude made him even more suspicious. He said, "See you again," and brushed past Lu Ruping. Lu Ruping's back was facing him. Her lips opened and closed but no sound came out. She said, "See you again." She combed her hair and said in her heart, "But I still have to thank you." All she had done was sell Li Qingshan's appearance to the chi practitioner, and she had received 20 spiritual stones. It was rare to come across such a lucrative deal. Ever since she met this Nyo guy, she could be said to have been rolling in money. Whether it was from the School of Miscellany's rewards from his business or selling information about him to others, she had made a lot of money. However, she didn't notice that Li Qingshan had inadvertently turned around and looked at her back. His eyes flashed with a cold light. There were many people who could be vicious and merciless, but there were very few who possessed both intelligence and foresight. Qian Rongji was one, but there weren't many Qian Rongji. At the very least, she hadn't truly seen through Li Qingshan's personality. A favor of a meal must be repaid, and a grudge must be avenged. The sun shone weakly on the street, far from being able to offset the chill brought by the fierce cold wind. As long as one was a qi practitioner, they would be able to ignore this degree of temperature change, let alone Li Qingshan's demon body. However, he felt a deep chill. It wasn't because of the temperature, but because he sensed danger. This was a keen instinct that he had gained after transforming into a fiendish demon. As his cultivation increased, it became even sharper. This sharpness was no longer a so-called sixth sense. Instead, it directly benefited from the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression. Shamans were adept at using tortoise shells for divination and foreseeing the astronomical phenomena and the future. The tortoise carried the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams on its back and possessed extraordinary spirituality. As his cultivation increased, this spirituality gradually revealed itself. Although it could not foresee the future, it could still sense evil. Li Qingshan exhaled softly. He raised his head and closed his eyes. The clamor around him disappeared without a trace. A faint feeling of being watched surfaced in his heart. Not only did the person watching over him possess extraordinary cultivation, but they were also extremely skilled at concealing their presence. Even if he did not pay close attention, he would struggle to discover them. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. He did not hide in the safe town. Instead, he made his way out of the town. Danger would not disappear with time. He could only face it bravely. He stepped out of the town and the ground sank slightly, forming a circular pit. It was like he had stepped on a trampoline. Li Qingshan shot over 100 paces away. His large figure charged towards the pure white snowy mountains with unbelievable speed. He turned around a mountain pass and vanished. The forest rushed towards him before retreating quickly. He dodged them all nimbly. If he really could not dodge them, he would directly smash through them. However, he refused to stop at all. He did not even use the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression to hide his presence. 1,000 paces away, a masked man in black stopped hiding and pursued him. Li Qingshan glanced backwards and his eyes narrowed slightly. An 8th layer Qi practitioner. However, that was not any danger at all. It should not have given him such a great sense of danger. Was that all? He did not stop at all. Instead, he pushed himself forward with all his might. His body leaned forward and his hands would touch the ground from time to time. He was like a vicious black tiger, running through the mountains and forests, assuming the form of the tiger demon. The sacred hall the masked man cursed inside. He was determined to obtain the sword Qi calligraphy, but he never thought someone would interfere. Originally, he wanted to meet with Li Qingshan and take the sword Qi calligraphy back no matter what. However, upon further thought, if he bought it, he would have to spend over 1,000 spiritual stones at the very least. That was basically cutting off his flesh. As a result, he became interested in killing and stealing. In order to avoid alerting Li Qingshan, he went as far as to spend 20 spiritual stones to buy information on Li Qingshan from Lu Ruping. However, he did not expect that kid to be so vigilant. As soon as he left the market, he ran with all his might. His speed was surprisingly fast. However, he sneered inside. If you hide in the town, I won't be bold enough to touch you. But if you run out, you'll just be digging your own grave. It won't be that easy to shake him off. He used his movement technique and true Qi revolved around him, shooting towards Li Qingshan like a black arrow. In a snow-covered valley, the surrounding trees were all withered. Like a black spear, it pierced straight into the sky. Li Qingshan seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He stood knee-deep in the snow. His body naturally emitted spiritual energy. Any Qi practitioner could tell that he was in the 4th layer of Qi practitioner, and he was very tired. Why aren't you running anymore? After a short pause, a cold and proud voice came from behind him. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. All he saw was a masked man in black walking through the snow, emerging from the jungle. He did not leave behind a footprint in the thick snow as he stared at him coldly. Although he had pursued him for several dozen kilometers, His true qi had basically not been depleted at all. Li Qingshan turned around and asked in shock, "Why are you chasing me?" The masked man said, "Hand over the sword qi calligraphy." Li Qingshan frowned. "I don't know what the sword qi calligraphy is. Information about his identity should be kept a secret." The first person he suspected was Lu Ruping. He did not know if it was the rules of the School of Miscellany, but he had become her exclusive guest. She was the one who took care of everything in the store. However, he did not dare to be completely sure. But what if it was really that woman? He did not care about being schemed against. He was not that broad-minded. The masked man said sternly, "You still dare to lie to me. If I say it's you, then it's you." As he spoke, a black cone-shaped stream of air formed in front of him and shot towards Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan dodged in a sorry state and fell into the snow. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, it's me. I'll give it to you." The masked man laughed. "At least you know what's good for you." Li Qingshan reluctantly took out the sword qi calligraphy and asked, "Tell me, who told you that I bought the sword qi calligraphy? Was it that woman who passed the message?" The masked man casually grunted and looked at the sword qi calligraphy with excitement. He did not know if he had thought of the same thing as Li Qingshan when he obtained the sword qi calligraphy. Li Qingshan said hatefully, "I won't let her go." The masked man thought to himself, "Why would I let you go?" He changed the topic also, "Hand over your 100 treasures pouch." Li Qingshan shouted, "Don't even think about it." The masked man said, "Then I'll take it myself." He patted his waist and a shining small sword flew out, heading straight for Li Qingshan's head. He was a bit careless. The flying sword of an 8th layer qi practitioner could deal with a 4th layer qi practitioner as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The reason why he said so much was just to be cautious. He wanted to test if Li Qingshan had a powerful master to back him up, so he did not offend someone he could not afford to offend. After testing and confirming that Li Qingshan was indeed a normal loose cultivator, he did not hesitate to kill him. A ray of light reflected off the sunlight and dazzled the masked man's eyes, turning into a rainbow. It only took an instant. The sound of metal clashing and sparks flew everywhere. The flying sword spun and flew high into the sky. A black cloud shrouded the masked man's head. He raised his head in surprise and saw a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. Then he saw a blade, a long blade made of ice. In a daze he seemed to see a huge black tiger pouncing towards him with an ice crystal blade in its mouth. Heaven and earth were filled with killing intent. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan threw himself onto the snowy ground and quietly held the whale's ingestion of water in his hand. The ice blade formed, and the moment the flying sword was about to hit him, he swung the blade upwards and sent the flying sword flying. Without any hesitation, he threw himself forward and exerted strength in his limbs. He was like a tiger pouncing on its prey, pouncing towards the masked man. This kid hid his strength. The black-clothed masked man was worthy of being an 8th layer qi practitioner. In an instant, he broke free from the restraints of the killing intent. As this thought flashed through his mind, he crossed his hands several times, then raised them up. Raising fire to burn the heavens, a black energy howled and spiraled out. The blade and the black energy collided fiercely, giving off an ear-piercing sound. It was like a chainsaw cutting through metal. Ice shards flew everywhere. Li Qingshan let out a wild roar and poured all of his Gui water energy into the blade. He did not hold back at all. He gathered all of his essence, qi, and spirit into the blade and chopped down with all his might. It was like a volcano that had been suppressed for 1,000 years had finally erupted. An extremely comfortable feeling welled up in his heart. Regardless of the outcome of this strike, he already felt extremely carefree. The ice crystal blade was also extremely carefree. It broke through the black energy vortex. The masked man turned pale with fright. This was definitely not the strength a 4th layer qi practitioner should have. The blade cut through the protective energy, giving off a sharp whistling sound. A stream of blood splattered onto the pure white snowy ground. Following that, a strong wind swept away the snow within a radius of several feet, revealing the black frozen ground below. On the frozen ground there was a deep blade mark. Li Qingshan held the blade and stood upright. He gently touched the frozen blood on the blade and raised his head to look at the top of the forest. The masked man covered the wound on his chest and looked down. Their eyes met. It was like an invisible blade and sword clashing in the air, fiercely colliding countless times. Chapter 229. A startling sword. The black-clothed masked man formed a sword seal. His eyes were filled with cold fury, and he no longer dared to be careless. Although he had taken advantage of his carelessness, he definitely could not face an enemy who could injure him in one strike with the same attitude as a fourth-layer chi practitioner. However, he was not worried. If he wanted to use a close-range weapon to fight against a flying sword, it would only be possible if he had an overwhelming advantage. Otherwise, he would definitely be slaughtered. Li Qingshan also knew this. He shook the whale's ingestion of water, and the ice saber suddenly turned into an ice shield. With a series of clanging sounds, the flying sword changed directions dozens of times and hit the ice shield dozens of times. Not only did it not break the ice shield, but it also froze over, and its speed became slightly slower. The flying sword shook once again, and its speed recovered. It continuously searched for Li Qingshan's weakness like a snake or a bird. However, the whale's ingestion of water was filled with ice condensate water, and the ice shield it formed was half a foot thick. It covered most of Li Qingshan's body. Although the flying sword was extremely agile, it could not break through it in a short period of time. A high-grade spirit weapon. The black-clothed masked man's eyes became even colder and brighter. According to that woman, even the beast core was sold by him. This was actually a blessing in disguise. Killing this person would definitely reap great rewards. He took out a scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and unfurled it. The strokes on the scroll were twisted, and there was sword chi. It was another cursive sword calligraphy. Li Qingshan's hair stood on end. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart, as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Dozens of sword chi cut through the raging wind, pierced through the drifting snow, and flew toward Li Qingshan. Vertical was the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Li Qingshan's eyes, and pierced deeply into the ice shield. Horizontal was the slowest, but it was majestic and contained power. It seemed to be able to cut through all life, and it left a deep mark on the ice shield, causing ice shards to fly everywhere. Skimming and suppressing drew a deadly arc as they circled around Li Qingshan's back, and went straight for his unprotected back at almost the same time. But the most subtle and fatal one was a hook. It suddenly hooked into the sky, then hooked into the earth. There was no way to predict its trajectory. It suddenly hooked into the black frozen earth. Li Qingshan felt a cold murderous aura seeping out from the soles of his feet, trying to hook his life and soul. The flying sword did not stop at all. It kept searching for Li Qingshan's flaws. Li Qingshan let out a growl. The whale's ingestion of water spat out all of the ice condensate water, forming a ball of ice around him. It also formed the shape of the spirit turtle's profound shell, piercing, smashing, slicing, and ripping. The ball of ice that was supposed to be tougher than steel was like a fragile soap bubble under the assault of the sword chi. It produced a series of cracking sounds, and cracks immediately covered the entire ball of ice. Li Qingshan was amazed. This was the first time he had witnessed the true power of the cursive sword calligraphy in the hands of someone else. The true chi of an 8th-layer chi practitioner granted the cursive sword calligraphy absolute destructive and lethal power. If Li Qingshan had not used ice condensate water but regular spring water or even spiritual water, he definitely would not have been able to block the attack. But at a closer glance, the cursive sword calligraphy in the masked man's hand paled in comparison to his own, both in terms of size and glow. It was only equivalent to a high-grade spiritual artifact. The masked man was slightly surprised. Who knew how many chi practitioners stronger than him he had killed with this sword calligraphy? Yet it actually failed to breach the defenses of a puny chi practitioner today. The flying sword hovered in the air quietly. The masked man said, "Where did you get that high-grade spiritual artifact in your hand from? It can actually block my sword chi? No wonder you're so determined to obtain the sword chi calligraphy. So you really do have another fragment. It won't be so easy to kill me now." Li Qingshan shook the whale's ingestion of water, and the ball of ice once again transformed into an ice blade. There were no cracks on it, but it had consumed a lot of his true chi. He took out a spirit stone to recover his true chi. The masked man suddenly laughed loudly. Li Qingshan said. What are you laughing at? The masked man said. The more good things you have, the happier I will be. Because these things will all belong to me in the end. Li Qingshan said, Is that so? Then it looks like I have to laugh too. The masked man narrowed his eyes. You've seen my moves just now. Do you still think you can escape death? Your arrogance is indeed not bad. Even I was almost fooled by you. But little tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength. He touched the terrible wound on his chest. Under the effect of his true qi, it had already begun to heal. It wouldn't be long before it would be as good as new. The reason why he had stopped to talk to Li Qingshan was largely because he wanted to use this opportunity to recover from his injuries. He wanted to use his zhenqi to expel the cold air from his body. His injuries were basically healed, so he didn't waste any more words. He pointed at Li Qingshan. Go. The flying sword shot towards him. Li Qingshan also used the spirit stone to recover his true qi. He didn't transform into his demon form. He couldn't release his demon aura here. The surrounding desolate mountains could be hiding many qi practitioners preparing to participate in the herb gathering ceremony. There might be spying eyes on the distant peaks of the snowy mountains. They were here to kill demons. Once they felt the demonic aura, even Foundation establishment cultivators might be alerted. He couldn't take this risk. A normal 4th-layer qi practitioner obviously couldn't defeat an 8th-layer qi practitioner. But he wasn't just a normal 4th-layer qi practitioner. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. With a thud, the flying sword stabbed into the shield. Li Qingshan took out the low-grade spirit shield that he hadn't used for a long time and turned it into the size of a table in front of him. In his other hand, he used the whale's ingestion of water to suck in all the ice and water. He pointed it at the black-clothed masked man on the treetop. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless icicles shot out. The black-clothed masked man didn't care. He waved his sleeves, and a strange air current appeared dozens of feet in front of him. Although it wasn't very strong, with a light flick, all the icicles were deflected. Clang, clang, clang. The icicles shot into the dense forest. The treetop trembled and snow fell. There was a huge sound. It was as if a group of invisible elephants had charged into the forest. The towering trees toppled one after another. The icicles shot into the tree trunks and exploded with a cold air current that froze the tree trunks. The impact directly snapped many of the giant trees in half. It could be seen that the power of this move wasn't weak. If it was used to deal with a 6th-layer qi practitioner, it would be a terrifying killing move. However, it was far from enough to deal with an 8th-layer qi practitioner. Every time a meridian was opened, the true qi would multiply. This black-clothed masked man didn't just have powerful true qi, he also had exquisite techniques. The black-clothed masked man seemed to be a bit impatient. However, he only controlled the flying sword to attack. He wasn't willing to take a step closer to Li Qingshan. Instead, he was constantly on guard against him. He had a deep understanding of the terror of body refiners. He definitely wouldn't give him any chance to attack. He focused all his attention on the flying sword. The flying sword's speed became faster and faster. The sword's body was long gone. Only countless sword lights could be seen. They interweaved around Li Qingshan, forming a sword net. A series of ringing sounds rang out. Li Qingshan brandished the shield to defend himself. Every time the sword light streaked past, it would leave a deep cut on the shield. In the blink of an eye, the shield was covered in scars. The spiritual qi around it had dimmed to the extreme. It was already on the verge of collapse. Li Qingshan stood in place, unable to move. He knew very well that if he moved, he would reveal an opening, giving the flying sword an opportunity to attack. Moreover, even if he could get close and engage in close combat, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage over an 8th-layer qi practitioner. But if he didn't move, wouldn't it be even more impossible for him to win? He was like a wild beast crawling in the grass, silently waiting for an opportunity to appear. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he did, he would definitely kill. However, the sword net pressed closer and closer. The longer he waited, the smaller the chance he had. He decided that if there wasn't an opportunity, he would create one himself. He suddenly raised the shield in his hand and knocked the flying sword back several meters. However, this move also left his chest wide open. A hint of ridicule appeared in the black-clothed masked man's eyes. The flying sword shot out at an even faster speed. With a whoosh, the cursive sword calligraphy unfurled and blocked in front of Li Qingshan's chest. Dozens of sharp sword chi rushed out. The flying sword collided with a vertical one, and was immediately sent flying by a horizontal one. It was completely unable to block this wave of sword chi. The black-clothed masked man's heart trembled. He looked at the sword chi book that was even bigger than his own and revealed a look of shock. Then he really wanted to laugh out loud. I didn't think that the reason why this brat is willing to spend so much money to buy the sword chi book is because he has another fragment. If it was an ordinary 8th layer chi practitioner, their life would probably be in danger when faced with this sudden wave of sword chi. However, it was nothing to him. He shook the sword calligraphy in his hand again. His true chi was many times denser than Li Qingshan's, so he could use the sword calligraphy much more freely. He didn't have to worry about using it once and exhausting all his true chi. The two waves of sword chi collided in the air, but they didn't clash fiercely or cancel each other out. Instead, they directly fused into one, condensing into an ink-like black liquid that changed its shape in an instant. Both Li Qingshan and the black-clothed masked man revealed looks of ecstasy. This scene proved that the two styles of calligraphy were made by the same hand, and that there was a possibility of them fusing together. However, this scene only lasted for an instant. The black liquid stretched to its limit, as if the pressure inside it had gone out of control. It exploded once again and turned into an indiscriminate wave of sword chi that spread out in all directions. Both of their expressions changed. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Before the sword chi had even been released, the momentum of the sword was already like an avalanche and a tsunami, covering the sky and earth. This kind of power had already surpassed a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. The black-clothed masked man shot into the sky like a black arrow. Li Qingshan didn't have time to dodge, so he knelt down on one knee and held the shield in his left hand and the whale's ingestion of water in his right hand. In front of him, they formed an extremely narrow and 7-foot-thick ice block. The sword wheel flashed, and all the ice and snow within a radius of 100 feet disappeared. The black-clothed masked man looked down from the sky and saw a black circle on the white ground. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was inexplicably excited. If he could control this kind of power, which chi practitioner would be able to oppose him? With a bang, only half of the round shield in Li Qingshan's hand remained. The spiritual chi on it had completely disappeared, and it was completely destroyed. As for the ice block in front of him, it was as easy as cutting a piece of paper. Li Qingshan was also shocked. If this sword chi hadn't scattered in all directions at will, but had been slightly controlled by someone, he would be a dead man now. Even if he transformed into a demon, he would still be severely injured. Even so, it was equivalent to him destroying an upper-grade spiritual artifact and a lower-grade spiritual artifact to barely block this sword chi. Fortunately, the whale's ingestion of water was made of water and could repair itself. Otherwise, it would have been a great loss. He raised his head and looked at the black-clothed masked man in the sky. His eyes were cold, and the bamboo basket behind him had already disappeared. The black-clothed masked man looked at the bamboo basket that was flying towards him. He was shocked and didn't know what kind of move this was, but he didn't dare to be careless. He separated his hands and a black force soared into the sky, tearing the bamboo basket into pieces. A cold light flashed like a meteor falling from the sky, tearing the force. Before the sword arrived, the sword chi seemed to have already passed through his body. The black-clothed masked man's eyes widened, and his body slightly stiffened. Not only was he shocked by the sword will, but he was also shocked and terrified. This sword will was clearly the same as the one in the sword writings. Could it be that there was really someone talented enough to understand the sword will? What was even more unbelievable was that the person holding the sword was actually a child who wasn't even 10 years old. Li Qingshan was shocked. When did this girl's swordsmanship reach such a level? Even from such a distance he could feel the horror of the sword will. He couldn't help but think if this sword was aimed at him, how would he deal with it? However, he couldn't come up with a suitable answer. Of course, he was originally a combat type. In a real life and death battle he could only stimulate his full potential. And the huge crisis of life and death made the black-clothed masked man instantly come to his senses. He wanted to dodge but found that it was impossible to do so. This didn't mean that it was impossible to borrow strength from the air. An 8th layer Qi practitioner could casually release a wave of true Qi and fly over 30 meters. Little Anne held the sword in her hand, the tip pointing straight at the black-clothed masked man. The tip of the sword was not straight, and it constantly trembled slightly. Li Qingshan felt that it was extremely familiar. He suddenly remembered that in the box of the sundry goods store, Little Anne had been lying on the ground, and her small hand had been constantly drawing in the air. It turned out that after obtaining the sword Qi writings, Little Anne had already completed a portion of the cursive sword writing Sword Will. And when Li Qingshan had been fighting with the black-clothed masked man, although she had been hiding in the bamboo basket, it hadn't affected her observation of the outside world at all. With a single glance, she could clearly see the strokes on the cursive sword writings in the black-clothed masked man's hands, and she could even feel the sword Qi it released up close. For ordinary people, this was just something that happened in the blink of an eye, and they wouldn't care at all. But for her, this brief glimpse was enough. In the world of geniuses, one only needed to comprehend. The 3 cursive sword writings overlapped in her mind, forming this sword. She had already obtained a trace of that ancient sword Immortal's Sword Will. Like a comet striking the moon in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, there was no time for the flying sword to save him, and there was no time for the talisman to be taken out. The black-clothed masked man frantically stretched out his hand, releasing all the true Qi in his body. A black energy swirled out like a tornado. Just like in the box, the tip of the sword suddenly stopped trembling, and all the strokes converged into a single point. Little Anne and the black-clothed masked man brushed past each other, and both of them fell from the sky. Li Qingshan hurriedly rushed forward and caught Little Anne in his arms. She was sweating profusely, and the smell of sandalwood was growing stronger. Her eyes were dim, but they were still clear. She was just exhausted. The black-clothed masked man did a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. He pointed at Li Qingshan and then at Little Anne. "You." Just as he said one word, an arrow of blood spurted out of his throat, and he flew to Li Qingshan. He trembled a few times and then collapsed. With a loud rumble, hundreds of giant trees slowly tilted and fell to the ground. The sound echoed through the valley like thunder. At the same time, the hidden blade in Little Anne's hand turned to dust, and was blown away by the wind. The power of that one sword strike was not something a low-grade spiritual artifact could endure. At the same time, it had exhausted all of her energy. The effect was to instantly kill an 8th layer Qi practitioner. Little Anne stared at Li Qingshan and raised her chin. "I'll keep my word." Li Qingshan rubbed her nose. "All right then, I guess you're right." The flying sword fell from the sky like a dead snake. It was swept up by true energy, and fell into Li Qingshan's hand. At the same time, he picked up the 100 treasures pouch and the remnant of the cursive sword calligraphy. Little Anne released a wisp of fire from her fingertip, and it drilled into the corpse, destroying all traces of it. Her body instantly recovered. Li Qingshan said, "Someone will be here soon. We can't stay here for long. Let's go." He had killed a powerful enemy without transforming, and obtained the spirit artifact that he had yearned for even in his dreams. However, for some reason, that sense of danger did not dissipate. It was still hanging over his head like a dark cloud, so he chose to leave immediately. The two of them vanished into the messy valley. A while later, a group of Qi practitioners arrived. They stared at the surroundings in shock and looked at one another. Just now, were there Foundation establishment cultivators fighting here? Only the leading Qi practitioner frowned slightly. He was young, and his face was as smooth as jade. He was a 9th layer Qi practitioner. Although practicing Qi could slow down aging, it was clear that he was not old. He could be regarded as a genius no matter where he was at an age like that. He asked indifferently, "Songming, are you sure it's this direction?" He wore the same uniform of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain as Songming, except there were 3 multicolored plumes embroidered on his chest, one more than Songming. All the other Qi practitioners gathered around him. Not a single one of them was not a disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Songming went up in a hurry and said politely, "Yes, first senior brother. Many people have personally witnessed it. Can't be wrong." The first senior brother said, "Then where is he right now?" His voice was still as calm as ever, but it originated from his absolute confidence in his strength. Song Ming hesitated. He's definitely nearby. Before the first senior brother could say anything, another Qi practitioner beside him said, Junior brother Song, the herb gathering ceremony is about to begin. How do we have the time to look for him with you? If you want us to avenge you, you better be a little smarter. Song Ming became furious, but he did not dare to lose his temper, as the person who spoke was also a core disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he was at the 7th layer. The first senior brother raised his hand, and all the voices quietened down. Bullying Song Ming is bullying all the disciples of our Pheasant's Grace Mountain. As the first senior brother, I can't just stand up for you. I can't not get my revenge. P.S. For the sake of me not forgetting about my work when I'm entertaining, give me a few monthly tickets, brothers. When other people come back to rest, sleep or watch TV, I'm working hard to write. Chapter 230. The Truth-Seeking Society. First senior brother is benevolent and righteous. No wonder he's been selected as the future sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Our Pheasant's Grace Mountain will definitely become the leader of the 3 mountains. What leader of the 3 mountains? With first senior brother's talent, condensing a golden core and making the Pheasant's Grace Mountain a medium-sized sect will be a piece of cake. Song Ming also said in a hurry, Thank you, first senior brother. However, he understood very well that if it were not for the several thousand spiritual stones worth of 100 treasures pouches, why would the arrogant first senior brother be so loyal? He would not even have time for cultivation. The snow began to fall again. The spring water gurgled, gurgling under the frozen snow, which was why it was known as a quiet spring. Surrounded by the snowy mountains, there was a small valley with many exquisite thatched cottages. It looked like a paradise. A few Qi practitioners in loose clothes walked around the valley, chatting and drinking with each other in a carefree manner. It was a happy scene. All of a sudden, everyone turned around and saw a tall figure walking out of the forest. His steps were heavy and majestic, and he didn't have the slightest elegance of a Qi practitioner. Instead, he was like a ferocious beast that had walked out of the forest. Who are you? This is the base of the Truth-Seeking Society. Li Qingshan said loudly, I've come to find Han Xiong. His voice boomed through the entire valley. Han Xiong emerged from a hut. As soon as he saw Li Qingshan, he beamed with joy. Fellow Niu, you finally come. Li Qingshan nodded. I've come to take a look. Han Xiong introduced him to the Qi practitioners in a hurry. When everyone heard that he was the renowned Niu Wuxia, they all praised him. They looked at one another and smiled. Afterwards, they led Li Qingshan into the largest hut. The hut had a wooden floor. Everyone sat on the ground, with a charcoal fire at the center. Food and alcohol were currently being cooked. The fragrance filled the entire room. Even Li Qingshan's nerves eased up slightly when he found a place like this in the snowy weather. Han Xiong said, Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. I will invite our president over. A while later, even more Qi practitioners surged in. There were around 20 of them now. The Qi practitioners conversed with Li Qingshan all at once. They were all very enthusiastic. 2 female cultivators even served him a bowl of hot alcohol and a bowl of meat soup. Li Qingshan sniffed and praised, Good wine. He drank the wine and ate the meat, but did not say anything else. Seeing that he didn't want to talk much, the Qi practitioners didn't force him either. They started chatting among themselves, mostly about the herb gathering ceremony. As it turned out, they were planning to form a small team and enter the underground together. However, their eyes never left Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, however, seemed to be unaware of anything. He sat like a stone statue in front of the stove, allowing the flickering flames to reflect his figure on the wall. After a while, Han Xiong returned with an old man. The old man was as skinny as a monkey, wearing a loose Taoist robe that looked like it was stolen. Han Xiong had to bend over to speak into his ear. However, the group of wandering cultivators seemed to be very respectful towards him. When they saw him, they all called out, President! Li Qingshan looked back as well. A 7th-layer Qi practitioner. Among this group of independent cultivators, he could be regarded as a rare expert. Apart from the old man, there were 2 6th-layer Qi practitioners as well. The three of them seemed to be the leaders of the group. Han Xiong hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Niu, this is the president of our truth-seeking society, Priest Qiu." Seeing that Li Qingshan had no intention of coming over to greet him, Han Xiong's expression became slightly awkward. Gulp gulp. Li Qingshan lowered his head and drank his wine. No one knew what he was thinking. Priest Qiu turned his hand and closed the door. The howling wind and snow outside the hut instantly quieted down. The hut became a closed world. Then he chuckled and said, "This must be fellow Taoist Niu. This humble Taoist greets you." He was not angry at Li Qingshan's rudeness at all. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. "Hello, Priest Qiu." Priest Qiu said, "It's our honor to have fellow Taoists visit our truth-seeking society. Today, our truth-seeking society is also full of virtuous people. I don't think we'll disappoint fellow Taoist." Li Qingshan said, "I'm just taking a look." Priest Qiu also sat down by the stove. It's fine to take a look. I'll tell you about the truth-seeking society's purpose, the so-called seeking truth." He spoke eloquently and gave an impassioned speech. He talked about how they were all brothers and sisters, how evil the sects were and how they wanted to bully their brothers and sisters, and how they should unite and so on. When this wretched-looking old man started speaking, he seemed to be shrouded in a halo. He was extraordinarily charming, and his words were filled with provocation. The wandering cultivators all raised their heads and listened excitedly. Li Qingshan was a person with a heart of steel. He would not be moved so easily. He just felt that this scene was a little familiar. Priest Qiu suddenly stopped speaking and said to Li Qingshan, "Fellow Taoist Niu, don't you think this makes sense?" Instantly, more than 20 pairs of eyes stared at Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan said, "Is this the reason?" Everyone looked delighted. Priest Qiu continued, "I've cultivated for 100 years and observed the path of cultivation. The biggest problem is that people are selfish. They cherish their techniques and only impart them to their disciples. As a result, many talented people are unknown in the wilderness, and many good techniques are lost." The wandering cultivators nodded. They were such talented people, but they all became wandering cultivators because they did not receive the inheritance. If we can break the prejudice of the sects and families and exchange our techniques and knowledge throughout the cultivation world, so that every senior can be the teacher of the younger generation, how can the cultivation world not prosper? There will also be less fighting and killing. In less than 100 years, the number and quality of cultivators will increase by 100 times. How hard will it be to kill all the demons in the world? This grand blueprint made all the itinerant cultivators very excited. Li Qingshan was also slightly surprised. He had thought that this was just an alliance of the wandering cultivators. He did not expect them to have such a grand goal. Moreover, it was a dream. If they could realize it, they would not be far from the great harmony of the world. Priest Qiu said solemnly, "Of course it will not be easy, but as long as we work hard, there will be hope. The truth-seeking society is the hope of the world's cultivation." Then it was time for the wandering cultivators to communicate. A man stood up and said, "I was originally at the second stage of Qi training. Ever since I joined the truth-seeking society and communicated with fellow Taoists, I have benefited a lot. I recently broke through and reached the third stage of Qi training." There was a round of cheers. The other cultivators also stood up and spoke. After each person finished speaking, there was a round of cheers. The house was immersed in the enthusiastic atmosphere. Finally, it was Li Qingshan's turn. Li Qingshan shook his head, indicating that he had nothing to say. The wandering cultivators did not let it go. They urged him in unison, "Speak, speak, speak, speak." Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Priest Qiu raised his hand and the urging stopped immediately. Since fellow Taoist Niu is unwilling to speak, I will say a few words. Whether it is for the development of the cultivation community as a whole or for an individual to improve, the most important thing is to break this selfishness. Priest Qiu extended a fist towards Li Qingshan and then loosened it. Open your fist and you will be able to hold more things. If you can show kindness to others, they will reciprocate. The most basic saying is, you can only gain if you give up. Priest Qiu clapped his hands. Now it is time to share. Everyone take out your things. Fellow Niu, if you need anything, just say the word. The wandering cultivators followed the previous order, and took out the things in their 100 treasures pouches to share. It was either spirit herbs or spirit pellets. When it was a female wandering cultivator's turn, she suddenly took off her clothes and revealed her firm chest. She wanted to share her body. If anyone needed it, they could go to her room to find her. This made Li Qingshan dumbfounded. The female cultivator saw Li Qingshan's expression and said proudly, "We are all brothers and sisters. In this lonely world we should comfort each other. My body can satisfy everyone and I can also obtain happiness. Why not?" After winning the praise of the crowd, she puffed her chest even higher. It was as if there was a more noble spirit that replaced the vulgar concept of chastity. It made her whole person sublimate like a saint. Li Qingshan grinned and did not say anything. He only felt that the things he saw today were really strange. The entire sharing process was carried out in an extremely harmonious atmosphere. There were no arguments, no quarrels, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Sometimes, when 2 or 3 Qi practitioners valued the same thing, they would immediately give it to each other. Even blood brothers would not be so friendly. In both of Li Qingshan's lives, he had never seen so many friendly, humble, and kind people. Everyone's faces were brimming with happiness. In this lonely cultivation world, it was simply too good to be able to be so kind and warm to each other. Finally, it was Li Qingshan's turn. Li Qingshan, who had been silent since the beginning, said again, "I have nothing to share." As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on this warmth and happiness, everyone's expression changed. More than 20 pairs of eyes stared coldly at him. Priest Cho said, "Don't forget what I said. You can only gain by giving up. Only when you give your heart to someone else will they give their heart to you." Han Xiong said, "Fellow Niu, didn't you buy the Gui water condensing Qi method and the Book of All? There is no loss in sharing them, right?" The eyes of all the itinerant cultivators lit up. The Gui water condensing Qi method was a holy item for itinerant cultivators who cultivated Gui water true Qi, and the Book of All could be said to be commonly needed by all itinerant cultivators. However, these 2 books were too expensive. Generally, no itinerant cultivator could afford them. Li Qingshan shook his head firmly. "I don't want to share them." He had spent 200 spirit stones to buy these 2 books. There was no reason to give them to others for free. If all the books in the world could be shared like this, then Sun Fubai's shop would have long been closed. He did not mind exchanging them, but the things that the itinerant cultivators took out were not very valuable. None of them caught his eye. At most, they were worth a few spirit stones. This was probably not because they were deliberately hiding things, but because they were poor to begin with. Chapter 231. It was understandable that the weak wanted to team up, but the strong would never want to be on equal footing with the weak. At least, Li Qingshan did not want to be on equal footing with the weak. His lonely and arrogant heart did not need too much warmth from strangers. Little and alone was enough for his family. The expressions of the wandering cultivators all changed. Just now, the female cultivator who wanted to share her body cursed in a low voice, "Selfish." All the wandering cultivators followed suit. "Selfish. Selfish. Selfish." The sound waves surged like the tide, surrounding Li Qingshan. In the rising flames, the shadows on the wall twisted like evil spirits about to pounce on people. Li Qingshan picked up the iron rod and poked at the fire. He asked, "Did you add something to the fire?" Priest Cho was slightly shocked. "I don't know what you're talking about," Li Qingshan said. "Your voice is also very unique. It reminds me of some old things. The buildings in Jiaping City, the singing, the dancing, and the incense. After that experience, if he fell for it a second time, he would be an idiot." Priest Cho lowered his head. "Join our truth-seeking society, and I can make you vice president." The 2 6th-layer Qi practitioners wanted to say something, but Priest Cho stopped them with a look. "Oh," Li Qingshan smiled. "I can join, but I want to ask, during the herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains, will you also go underground?" Priest Cho smiled. "I'm already too old." St. Hall. Han Xiong said, "The president is our father, the hope of the cultivation world. How can he go to such a dangerous place? We will find the spirit herbs and bring them back to share." He was originally a smart and capable person, but at this moment there was a kind of fanaticism in his eyes. What he said was met with agreement. Li Qingshan's heart was like a mirror. The strongest did not go underground, but waited for the weak to take the risk to gather the herbs and bring them back to the strong. How was this a relationship between father and son? It was clearly a relationship between master and slave. Priest Qiu used the truth-seeking society to enslave all the rogue cultivators here. What was even more terrifying was that these rogue cultivators were willing to do it. They were like fanatical believers who had been completely brainwashed. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Under the gaze of the Qi practitioners, Li Qingshan shook his head and said, "You and I are not on the same path." Priest Qiu said sinisterly, "Selfish people don't have the right to live in this world." The killing intent condensed to the point that it was almost tangible. The flame dimmed bit by bit and was finally extinguished. Among the 20-odd Qi practitioners there were strong ones and weak ones. However, it really was just as they said, they were siblings. Their true energies tangled about, all of it gathering on their father Daoist Qiu's body. Daoist Qiu's true energy continued to climb, easily breaking through the 8th level to the 9th, then the 10th. The terrifying true energy surpassed Li Qingshan's understanding of Qi practitioners, and it came crashing down on him like a tsunami. Holy Church, this seemed to be some kind of mystical joint attack technique. No wonder they dared to oppress Li Qingshan even though they knew that he could defeat a 6th-level Qi practitioner in one move. Li Qingshan felt like he was a straw hut by the seaside that was about to be crushed by the tsunami. He rubbed his forehead. Was this how it felt? Priest Qiu said, "Look at how strong I am. If you continue to be stubborn and refuse to let go of your selfishness, only death awaits you. Open your heart and join us. Become one with the big family, and you will receive the big family's protection." As he said this, the 20-odd rogue cultivators also spoke in unison. Their thunderous voices rolled in the small hut, as if they wanted to crush all dissidents. The walls of the hut were flashing with runes in some kind of formation. It was like an iron fortress. Li Qingshan felt like he was trapped in a cage with a monster. Li Qingshan propped himself up and knelt on one knee. He held the whale's ingestion of water in his hand and shook his head. "Is that all? Kill!" Priest Qiu roared. The Qi practitioners pounced forward as if they had gone mad. Spells, spirit talismans, spirit tools, and all kinds of colorful lights rushed toward Li Qingshan. Boom, 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 boom. Sparks and lightning shot everywhere. The violent air currents blew the extinguished ashes high into the air. By the time the dust had dispersed, an ice ball had formed where Li Qingshan was. Li Qingshan curled up, hiding in the ball. He was completely unscathed. Priest Qiu raised his hand, and the surging true qi condensed into a huge hand that grabbed the ice crystal ball. Crack, crack. The ice crystal ball was covered in cracks. Even the profound ice formed by the ice condensate water could not withstand the terrifying power of over 20 qi practitioners. The ice crystal ball shattered, and the true qi hand grabbed Li Qingshan and pressed him to the ground. Li Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood and asked, "You didn't plan to let me go from the beginning, did you? Originally, I wanted to control you so that I could use your power while taking your things. I never thought you'd actually be so insensible. Do you have anything else you want to say now?" Priest Qiu walked over and looked at the immobilized Li Qingshan. He was complacent like a victor. Li Qingshan said indifferently, "Is that all you've got?" Priest Qiu said angrily, "Die." In the snow forest beside the valley, Little An squatted unhappily and used a branch to draw on the snow. Because she did not have a bamboo basket, Li Qingshan told her to wait here. However, ever since Li Qingshan entered the small house, all sounds and auras had been cut off. This made her feel slightly uneasy. Suddenly, this feeling of uneasiness grew stronger for no reason at all. Little An suddenly stood up and stared at the small house in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, she was about to walk towards the small house. However, she suddenly seemed to sense something and shrank back. She sharply observed her surroundings, and 2 prayer beads fell from her wide sleeves. They rolled and turned into 2 tiny skulls. One flew into the sky and the other flew close to the ground. Fiery light flickered in her eyes, and her vision instantly became extremely wide. She could see the entire valley, and she could see every blade of grass and tree on the ground in great detail. Great beauty and white bones seeing through illusions. She immediately saw a dozen or so qi practitioners stealthily approaching from all directions. They had all used high-grade concealment arts, and their figures were almost transparent. In this world of white snow, even those with extremely good eyesight would find it difficult to find their traces. However, Little Anne could see them extremely clearly with her divine abilities. She couldn't help but panic, but she did not know how to inform Li Qingshan. The smug expression on Priest Chou's face froze. He stared in disbelief at the horrifying wound on his chest. Li Qingshan was still lying there, staring coldly at him. Beside Li Qingshan's hand was an unfurled cursive sword calligraphy. The instant Daoist Qiu made his move, the crisscrossing sword qi cut through his protective jinqi like a knife cutting through butter. Priest Qiu said in disbelief, This is a supreme-grade spirit artifact? How could a little qi practitioner have such a treasure? Chapter 232. Daoist Qiu crashed to the ground, fresh blood flowing from his body. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. The surrounding wandering cultivators were all dumbfounded. Li Qingshan shook his head. This was indeed a terrifying technique, but locking himself up in this small room was their greatest mistake. If he had used this bit of true qi to cast spells from afar, even Li Qingshan would find it very troublesome. But at such a close distance, there was no way he could dodge the terrifying sword qi released by the cursive sword calligraphy. He didn't even have the chance to cast spells. And Daoist Qiu was still a 7th layer qi practitioner, not a 10th layer qi practitioner. His reaction speed was still slightly inferior to that of the black-clothed masked man just now. And how could his unrefined protective true qi block the sword qi? President! Han Xiong roared and pounced at Li Qingshan. The ice blade stabbed into Han Xiong's body, and the blade came out through his back. Han Xiong's eyes were bloodshot, and he continued to madly charge forward, wanting to grab Li Qingshan's shoulder. But under Li Qingshan's cold gaze, his body quickly froze into an ice sculpture. His face was pale, and he looked as sinister as a ghost. Li Qingshan twisted the blade's hilt, and the ice sculpture shattered, splattering all over the ground. Han Xiong's dismembered corpse covered the entire small room. The ice blade suddenly disappeared, and reappeared behind Li Qingshan. It cut off the head of a wandering cultivator who was holding a long sword and about to stab Li Qingshan. At this moment, a sharp whistle tore through the air. Following Daoist Qiu's death, all the wandering cultivators fell into a frenzy of rage. They no longer feared death. Li Qingshan was their father's murderer. Dozens of hands reached out, and dozens of eyes glared angrily. The small room seemed to spin, and Li Qingshan stood in the center, feeling slightly dizzy. Was this what it felt like? Before he could even think, the ice blade danced in a blue and white blur. 7 hands were sent flying and 4 legs were severed. A young man was sliced in half. Just now, the rogue cultivator who wanted to share his body was sliced in half at the waist. Fortunately, they did not feel any pain. The cold penetrated deep into their bodies and froze all of their corpses. They fell to the ground and shattered. It sounded like someone had thrown a bunch of glassware on the ground. From life to death, it only took an instant. The moment he landed, he turned into ice dust. A flying sword pierced through the net of blades and went straight for Li Qingshan's temple. Without turning his head, Li Qingshan raised his hand and pinched the flying sword. The flying sword trembled like a small snake, but it could not break free. Li Qingshan tilted his head and met the eyes of the 6th layer qi practitioner. With a casual toss of his hand, the flying sword shot out uncontrollably and embedded itself deeply into the wooden door, the tail of the sword trembling incessantly. The other 6th layer qi practitioner sprawled on the ground in panic. Just now, he wanted to activate the formation and escape. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been pierced through the head. The 2 of them were the core members of the Truth-Seeking Society. Perhaps it was because they were strong enough that they were not as controlled. They were not as crazy as normal rogue cultivators. As soon as Priest Qiu died, they rushed forward without a care. One wanted to sneak and attack, the other wanted to escape. Li Qingshan's left hand also held the hilt of his blade. Now he held it with both hands, the tip of the blade pointing behind him as he crouched down slightly. Li Qingshan's figure disappeared. The cold wind swept up the ice dust like an angry ice dragon, charging towards the 6th layer qi practitioner who wanted to sneak and attack. All the rogue cultivators who blocked the path of the ice dragon were crushed and turned into a part of the ice dust. The 6th layer Qi practitioner was shocked. He reacted quickly and took out a high-grade scarlet fire talisman to activate it. He shouted, "Die!" The 6th layer Qi practitioner at the door shouted, "No." The scarlet fire talisman had already spat out flames that resembled the breath of a fire dragon. The ice dragon and fire dragon collided. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire valley. Sacred Hall, the roof of the secluded hut in the valley, was lifted several feet high by the shockwave and shattered into pieces in the air. A puff of white smoke rose from the hut. Because of the array, the hut still maintained its original structure, but it was charred black everywhere. The dozen or so figures who had quietly gathered around hurriedly crouched down and looked at the little house not far away in shock, not knowing what had happened. Little and let out a sigh of relief. He had already sensed Li Qingshan's aura. The whale's ingestion of water blade in Li Qingshan's hand had turned into a strange shape. The edge of the blade extended in all directions, forming a huge ball of ice that covered Li Qingshan. Although it was very thin, it was enough to block the explosion of the scarlet fire talisman. The long and narrow edge of the blade had already pinned the 6th layer Qi practitioner to the charred wall. This whale's ingestion of water blade was extremely useful to him. With his ability to react in battle, he was able to make full use of the blade's transformations. However, because he was only at the 4th layer of Qi refining, he still couldn't completely control this high-grade spiritual weapon. If it weren't for the fact that he cultivated Gui Water True Qi and that his True Qi was extremely pure, he wouldn't have been able to display such power. Li Qingshan pulled out the blade, and the Qi practitioner slid down from the wall and landed on the ground with a bang. Li Qingshan turned around. The only living person left in the room was the 6th layer Qi practitioner at the door, but he was also heavily injured. The wooden door he had wanted to open had already been blown open, and the formation had completely dissipated. He crawled out with difficulty. The other wandering cultivators had all been turned into charred corpses in the explosion. It was just like how using a lightning summoning talisman in a thunderstorm would have an extremely strong effect. The small hut sealed off with formations completely restricted the power of the scarlet fire talisman to the cramped space, constantly condensing and compressing it. Even 6th layer Qi practitioners would be heavily injured if they did not possess a defensive spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan walked over slowly with his blade in hand. The Qi practitioner looked back in fear, doing everything he could to mobilize the remaining true Qi in his body. Don't kill me. I was forced to do this." However, Li Qingshan did not hesitate at all. He was expressionless, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something he did not understand. He arrived before the Qi practitioner and raised his blade. "Stop. The Hawkwolf Guard will handle this." Over a dozen people leapt out from the snowy ground and drew their blades with a series of swishes. The wind-entwining blades shone brightly under the sunlight as they pointed them directly at Li Qingshan. 9 Wolf-Fang flying blades hovered in the air, ready to strike. The invisibility technique had lost its effect, revealing their black uniforms of the Hawkwolf Guard. Every single one of them was a commander. The man in the lead was dressed in scarlet clothes, but he was a scarlet wolf. He did not carry a blade. Instead, thin chains wrapped around him, flickering with light. Arg! With a short, miserable shriek, Li Qingshan raised his blade and swung it down. The Qi practitioner's head rolled down the stairs of the hut. "How dare you!" The man in scarlet clothes became furious. The chains in his hands immediately thickened and lengthened, reaching straight out with a clatter. The tip of the chains turned into a snake's head, biting towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan tilted his head slightly and dodged the snake's head, but the chains suddenly twisted in the air. They circled around a few times before tightening suddenly, wrapping around Li Qingshan. The snake's head bit firmly into Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan's Gui Water True Qi immediately seemed to freeze, unable to circulate at all. The man in scarlet clothes rejoiced inside, and a sneer appeared on his lips. His Python Constrictor chain was a high-grade spiritual artifact he had obtained after carrying out who knew how many missions and how much contribution he had obtained. It could twist and turn at will, making it much more useful than regular flying swords. Once it entangled an enemy, it could seal off their true Qi. Qi practitioners without true Qi would obviously be unable to put up any resistance. Who knew how many criminals he had captured with this spiritual artifact? The other Hawkwolf commanders all relaxed. Only a beautiful woman among them furrowed her brows slightly. She wore the uniform of a black wolf commander, and she was only at the 5th layer. She could basically be regarded as one of the weakest among these people. However, she glanced at the tall, sturdy man before looking at the ruins behind him. Her face was filled with doubt. According to the tip-off, the remnant of the White Lotus sect, Chio Ruelio, should be there. There should be several dozen independent cultivators around him as well. Chio Ruelio was only at the 7th layer. Yet he was able to make the Scarlet Wolf Guard in the prefectural city send a Scarlet Wolf and mobilize all the commanders in the nearby Hawkwolf Guard to assist him. Although the White Lotus sect was the mortal enemy of all the Hawkwolf Guards in the Rui Commandery, Chio Ruelio was not easy to deal with since the higher-ups had mobilized so much. Now all of these people seemed to be dead. They had died to this man's hands. However, he clearly noticed that even when the chains wrapped around the man, he did not panic at all. "Get over here." The man in scarlet clothes tugged on the python constrictor chain. The chain became taut, but he was immediately stunned. Li Qingshan did not budge at all. "Get over here." Li Qingshan grabbed the chain and tugged hard. The man in scarlet clothes felt an irresistible force pass through the chain. Caught off guard, he was pulled into the air. He was filled with disbelief. All of the power of Qi practitioners originated from the true Qi in their bodies. How could he still possess such terrifying power when his true Qi was locked up? Li Qingshan thought, "I've never lost to anyone in terms of strength. Though why are there Hawkwolf guards here? Have they discovered my identity and want to take me back?" His gaze swept past the dozen or so Hawkwolf guards before suddenly stopping on the beautiful woman. He thought Qian Rongji. He had never expected her to come as well, but she did not seem to recognize him. That meant they had not come to capture him, so he eased up slightly. Apart from Qian Rongji, the other commanders were all stunned. Wu Zhen was only a Scarlet Wolf Guard and not a commander, but he was still half a level higher than them, who were all Black Iron commanders. He was much stronger too, having reached the 8th layer. The high-grade spiritual artifact in his hand, the Python Constrictor Chain, made them envious too. They never thought they would fail to restrain this unknown independent cultivator in a single stroke. Now they went to his aid in a hurry. Flying blades shot over. Even if they could not control flying blades, they still rushed over with them. Qian Rongji said, "Be careful. This person is born with tremendous strength. He might even be a body practitioner." Chapter 233. His mind was in a mess. Li Qingshan immediately felt his body tighten. He struggled, but the chains did not budge at all. He knew that with his current strength, he definitely could not break free from a high-grade spiritual artifact unless he demonified. In the blink of an eye, 9 flying knives crisscrossed and attacked him. Time seemed to slow down. The flying knives revolved slowly, producing an ear-piercing tremor. It was stretched out into a long note. His clear eyes reflected the edge of the knife. It was only half a foot away. Li Qingshan collapsed on his back, and the flying knife brushed past his face. Swish, swish, swish. The flying knives dragged with them, weaving into a flash above his head. If they were hidden weapons, then Li Qingshan would have survived, but this was a spiritual artifact wielded by a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. The flying knives stopped above Li Qingshan's head at the same time. They turned around and plunged down. Li Qingshan rolled on the ground. Thump, 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 thump. The flying knives stabbed into the ground he had just rolled over, plunging him into even more danger. His expression was still very calm, but the bewilderment in his eyes seemed to have deepened. Was this the danger he sensed? Just why was he here? And why was he surrounded by these people? He had been betrayed, hunted, forced, and surrounded. Everything that was originally very clear seemed to have become complicated. A mess. His mind raced, but he did not stop at all. He had already aimed the whale's ingestion of water at the chains and sprayed out ice condensate water. With the last bit of Gue water true Qi, he froze a thick layer of ice over it. Li Qingshan shrank back. By the time the chains had crushed the ice, He had already escaped. His true qi immediately began to circulate again. He forcefully twisted his body and dodged the flying knives by a hair's breadth again, retreating into the hut with a flash. The hut was not made of regular wood. Although the formations had been destroyed, it was still as tough as metal, so he could temporarily hide. The whale's ingestion of water spat out the crystal blade. Li Qingshan frowned and barked. Can the Hawkwolf Guard treat human lives like grass? Wu Zhen was shocked. He didn't think that someone would be able to escape his python constrictor chains. Seeing the spirit tool in Li Qingshan's hand, his eyes flashed. He raised his hand and said, "Stop attacking and surround him." The Hawkwolf Guards immediately obeyed the order and flew over, surrounding the hut. Wu Zhen then said, "We are here to arrest the remaining evil of the White Lotus sect, Qiu Ruelio. I see that you are one of the remaining evil of the White Lotus sect, and you still dare to resist arrest. You really don't know life from death." Li Qingshan did not expect Priest Qiu to have such a background. Now that he thought about it, the way he spoke did seem like he was from a cult. "Qiu Ruelio? Are you talking about a skinny little Taoist? He has already been killed by me. You say that I am a remnant of the White Lotus sect, but what proof do you have?" The Hawkwolf Guards were shocked. Their target this time was actually dead already. Was this true? You think you can kill a member of the White Lotus sect alone? I don't believe you. Whether you have proof or not, we'll know once we investigate. If you surrender right now, you can still keep your life. Our Hawkwolf Guard will never wrongly accuse an innocent person. We'll investigate this thoroughly, and will obviously let you go. Wu Zhen said that he didn't believe it, yet he was slightly convinced in his heart. Merely this was something that an ordinary qi practitioner wasn't capable of escaping from their encirclement. It would obviously be for the best if he could outsmart an enemy like that. He would use the authority of the Hawkwolf Guard to frighten him first, and once he was captured, he would be at their mercy. Who knew how many times he had done something like this already? Li Qingshan said, "What a joke. We're all qi practitioners, so why would we entrust our lives to others?" Wu Zhen sneered. "Then there's nothing else to say. Get him." He refused to believe that they could not capture him with so many people. "Hold on." Wu Zhen turned around with a frown. Only when he saw that it was Chen Rongji did his expression ease up slightly. "Rongji, what do you have to say for yourself? Sir, isn't our Nighthawk nearby? We can just get him to identify him. That way, if we get the wrong person, it'll be bad," Chen Rongji said with some worry. Wu Zhen frowned heavily. Women would always be women. They were still too soft-hearted. This person was clearly quite wealthy. If they captured him first and asked him about his origins, then if he did not come from any powerful sect, they could just kill him in the truth-seeking society. Wouldn't that be even better? However, he obviously could not say something like that in front of so many commanders, so he sank into thought. Senior brother Rongji is right. Let's get to the bottom of this. We can't let a good person fall for us, said a young man with a square face beside Chen Rongji. Only then did Wu Zhen finally nod. All right. Send the signal and get him to come over. The square-faced young man was the newest Black Hawk commander of Jiaping City. Just like Wu Zhen, he came from the 100 schools of thought, which was why he referred to him as senior brother. Compared to the other Black Hawk commanders, he was much younger. His talent could be regarded as extraordinary, so increasing his cultivation by a few more layers would not be difficult. After a few years of training below, he would obviously be transferred back to the Clear River Prefecture and promoted to Scarlet Copper. Coupled with their many years of friendship, Wu Zhen obviously valued his opinion a lot more. He would not refute it so easily. Before long, a black wolf guard emerged from the forest. He bowed in all directions. I'm Zhou Pei. Greetings to everyone. The square-faced young man said, Zhou Pei, do you recognize this person? That burly man over there. Come out and let him recognize you. Li Qingshan found the voice familiar, but he was unable to recall where he had heard it before. He arrived at the entrance in a flash and met the black wolf guard's eyes. The two of them said at the same time, Zhou Wei. Niu Wuxia. This Zhou Pei was the qi practitioner Zhou Wei who did not like to talk much by Han Xiong's side when he first met him. He never thought he would actually be a nighthawk. The so-called nighthawk was a hawk that never saw the light of day. It was an extremely special position within the Hawkwolf Guard. They would infiltrate various organizations with different identities and gather information. An information network in the world of mortals could be established by bribing some people of the Jianghu. However, establishing a network like that in the world of cultivation required cultivators. Because this job was very arduous, not only was it shameful, but it could even easily endanger one's life. Regardless of their cultivation, they were all known as hawks. Li Qingshan had only heard a rough introduction when he joined the Hawkwolf Guard. This was the first time he had seen someone like this. Zhou Wei or Zhou Pei immediately reported what had happened in the bookstore and restaurant that day, proving that Li Qingshan had indeed been tricked and was not a member of the truth-seeking society. With that, he stood to one side with his head lowered. He only glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise. He never thought he would actually destroy the entire truth-seeking society alone. Priest Qiu had basically dug his own grave. Only now did everyone understand the whole story. They looked at one another and waited for Wu Zhen's decision. The square-faced young man sighed. Fortunately, Rongji reminded me. I didn't kill the wrong person. Qian Rongji said politely, "You're too kind, Commander." Chapter 234. However, what Qian Rongji thought was that this commander had just graduated from the 100 schools of thought, so he sure was naive. He actually took the laws of Great Xia seriously. All laws were for people to use. There was no reason not to slaughter a fat sheep. The sacred church, the reason why she had played the good guy this time was because she was afraid the fat sheep would turn into a vicious tiger. From the first moment she saw him, she found Li Qingshan familiar. If it were Yu Zijian or Hua Qinglu, then he would just be familiar. She would not think too much about it. It was exactly because Li Qingshan's colossal figure was just too shocking that people would misunderstand him instead. She felt like she would never forget this person if she had seen him before. However, Qian Rongji's thoughts were much deeper and meticulous. Although Li Qingshan's appearance had changed drastically, the impression he had left on her was just far too deep. This impression was no longer limited to just his appearance. The changes in his expression, the way he spoke, and his attitude towards the enemy all matched up with the man in her heart. Coupled with the gaze that had stopped on her face, she concluded very soon that there was a 70 to 80% chance that this person was Li Qingshan. After reaching this conclusion, how could she allow the Hawkwolf Guard to continue arguing with Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan possessed the strength to kill 2 ninth-layer Qi practitioners. Now that a few months had passed, who knew just how powerful he had become? The reason why she had held back was because she did not want anyone to see her trump card. If she really forced him to reveal his trump card, then probably everyone present would be silenced. She did not believe she possessed any special status in his heart. However, Wu Zhen was rather displeased. That would mean he would lose out, and he would not be able to recover the dignity he had lost just now. As a Scarlet Wolf Guard, he was not bold enough to distort the truth before so many people. Otherwise, if someone reported him, he would not be able to escape the punishment of the law either. He said to Zhou Pei rather reluctantly, "You've done very well. Once we return, you'll definitely receive a share of merit." Zhou Pei said, "I don't ask for any merit. I only ask that you let me leave my position as a Nighthawk and return to being a regular Black Wolf Guard." The Great Wall. Wu Zhen waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, I got it. I will report it to the higher-ups." Then he said to Li Qingshan, "You can go now." Li Qingshan used his true qi to gather all of the 100 treasures pouches into his hand. Wu Zhen glared at him. "Leave it behind." With a point of his finger, the iron chain stretched out like a python and coiled around the small house. They shook their heads and clattered loudly, as if they wanted to devour someone. The other Hawkwolf commanders were hostile as well. They had not come out to carry out their missions just to enforce the laws of Great Xia. The spoils of battle on their enemies were an extremely important source of income. How could they just watch someone else dip their fingers in it? Li Qingshan insisted, "These are my spoils of war." Wu Zhen said, "These are the spoils of the White Lotus sect. There might be information on the remnants of the White Lotus sect in there. I'd advise you to hand them over, or I'll charge you with the crime of harboring stolen goods." Li Qingshan smiled furiously. I've completed your mission for you. Yet you're not thanking me? Instead, you're trying to frame me? Wu Zhen said. Do you think you're worthy of being framed by us? If you're smart, you'd better piss off or don't blame us for being merciless. The other commanders cooperated, sending their flying blades flying over once again. Li Qingshan felt like something was surging in his chest. It was something he had always suppressed at the very bottom of his heart. It was roaring and bellowing, wanting to break out of its cocoon. There should be a limit to how reckless you can be. I don't want to die with you idiots. Qian Rongji lowered her head and frowned. She cursed in her heart, but she didn't say anything. Her words carried little weight, and it would be pointless to say anything. Instead, she would offend a large group of colleagues for no reason. Anyway, if it really came to that, she had a way to escape. The square-faced youth said, Senior, this is a little inappropriate. He then said to Li Qingshan, Hey man, just leave Cho Ruelio's 100 treasures pouch. The information about the White Lotus sect in there is very important. Even if you get it, it won't do you any good. In Shangyu Sai, Wu Zhen sighed helplessly. If other commanders dared to act on their own, he would have been furious. However, Feng Yansheng was very familiar with him from the 100 schools of thought. They had been classmates for many years, and what he said was reasonable, so Wu Zhen couldn't do anything. When he first came out of the 100 schools of thought, he was influenced by the legalists for many years. His thoughts were also about upholding justice and protecting the dignity of Great Xia's laws. However, only after experiencing some worldly affairs could he understand that the spirit and the laws were not as important as the spiritual pills and spiritual weapons in the 100 treasures pouch. Forget it, I guess that group of small rogue cultivators didn't have anything decent in their hands. Li Qingshan hesitated slightly. He weighed the pros and cons in his heart. The truly valuable things were probably all plundered by Priest Chiu. If he turned hostile, he would turn into a demon and kill everyone in front of him. He couldn't let anyone escape. This included Nighthawk Zhoupei, the square-faced youth, and Qian Rongji. A voice in his heart said hesitantly, Do I really have to kill them all? Immediately, another ferocious voice roared, Kill them all! Kill them all! His expression kept changing, and his body actually trembled slightly. He understood what it meant to be in a battle between heaven and man. Wu Zhen said impatiently, Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head. Cho Ruelio's 100 treasures pouch is not with me. Wu Zhen said angrily, You dare to trick me? The python constrictor chain wrapped around the wooden house, and the wooden house was completely destroyed. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Li Qingshan said plainly, I'm telling the truth. Just now, when he was checking the 100 treasures pouch, he suddenly realized that one was missing. He knew how many enemies there were in the battle just now. The one missing was Priest Chiu's. Priest Chiu's corpse was already gone. He originally thought that it was completely destroyed in the explosion. Now that he thought about it, even if it was blown into pieces, it was impossible to not leave a trace. However, there was nothing on the ground. Li Qingshan frowned and came to the place where Priest Chiu's corpse just now was lying on the ground. He took a few steps left and right, and with a swing of his knife, he split open the floor and revealed a dark hole. He didn't know where the hole led to. The spirit formation in the wooden house was an impenetrable iron wall to others, but this spirit formation was set up by Priest Chiu, so he naturally knew the exit. It turned out that he had already prepared a way out. Although he was hit by the cursive sword calligraphy's sword chi at close range, he still had the true chi of more than 20 people protecting him. Although he was heavily injured, he didn't die on the spot. He knew that he wasn't Li Qingshan's opponent, so he just lay on the ground, sealed his breathing and pretended to be dead. The risk of this gamble was quite great. If Li Qingshan had sensed it and casually followed up with a stab, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to put up a fight. But back then the wooden house was in a mess. Under the encirclement of so many chi practitioners, Li Qingshan was not afraid, but his mind was still affected. In the end, during the explosion, when Li Qingshan's sense of hearing, smell and vision were all affected, Priest Chiu used this opportunity to open a secret passage and flee. Li Qingshan could not help but be surprised by the craftiness and caution of the White Lotus sect. It was no wonder that they were a powerful organization that could contend against Gu Yenying, and even the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery. He turned around and wielded his ice blade, ignoring the chains around him. If you don't believe me, then come at me. Qian Rongji made her way towards Li Qingshan quickly. Fang Yansheng extended his hand. Don't go. He wanted to stop Qian Rongji, but he was afraid that he would alarm Li Qingshan if he acted rashly. The Hawkwolf guards all broke into a sweat for Qian Rongji. This vicious, huge man was extremely powerful. If he really attacked someone, Qian Rongji would probably die on the spot. Under everyone's gazes, Qian Rongji brushed past Li Qingshan and checked the hole in the center of the house. Li Qingshan frowned. This woman was not someone who would take such great risks for the sake of official business. Had she discovered something? Qian Rongji did not even glance at him. After a close inspection, she raised her head and said, "He's right. There are very fresh footprints down there. Qiu Ruelio has already fled. He should be injured. Sir, let's hurry up and track him down. If we delay any longer, he'll be able to escape." The Hawkwolf guards all let out a sigh of relief. This conclusion matched up with their expectations. Qiu Ruelio was extremely crafty. He had failed several times in encirclement, so how could an independent cultivator kill him so easily? They even admired Qian Rongji a little. This woman's cultivation was not particularly high, but her courage was extraordinary. At the very least, none of them were bold enough to approach her like that. Even Wu Zhen nodded in praise. With the support of a person like that, it would be easy for Yansheng to become a Black Hawk commander. He would not remain so naive. Little did he know that Fang Yansheng's naivety had saved him from death, while Qian Rongji's so-called courage was built on meticulous planning. Wu Zhen understood the severity of the situation. He stowed away the python constrictor chains and flew into the hole first, brushing past Li Qingshan. He snorted coldly. Consider yourself lucky. Over a dozen Hawkwolf guards entered the hole one by one. Qian Rongji was the last one. She glanced at Li Qingshan and smiled before vanishing into the hole as well. A while later, the quiet spring valley recovered its tranquility once more. Li Qingshan made his way down the steps and sat down on them. He leaned on his hand and sank into his thoughts. The final outcome of the battle between man and nature this time was to leave it at that. However, the even greater battle between man and nature was in the depths of his mind. That was the boundary between man, immortal, Buddha, and demon. The true conflict did not originate from the outside world, but from within. It was a series of questions that he could not answer, an answer that he could not choose. However, there had to be an answer. Not all questions could be avoided. He could not avoid them, nor did he want to avoid them. Even though none of the answers were what he wanted, he still had to make a choice. Life was not about doing what you wanted. It was not about doing what you liked. It was exactly through these difficult or even painful choices that people could grow, going from an ignorant child to the type of person they wanted to become. Are you ready? Hehe. I've finally found you. Chapter 235. Li Qingshan sighed gently and stood up with his hands on his knees. He was like a boxer who had yet to recover from the previous match before being forced into a different ring. However, there was no fear in his eyes at all. This must be it. Before he knew it, it had begun to snow again. Flickering figures passed through the curtains of snow. Their luxurious silk robes fluttered in the wind, but they did not leave behind a single mark on the snow. They were like ghosts in the snow. The ghosts looked at Li Qingshan like hunters who had found their prey. They were at ease. If they were slightly cautious, that would be because they were worried that their prey would escape. The first senior brother pointed at Li Qingshan and asked, "Junior brother Song, is this the person you're looking for?" Song Ming said resentfully, "First senior brother, that's him. Fourth layer Qi practitioner?" The first senior brother curled his lip in great disdain. "Song Ming, aren't you a little too useless? You're a sixth layer Qi practitioner, yet you've actually been defeated by someone weaker than you. And I had originally thought it was some powerful person." The disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain roared with laughter. They only felt even more relaxed and happy. They did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. Song Ming's face reddened. "First senior brother, his cultivation as a Qi practitioner isn't great, but he's a master of the body practitioner. He took a palm strike from me and came out unscathed. You can't be careless. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed. A 9th layer Qi practitioner, 2 8th layer Qi practitioners, 5 7th layer Qi practitioners, and 10 6th layer Qi practitioners. Was this the strength of a sect? Only by demonifying could he fight them, but it was very likely for him to draw over their seniors if he fought here. Look, this guy's closed his eyes. Is he resigned to his fate? A disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain smiled. Before he had even finished speaking, a thick mist rose up, surging like waves. Li Qingshan turned around and vanished into the mist. Oh no, it's a mist talisman. He's trying to escape. Song Ming cried out. As if someone had plucked the clouds from the sky, the mist rapidly filled the entire valley. The pure white mist was extremely thick, where one could not even see their own fingers. It contained water spiritual qi, such that even the vision of qi practitioners was greatly affected. Eldest senior brother snorted coldly. Insignificant tricks. With a flick of his sleeves, a spell was cast, and a strong gust of wind blew, clearing away the fog. The valley was filled with the howling of the wind, causing everyone's clothes to flutter loudly. Li Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared. He had already rushed to the hillside in the distance and was fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Since he couldn't fight, he could only flee. Eldest senior brother's wild wind technique is really powerful. You're too naive to think that you can escape with such a small trick. The disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain praised him. They did not slow down at all. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind as they chased after Li Qingshan. Back then, when Song Ming flew into the proud sword manner, he could already be considered to be extremely confident. However, there were at least a dozen people here who were even stronger than him. Every time they flew, they would cover a distance of 100 zhang. Pride appeared on the eldest senior brother's face. Only after all his junior brothers had set off did he shake his sleeves and take off. He caught up to everyone even though he had set off later. He took the lead and rapidly closed the distance between him and Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan used the tiger demon climbs the mountain and leapt onto the top of the mountain. Hearing the whistling, he suddenly looked back. The eldest senior brother reached an even higher altitude than the top of the mountain and bellowed out, "Peck of the golden pheasant." His right hand formed the shape of a pheasant's head, and he pecked at Li Qingshan from afar. He was like a golden pheasant pecking at a bug on the ground. He did it with indescribable ease, as if it was nothing at all. However, Li Qingshan felt like he was facing a great disaster, because he was playing the role of this bug. A huge golden beak pierced through the air. He had already used the greatest technique of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. The disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain all sighed in amazement and sighed. Although this technique was taught to all inner disciples, how could it compare to the ingenuity of the first senior brothers? They had never thought the first senior brother would use such a powerful technique right off the bat. The kid was dead for sure. The sacred Li Qingshan felt like no matter how he dodged, he would not be able to avoid this gentle peck. He raised his right hand, and the whale's mouth sucked in light before suddenly spitting out a fist-sized, transparent ball of water. Boom! The Gui water lightning collided with the pheasant beak in the air. A ring of light erupted, and the wild wind crushed the forest, forming a scene of wheat. The first senior brother blurted out, "Gui water lightning." His true qi surged and dispersed the incoming wave of air, but he also slowed down slightly. How could a mere 4th layer qi practitioner use the Gui water lightning? Suddenly, he noticed the spiritual artifact in Li Qingshan's hand and came to a realization. High-grade spiritual artifacts. Song Ming was right. This kid really was extremely wealthy. He was a great prey worth hunting. However, the disciples on the ground were not as relaxed as him. A few of them were blown backwards by the wild wind with insufficient cultivation. They could only swallow the words of flattery they were about to utter. Their faces were filled with shock. How could a 4th layer qi practitioner block the first senior brother's peck of the golden pheasant? Only Song Ming called out, "I told you. This guy isn't easy to deal with." He actually felt a sense of elation. Instead, he hoped Li Qingshan could use a few more powerful moves and last a little longer against his first senior brother. That would prove that he was not useless back then. Instead, the enemy was just too powerful. Li Qingshan used this time to leap off the top of the mountain. His head was below his feet, and the world was flipped upside down. Cold wind whistled past his face. He took out the underground mental map and unfurled it with both hands, reading it in the air. The nearest entrance to the underground cave was only 30 li away, under a mountain peak. If it was on the plains, the 30 li distance would only be a matter of time, but in the mountains, every few li meant that they had to cross a mountain. Although this was still a remnant of the boundless mountains and had not truly entered the depths, the mountains were tall and majestic. They could not be measured with common sense. Any one of these mountains could be regarded as a famed mountain on earth from Li Qingshan's past life. Even with the tiger demon climbs the mountains, Li Qingshan's speed was greatly affected. He casually stuck a mid-grade Swift Breeze talisman on himself, which made him move slightly faster. The withered trees seemed to be slamming towards him, but even with that, he was unable to widen the distance between them. Every time he looked back, the 9th layer Qi practitioner would get a little closer. However, he was not worried. What he was thinking about was not just running away. The first senior brother was extremely surprised as well. A 4th layer Qi practitioner could actually erupt with such speed. He used the golden pheasant flaps its wings and spent most of the time gliding through the air, unaffected by the terrain, yet he was still unable to catch up immediately. This independent cultivator really was not easy to deal with. The two of them crossed over the mountains and gradually pulled away from the disciples behind them. The killing intent in Li Qingshan's eyes became heavier and heavier. He casually tossed down a spiritual stone that had run out of spiritual qi before grabbing another one to quickly replenish his true qi. He had already taken out the cursive sword calligraphy and placed it in his bosom. He could take it out at any time and kill his opponent. Li Qingshan turned around and glanced at the first senior brother, who was less than 300 meters away from him. However, he looked past the first senior brother, gazing at the even higher sky. The sky had already darkened and snow filled the air. Apart from him, no one noticed a rapidly flashing red star high up in the sky. Little and stood on a huge skull, dragging a scarlet tail of flames behind him as he passed through the snowstorm. His robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as red light flickered in his eyes. His gaze pierced through the snowstorm, gazing at the mountains. A snowy night like this, a mountainous terrain like this, and a scene like this all seemed familiar. Unknowingly, a year had already passed. However, this time she would not be as weak as before. She would not have to watch helplessly as he left by himself in despair. This time she would definitely help him. All she had to do was wait for him to give the signal to attack. Li Qingshan thought to himself, a little further, a little further. The first senior brother had no idea that he had already fallen into a trap where the world intersected. The roles of hunter and prey had silently swapped. He had never imagined that a mere 4th layer Qi practitioner could harm him at all. Once again, Li Qingshan climbed to the peak of a tall mountain. The first senior brother took this opportunity to close the distance between them to within 300 feet. A look of joy appeared on his face as he raised his right hand. A golden light shot out, piercing through the snowstorm and leaving a straight golden line in its wake. Li Qingshan sensed the danger. He did not have time to turn around, so he held the ice blade behind him. With a ding, the golden light pierced deeply into the ice blade. Li Qingshan's perlicue trembled violently. Just now he could clearly see that the golden light was a golden feather. The mystic ice that was frozen by the ice condensate water was as hard as a top-grade spiritual weapon. Yet it was pierced by this tiny feather. Its power was even greater than Grandma Shimon's red thread needle. Protective qi and spells would be as fragile as a piece of paper. Even if it was a defensive spiritual weapon, if it was not a top-grade one, it would probably be pierced through in one blow. The first senior brother became even more surprised. He saw how the peck of the golden pheasant could not kill Li Qingshan, so he definitely would not use it a second time. He switched to using his life-bound spiritual artifact, the golden pheasant's plume. However, he never thought it would be blocked by the ice blade. The golden pheasant's plume was not a regular high-grade spiritual artifact. Instead, it was a spiritual artifact that the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain had begun nurturing ever since they began practicing qi. They constantly poured their true qi into it, and whenever their cultivation increased, they would add in essence gold to forge it. Only then did they manage to forge a single golden pheasant's plume. The amount of effort they had put into it was uncountable. However, its power was terrifyingly great, and it could only be used by the user of the sect. Li Qingshan did not leap into the pitch-black valley. Instead, he stopped and turned around. The ice blade in his hand rapidly changed shape, wrapping around the golden pheasant's plume and turning it into a huge lump of ice. The first senior brother stood at the top of a lone pine tree, which swayed in the wind and snow. He sneered. "You're not running anymore?" He looked around. "This really is a nice place to be buried." He did not care about what Li Qingshan was doing at all. Li Qingshan said, "I'll give you back exactly what you said." He had already sprayed out all of the ice condensate water, wrapping the golden pheasant's plume into a ball. He stepped on it. The first senior brother snorted coldly. "Stubborn and stubborn. You're still using these puny tricks? I'll show you the power of the pheasant's grace mountain. The golden pheasant's radiance." The golden pheasant's plume erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the ball of ice completely and turning it golden. It was a beautiful sight. However, Li Qingshan could sense that the ice was rapidly melting, as if it was suppressed by the power of the golden pheasant's plume. It was unable to trap the golden pheasant's plume. The first senior brother dove down. "Be smarter in your next life. Don't offend the disciples of the pheasant's grace mountain." Chapter 236. The cursive sword calligraphy unfurled with a whoosh, and first senior brother could clearly see the complicated and profound handwriting on it. It was clearly ink on paper, but it was so sharp that it seemed like it had been carved on a cliff with a sword. Holy hell, a great sense of danger filled his heart. The sound of the blizzard seemed to have stopped. Compared to the speed of the sword chi, the speed of the dancing snowflakes was like a still image. First senior brother's pupils constricted. He waved his hand, and the golden pheasant's plume enlarged 100 times, protecting his body like an iron wall. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the surging sword chi sent first senior brother flying into the sky. First senior brother floated in the air on the golden pheasant's plume, like a small boat on a turbulent ocean, in danger of capsizing at any moment. However, he drifted with the current and actually formed a wondrous balance. He floated and swayed without being affected by any force. Not only was the golden pheasant's plume capable of both offense and defense, but its defensive method was also the most natural and unrestrained that Li Qingshan had ever seen. A sect that could form its own style indeed couldn't be underestimated. The Gue water true chi in Li Qingshan's body surged madly into the cursive sword calligraphy, activating the strokes of sword chi. At the same time, he held a spirit stone in one hand and continuously replenished his spirit chi. In the blink of an eye, 3 spirit stones had been thrown at Li Qingshan's feet. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact. You actually have a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. First senior brother stood on the golden pheasant's plume and shouted in the wind and snow. He suddenly laughed wildly. "Haha, I didn't think I would have this kind of luck. Kid, with your strength, you still can't unleash the power of a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Falling into your hands is like casting pearls before swine. Obediently hand it over. I'm the favored child of the heavens. I'll step on your corpse to reach a higher realm." If a high-grade spirit artifact could make every chi practitioner's heart race with envy, then a supreme-grade spirit artifact could make all chi practitioners go crazy. It was a treasure that even Foundation establishment cultivators would fight for with all their might. Li Qingshan's mouth opened and closed slightly. His voice was swallowed by the wind, but first senior brother could read his lips. Die! 2 giant skulls spiraled down from the sky, breaking through the wind and letting out shrill screams. It was as if 100 ghosts were crying at night, shaking one's soul. "What is that?" Eldest senior brother's expression changed drastically. He used the golden pheasant's plume to fly through the wind and snow. He actually borrowed the force of the sword chi to turn a few times without any warning, drawing out a twisted golden trajectory and avoiding the skull's attack. Pung pung pung. He broke through the air barrier and quickly fell down the pitch-black cliff. He thought to himself, "Not good. I've fallen into this brat's trap." The screeching sound followed him like a shadow. Eldest senior brother looked around and saw 2 skulls chasing after him, one on the left and one on the right. The blood flames in their eye sockets flickered and their teeth chattered loudly. They couldn't wait to tear his flesh apart. From afar, one could only see a golden line and two slightly thinner red lines falling straight down into the bottomless abyss. The golden thread's trajectory was extremely erratic, and the two red threads kept circling around it, locking down the golden thread's escape route. At this moment, two red lines suddenly cut into the golden line's trajectory. The two skulls lunged towards the first senior brother. The first senior brother snorted coldly. Puny tricks. He raised his hands at the same time and swung them outwards. Two golden beaks pecked the foreheads of the skulls viciously. With two thumps he sent the two skulls flying. However, at the last moment, they opened their mouths, and two figures appeared in the roaring flames. One was tall while the other was petite. They were Li Qingshan and Little Anne. They leapt out of the skulls at the same time. Li Qingshan held the cursive sword of the 9 heavens as he charged towards the first senior brother. The first senior brother felt like the entire world was being ripped apart by the crisscrossing sword chi. Panic and fear finally appeared in his eyes for the first time. He reached for the 100 treasures pouch on his waist. His movements were extremely fast, but compared to the speed of the sword chi, it was so sluggish. He had never thought that he would need to waste talismans and spiritual stones against a 4th-layer chi practitioner, so he had not made any preparations at all. I'm a genius, the future sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. My future is limitless. I can't die here. That thought flashed through the first senior brother's head. The sword chi vanished with a flash. The first senior brother lowered his head and looked at himself. He laughed aloud. I'm not dead. I won't. His words came to a halt, and his chin fell down, revealing many crisscrossing bloody marks. The marks shifted and staggered. With a soft thump, a bloody mist erupted in the air. Pieces of his corpse rained down from the sky, but before they could even land, they were incinerated by the flames. Having lost control, the golden pheasant's plume returned to its original size, drifting away in the wind. Li Qingshan and Little Anne landed on the ground at the same time. Little Anne grabbed the golden pheasant's plume, while Li Qingshan opened his hand. There was 100 treasures pouch in it. The two of them smiled at each other. An indescribable feeling of tacit understanding rose up in their hearts. Li Qingshan shoved the talisman between his fingers back into his belt. This was a supreme-grade talisman he had obtained from Grandma Shiman. He had no idea what it was used for. He followed the trajectory on the talisman and checked the Book of All, but he did not find any corresponding information. Low and mid-grade talismans did, however, have a very complete record. Clearly, the value of a supreme-grade talisman like this was not something the Book of All could record. However, he did not buy the book for nothing. Little Anne deduced that this talisman should be a fire element offensive talisman through looking at the patterns of the other talismans. Among the 5 elements, fire could be regarded as one of the best. The power of a supreme-grade talisman went without saying. Li Qingshan planned to immediately activate the supreme-grade talisman and kill the first senior brother if he and Little Anne still could not kill him even when they worked together. If he failed again, he would kill the first senior brother even if it meant leaving behind traces of demon chi and turning into a demon. Before the battle had even begun, he was already completely confident in victory. The people behind us are catching up. Little Anne licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. The flesh and blood of a 9th-layer chi practitioner was far more delicious than that of an ordinary person. I'll send them all to heaven. A red light flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. After 3 consecutive battles, his bloodlust and killing intent had been completely stimulated. His fatigue had long since disappeared without a trace. Even the confused thoughts and the intense battle between heaven and man no longer existed. He only needed to kill more. When faced with a choice between life and death, there was no need to waste time choosing. He wanted to live and kill all his enemies. It was that simple. Li Qingshan and Little Anne did not even exchange a glance. They quickly disappeared into the pitch-black valley, forming a stalemate and quietly waiting for their prey to take the bait. Li Qingshan buried his body in the snow and held his breath in concentration. The second wave should be 2 8th-layer chi practitioners. Since he couldn't turn into a demon, it would not be easy to deal with them either. If the two of them cooperated well, they might be even more difficult to deal with than the 9th-layer chi practitioner just now. He had to launch a sneak attack at the first moment. Once he killed one of them, the other would be easy to deal with. After this wave, the rest would be easy to deal with. The cursive sword calligraphy could instantly kill 6th or 7th layer Qi practitioners. Little Anne, with the help of the 2 skull prayer beads and the sword techniques recorded in the cursive sword calligraphy, would not be able to last a single round. When the difference in strength reached a certain level, numbers became meaningless. He was also completely confident in this battle, but for some reason, the unease in his heart did not relax. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. His heart beat faster and faster. Not good, let's go. Li Qingshan jumped out of the snow and called out to little Anne. Then, he immediately sprinted towards the underground cave that he had predetermined. Little Anne flew to Li Qingshan's side and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan said, "I don't know, but it's very dangerous." Little Anne thought for a while before suddenly raising his head. "I understand now. It's the sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, a Foundation Establishment cultivator." Li Qingshan frowned. A Foundation Establishment cultivator? Yes, probably only Foundation Establishment cultivators could give him such a great sense of danger and pressure. If it were a Qi practitioner, even if they were only at the 10th layer, he was confident he could slaughter his way out even at the risk of exposing himself and transforming into a demon. He might even have the chance to turn the tables. However, Foundation Establishment cultivators were experts on an order of magnitude higher. The spells they cast were all the power of supreme-grade spirit talismans, not to mention the effects of spirit artifacts. Even if Li Qingshan transformed, he definitely could not contend against them. However, he had only just killed the Qi practitioner of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain in a snowy mountain like this. He did not even have the opportunity to call for reinforcements, so how did he alert the attention of a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Little Anne could see Li Qingshan's doubts. She explained, "The Book of All records that the core disciples of sects often have life lamps. The life lamps are in the hands of the sect master. If a disciple dies, the life lamp that belongs to them will be extinguished, and the location will be indicated." It went without saying that 9th layer Qi practitioners would definitely be the core figures among the core figures in sections. Li Qingshan still had no idea that his first senior brother was the future sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. A while ago, at the top of the Green Vine Mountain 50 kilometers away, 3 old men sat before one another, discussing the herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains. They were the supreme rulers of the 3 mountains, the sect masters of the Green Vine Mountain, Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and Burial Mound Mountain. They were collectively known as the 3 elders. The Green Vine elder was the host, sitting in the seat of honor. He was dressed in green clothes, and his hair and beard curled down his face. Basically only a pair of clear eyes remained. To the left of the Green Vine elder sat an old man in gray robes. His eyes were white, and his face was expressionless as if even his face was gray. He gave off a faint aura of corpses. His eyes would swivel from time to time, but they did not show any signs of life at all. If regular people saw him, they would probably treat him as a corpse. Even the swiveling of his eyes would be treated as a fake corpse. He was the sect master of the Burial Mound Mountain, the Lone Grave Elder. To the right of the Green Vine Elder was an old man in luxurious golden robes. He was obviously the sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, the Golden Pheasant Elder. His clothes were no longer embroidered with feathers, but a golden pheasant's head. The pheasant's comb was like fire, while the beak was like a blade. Chapter 237. A map was placed on the table before the 3 of them. It glowed with light. It formed a 3-dimensional image in the air. It was an underground mental map, much larger than Li Qingshan's. This underground mental map was what the disciples of the 3 mountains had come up with over all these years. They had sacrificed countless lives to determine a relatively safe region. It was Milliped's territory. The Golden Pheasant Elder pointed at a corner of the map with his skinny claw-like hand. "The disciples of our Pheasant's Grace Mountain will enter the cave from here." This was the safest path. There were a few spiritual lands with spiritual herbs along the way, and they were all extremely valuable. The Green Vine Elder stared at it for quite a while before shaking his head slowly. "That won't do." "Yes. The lone grave elder nodded quickly before returning to his half-dead state. The golden pheasant elder stood up impatiently. I just can't stand you two acting like this. Can't you be a little faster? Whether you agree or not, hurry up and come up with a plan. You just waste so much time every time. The green vine elder said, Fellow golden pheasant, you're already so old, yet you're still so impatient. Yes. The lone grave elder spat out another word. The golden pheasant elder glared at him. Just when he was about to say something, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his face changed drastically. He abandoned the two elders and rushed out the window. In the town below the Green Vine Mountain, everyone raised their heads at the same time. All they saw was a speck of golden light rise up from the top of the Green Vine Mountain, like the brightest star in the night. Chi practitioners with exceptional eyesight managed to make out the origin of the golden light. It was a golden pheasant, dragging its long golden tail feathers as it shot through the night sky with unbelievable speed. It was like a golden comet. All the Chi practitioners could not help but sigh inside. So this was the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. The town fell silent for a while before returning to its hubbub. It was even louder than just now. All the Chi practitioners seemed to have reignited their fighting spirit and ambition. They had no idea why a foundation establishment cultivator, who had always kept a low profile, would suddenly rush out of the Green Vine Mountain. They wondered if something had happened to the alliance of the three mountains. Li Qingshan suddenly looked at the sky. His gaze pierced through the wind and snow, and a golden star appeared on the distant horizon. It shot straight towards his direction. Holy Church, because the distance was too far, the speed did not seem very fast, but Li Qingshan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if a disaster was imminent and his life was at stake. This golden star was not something he could fight against right now. He restrained his aura and changed his direction to go deeper into the mountains. However, the golden star immediately changed its direction as well. He knew that his aura-concealing skill couldn't fool the senses of a foundation-building cultivator. He no longer hit his tracks and used an acceleration talisman to run toward the entrance of the underground cave with all his might. This scene overlapped with that snowy night from a year ago. It was shockingly similar. Unknowingly, it was as if a reincarnation had passed and he had returned once more. However, Brother Ox would not save him this time. He needed to rely on himself and followed Li Qingshan's instructions and hid in the dark clouds in the sky. She was prepared to come down and provide support as soon as she received Li Qingshan's signal. If Li Qingshan suppressed and hid his aura, then she had no aura at all. She was a special existence that hovered between life and death. Neither alive nor dead. Neither alive nor dead. No matter how sharp the golden pheasant Taoist senses were, it was impossible for him to discover a hidden skeleton. The scenery before him changed rapidly. Li Qingshan constantly conquered the rise and fall of the ground, but the golden star in the sky grew closer and closer. Li Qingshan felt an indescribable pressure, no longer the vague sense of danger. The golden star grew larger and larger in his vision. Even from 5 kilometers away, Li Qingshan was shaken to the core by its glorious presence. The golden pheasant also discovered the fleeing Li Qingshan. It raised its head and unfurled its wings, letting out a cry and shining with golden light. Like the call of a golden pheasant, the sun that had sunk into the west rose into the sky once more. The golden light clearly revealed the form of the golden pheasant. The comb, beak, feathers were all there. It was lifelike, but it was like a fighting chicken filled with fury. The golden pheasant elder's eyes widened like a fighting chicken as his hair and beard bristled. His beloved disciple had been killed, so he was filled with sorrow and fury. He swore revenge. From the moment he saw Li Qingshan, he knew Li Qingshan was the person he was looking for. This was not because Li Qingshan was fleeing. As the sect master, he obviously knew about the humiliation of the inner sect disciple Song Ming in Salt Mountain City. However, the proud swordmanner had been taken over by the Green Vine Mountain afterwards, so the matter was left unsettled just now. When the first senior brother went to seek revenge for Song Ming, he definitely had to report it to his master, which was why he was bold enough to take the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain with him. Never did he think he would actually die. The resounding call of the golden pheasant shook up the mountains, constantly echoing through them. For a moment, The snowy peaks were filled with the cry of a pheasant. Li Qingshan's ears ached as his mind shuddered. The true qi in his body began to churn uncontrollably. He could not help but be shocked. This was the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. The spirit turtle's demon core in his body revolved, suppressing all of the discomfort. The cave was not far away now. All he had to do was make it over the mountain, and the valley up ahead would be there. He could not let the golden pheasant approach him, or he would be in life-threatening danger with just a single strike. However, at such a distance, Li Qingshan finally sensed the startling speed of the golden pheasant. The first senior brother could be regarded as fast as he could be, but compared to the golden pheasant, he seemed as slow as crawling on the ground. And the golden pheasant was not gliding. It was actually flying in the sky. As soon as Li Qingshan reached the waist of the mountain, the golden pheasant was already 1.5 kilometers away. With a twist of his foot, he forcefully changed directions and lunged towards the other side of the mountain. The golden pheasant spread its wings and several dozen golden feathers fell off, shooting over like lightning. They were like rays of light from the sun. Every single one of them was even swifter and more vicious than the spiritual artifact controlled by the first senior brother. Li Qingshan had been expecting this move long ago. He would move left at times, right at other times, pause at times, or even head down at times. As a result, his movements became completely irregular. The whale's ingestion of water no longer spat out a weapon, but a huge ice shield that could protect him. Even with that, he was still worried, so he stuck a high-grade golden armor talisman on himself. However, as soon as he did that, his eyes became filled with golden light. He did not even have the time to respond. The ice shield shattered and the golden armor shattered. As if he had been struck by lightning, Li Qingshan shuddered all over. A small hole appeared in his chest, and a golden light pierced through him. His tough skin, which could withstand the slashes of spirit artifacts, did not have much of an effect. The golden feather pierced through 3 layers of his defenses and pierced deeply into the mountain rocks. The golden pheasant elder frowned instead. With his cultivation at foundation establishment, he actually failed to kill a puny chi practitioner in a single strike. No one would believe him even if he said it. The golden pheasant's feather should have pierced through Li Qingshan's heart. The defenses Li Qingshan had cast down were not useless. It gave him a split second to react. At the last moment he forcefully twisted his body, and only then did he avoid the attack. However, a sharp, scorching presence suddenly erupted from his body, as if it wanted to rip him to shreds and burn him to a crisp. The golden pheasant stopped in the air. The golden pheasant elder was in no hurry to pursue him. Even if it had failed to pierce through his chest, the spiritual energy within it was enough to kill him. Instead, he felt rather regretful. In his anger, he did not hold back. He should have captured him, interrogated him about his origins, and then tortured him to death. Little Anne's face stiffened. Li Qingshan had never sent out a signal. The golden pheasant elder had struck out with lightning speed, so Li Qingshan did not have the opportunity to send out a signal. He probably did not want her to take the risk either. Flames of fury burned in her eye sockets. She was about to lunge over without any regard. Li Qingshan suddenly leapt up from the ground, rolling and crawling around to the other side of the mountain and escaping from the golden pheasant elder's sight. The golden pheasant elder was slightly taken aback. A vicious smile appeared on his face as he bellowed, "You'll regret it just now. Why don't you just die?" Li Qingshan ignored him. Who knew how many times he had heard bullshit like that? The spirit turtle's demon core came into play once again at a crucial moment, forcefully suppressing the foreign spiritual energy that had erupted in his body. Suddenly he beamed with joy. The cave recorded on the mental map was right before him. Just when he was about to charge in, a golden light enveloped his head. With a flap of its wings, the golden pheasant flew over the top of the mountain and discovered Li Qingshan's tracks again. All it needed was a lunge and a claw, and it would be able to capture Li Qingshan in a single moment. Little Anne clenched her fists so hard that they cracked. It took her tremendous willpower to remain in the air. If she lost her patience and appeared casually, not only would she be unable to help Li Qingshan, but it would be very likely for her to end his chance of survival instead. If she slipped up and was captured, Li Qingshan definitely would not be able to escape alone. Before absolute power, it was pointless for the weak to work together. Instead, it would drag them down. Li Qingshan used all the strength in his body and leapt up, lunging towards the cave that was half covered in snow and half entangled by vines. Due to using too much strength, his bones and tendons creaked from twisting. He turned around in the air and faced the sky. He stared calmly at the golden pheasant's claws that reached over quickly. Before the sharp claws had even reached him, he felt a piercing pain on his skin. From such a distance, he could already see the golden pheasant elder's old, arrogant face inside the pheasant. Disdain and hatred intersected on his face. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. The talisman in his hand flashed and cracked, turning into a scarlet-red ball of fire. It rose into the sky and landed in the claws of the golden pheasant. The golden pheasant elder's expression became one of shock. He blurted out, "A supreme-grade talisman." Boom! Red light illuminated the entire sky. The mountains and rivers shook and the ground shook. The boulders in the distance were blasted high up into the sky, and in the center of the explosion, be it the rocks or the vegetation, everything was melted and turned into flowing lava. Then it quickly condensed in the ice and snow, forming a black circle. The golden pheasant elder was unscathed, but the pheasant's right foot had completely vanished. His face was flushed and twisted. Chapter 238. The golden pheasant elder let out a great roar. The golden pheasant flapped its wings madly, kicking up a fierce gust of wind that uprooted many towering trees. The sacred hall at this moment, the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain all rushed over. They cried out, "Master! First senior brother? A bunch of trash." The golden pheasant elder raised his hand, and the fierce gust of wind blew them away. They collided heavily against a tree and slid down, but none of them dared to grumble. "Forgive us, Master! Spare us, Master!" The golden pheasant elder's heaving chest settled down slightly. He called out, "Where's Songming?" Songming made his way over meekly and knelt on the ground. "Master!" Suddenly he felt an invisible force press down on him, pushing him to the ground. The golden pheasant elder said, "This is all because of you. If it weren't for a piece of trash like you, your senior brother wouldn't have. Fellow golden pheasant, no one expected something like this to happen. Why must you vent your anger on a junior?" A slow, leisurely voice rang out from the sky. Before anyone knew it, the Green Vine Elder and the Lone Grave Elder had appeared in the air. The one who spoke was obviously the Green Vine Elder. The two of them exchanged glances, and they seemed to be smiling. The three mountains were both allies, but they also competed with one another. One was stronger than the other. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain had lost a genius disciple, which was great news to them. They were even happier than obtaining a demon core. The golden pheasant elder became furious again. His chest heaved up and down viciously again. "This is a matter of my Pheasant's Grace Mountain. It has nothing to do with you two old coots. Fellow golden pheasant, that's where you're wrong. Our three mountains are allies, so your enemy is obviously our enemy. Once you return, immediately issue a bounty for the three mountains. We have to bring the culprit to justice," said the Green Vine Elder, who knew whether he was smiling or not from his mouth hidden under his beard. "Yes." The Lone Grave Elder nodded. The golden pheasant elder was unable to turn him down. His desire to avenge his beloved disciple trumped his pride, but it had been a long time since he had been insulted like this. He ground his teeth and said, "If you find that kid, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Just contact me. I want to capture him alive and skin him alive to appease the hatred in my heart." Sacred Hall. Songming continued to lie on the ground. His face was ashen. Although he had survived, his future on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain could be regarded as gloomy once his master became disgusted with him. How did this happen? He could never have imagined that his eldest senior brother, who was in the 9th layer of chi refinement, would die at the hands of such a small fry. He had heard that master had given him 2 supreme-grade talismans. Even if he encountered a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he would have a way to survive. How could he die at the hands of a small fry? The other disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain lowered their heads in grief and fury. The divine heaven's heaven was them all. Although heaven, sect King Out Yin heaven, In particular, the two 8th-layer Qi practitioners had always been firmly suppressed by the first senior brother, unable to catch a breather. Now that the first senior brother had passed away, they could obtain even more resources. They might even have the chance to inherit the position of sect master. Wasn't this fantastic news that had fallen from the heavens? Thinking of this, they exchanged glances and immediately turned away. Liav of Elder of Fichan out. Hichan, King out of Du Qi practitioners who are hated by Foundation establishment cultivators still have a way out. No one knew. Li Qingshan listened to them quietly. In the center of the mountain, in the depths of the earth, Li Qingshan had concealed all of his aura. He was like a hibernating toad, buried in the earth. Actually, even without purposefully concealing it, his aura was already extremely feeble. It was very difficult for people to detect him. His back had basically been charred completely. He could not feel anything at all. The tiny hole in his chest was currently ripping apart and growing larger bit by bit. Violent spiritual qi rampaged through his body. Even the spirit turtle's demon core was basically unable to suppress it. Who knew how many times he had braved death from a single encounter with a Foundation establishment cultivator? He had only barely managed to escape thanks to his talismans and the geographical advantage. However, he was still heavily injured. He was a mess from the inside out, completely immobilized by the earth. If he were a regular Qi practitioner, he would have died already. However, he could not care about the danger he was in, nor did he care about his wounds. He focused all of his attention on his ears, using his extraordinary hearing to listen to the words on the ground. He was focused and solemn. Only when the voices vanished did he suddenly smile. His smile gradually widened, revealing his ghastly white teeth. Although there was no sound coming from it, the malevolence and insolence was becoming more and more intense. Sharp claws extended from his hands and feet, and his hair became scarlet red. At the same time it spread throughout his body. His iron-black skin was densely covered in stripes that resembled tiger stripes. Even his eyes had become two beastly pupils filled with malice. He had actually broken through to the second layer of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging at a time like this. The path of the tiger demon could only be comprehended through intense battle. Li Qingshan had basically gone through 5 battles without stopping today. The masked man in black was the first battle, the truth-seeking society was the second battle, the Hawkwolf Guard was the third battle, the first senior brother was the fourth battle, and the golden pheasant elder was the fifth battle. Each battle was more intense and dangerous than the last. He was heavily injured and exhausted, and only then did he manage to carve out a path of survival. He had been pushed to the limit. If he could survive, then he would erupt. Li Qingshan began to struggle, producing a soundless roar. His long canines were like sharp daggers as his body gradually grew larger, pushing aside the rock around him and turning into his demon form. Demon qi surged, crushing and annihilating the foreign spiritual qi in his body. The hole in his chest shrank, and the wounds on his back closed up rapidly, returning to normal a while later. No, they had become even tougher than before. After the great damage the ox demon forges its hide had actually strengthened. It was like black metal had undergone another round of forging. Its defenses had doubled at the very least. Even if he was directly struck by a mid-grade spiritual artifact, he would not be damaged at all. Li Qingshan smiled in a self-deprecating manner. As it seemed he would have to suffer a little more injuries in the future. With the powerful life force and regeneration of his demon body, he had completely recovered in a while. Letting out a gentle sigh, Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression again, and returned to human form. More accurately, he was half human, half beast. He did return to his original size, but he had a head of fiery hair, scarlet eyes, a mouthful of sharp teeth, and the pattern of a beast on his face. He did not seem human no matter how he looked at him. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with that. He found a direction and used his sharp claws to dig as hard as he could. An indescribable fire filled his heart, supporting his movements. The pitch-black soil seemed to become the faces of his enemies. He grabbed at them as hard as he could and ripped them apart. Only then could he ease the agitation in his heart. The tiger demon's main killer had the greatest influence on his mind. However, he no longer tried to control this influence and suppress this killing intent. Instead, he allowed it to blaze in his heart like a raging fire. Suddenly, his vision cleared up. He had finally dug out a cave that had not collapsed. He leapt down and turned around gracefully in the air, running towards the depths of the cave. In the desolate mountains, a child waited silently in a pit covered by the ocean. This was also the arrangement they had made. If they were separated, they would meet up at the entrance of another cave. She was expressionless and motionless. If it were not for her clothes fluttering in the wind, she would look like a marble statue standing in the snow from afar. However, her heart had long been like the magma under the icy plains, boiling hot and anxious. A black hoe that looked like a bear but was 3 or 4 times bigger took heavy steps in search of food in the forest. It suddenly sniffed, and a thick sandalwood fragrance came along with the cold wind. It passed through the dense forest and came to the edge of the pit. Looking down, it saw the motionless child. Saliva naturally flowed down, but then it hesitated. That child's body seemed to emit a formless radiance, holy and noble, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Buddhas bowed their heads to demons. Eminent monks walked the path. Lions and tigers avoided them. However, in the end, the ferocity of its appetite overwhelmed its intelligence. It pounced towards the child, its huge body seeming incomparably light. Little Anne turned her head expressionlessly. Her glass-like eyes met its fierce gaze. It trembled all over. Flawless purity was also deep indifference. The clearest water could not contain a fish. She was not like a child, not even like a human. But then she suddenly turned her head, ignoring the black hoe that was already within reach. Her eyes rippled with heartfelt joy. At this time, her body suddenly became livelier. It was as if the exquisite puppet had turned into a human child. But Black Hoe's eyes were filled with panic. Unable to care about the prey in front of it, it turned and fled. A terrifying aura was rapidly approaching. Not long after Haetung escaped, a black silhouette pierced through the snow. 2 glowing scarlet eyes appeared above Haetung's head and casually swung its claws. Haetung's brain immediately burst open and he fell to the ground with a whimper. But the black shadow was still not satisfied. Its long arms stretched out and pulled out a scalding heart. If a normal person saw this scene, they would definitely be frightened to the point of wetting their pants. Even Qi practitioners would tremble in fear. But the child's face was full of joy. She blurted out, "Qing Shan." The black shadow abruptly turned its head and stared straight at the child. The red light in its eyes gradually dissipated, and the dense killing intent on its body seemed to fade a little. It revealed a somewhat sinister smile. "This is the first time you've called my name." Facing little Anne's worried gaze, Li Qingshan smiled. "I've broken through to the 2nd level. How is it? Not bad, right?" With a casual wave of his hand, for deep claw marks were left on the stone wall 10 meters away. Little Anne nodded seriously, expressing her admiration for his new appearance. "My little Anne sure has good taste." Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He picked her up and placed her on his neck, then walked into the cave. "Where are we going?" Little Anne asked. "To the underground meeting, of course. Isn't it going to take many days? We need to prepare in advance to welcome our friends on the surface and do our duty as hosts. Can I kill them all?" "Of course." Chapter 239. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. The Sacred Hall. Songming grabbed Mu Jitsung's sleeve firmly. His eyes were bloodshot. He was completely done for. Although the Golden Pheasant Elder did not punish him in the end, his seniors and juniors all avoided him like wolves or tigers. Even the outer disciples who often hung out with him stopped talking to him. He had completely become a loner on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Mu Jitsung shook off his hand impatiently. "Senior brother Song, weren't you the one who wanted revenge? Was I the one who forced you to do it? Why I'm in pain, but don't you think you'll have it easy either?" Song Ming no longer possessed any of his elegant and refined bearing. Spittle flew everywhere as he raised his hand and swung it at Mu Jitsung like a madman. "You've lost your mind." Mu Jitsung shivered inside and retreated in a hurry. Although he avoided the palm strike, his chest still ached from the true qi. Song Ming wanted to pursue him, but green vines emerged from the ground and wrapped around him firmly. He waved his hand and a golden pheasant's plume appeared. Mu Jitsong called out, "Don't forget, this is the Green Vine Mountain." Outside the window there were green trees and red flowers, like it was spring or summer. However, when he gazed out further, it was hazy clouds and snowy mountains. This was the residence for inner disciples on the Green Vine Mountain, Mu Jitsong's room. Songming's heart shuddered. He slowly calmed down and stowed the golden pheasant's plume away. Mu Jitsong dispersed the green vines and patted Songming's shoulder. He tried to persuade him. "The three mountains have already issued a warrant for your arrest. At the very least, you'll be able to avenge yourself, senior brother. There are no obstacles in the world that you can't overcome. As long as you perform well during the herb gathering ceremony, you'll definitely be able to regain Master's favor. Who knows, you might even find some spiritual herbs underground and consume them. Your cultivation will skyrocket and you'll become the new first senior brother." Mu Jitsong was afraid that he would really offend Songming and force him into a corner, so he tried to persuade him. Songming emerged from the residence with a deathly stillness. Under a great camphor tree, Ma Chaochuan bowed towards him. "Senior brother." Slap! There was a resounding slap. Ma Chaochuan crashed heavily into the camphor tree, its leaves falling to the ground. Songming said fiercely, "You dare to laugh at me?" Ma Chaochuan said, "I wouldn't dare. This all happened because of me. I've let you down, senior brother. If you want to beat or scold me, do as you please." Sanctuary. Songming was a little surprised and said with a cold smile, "With your little cultivation, you're worthy of letting me down? Since you dare to come over and talk to me, you can be considered a man. As expected of someone from the Jianghu, you have a bit of loyalty." After he finished speaking, he lifted his leg and walked away. After a few steps, he suddenly turned his head and said, "In the future, you will follow me. If anyone in the outer sect dares to bully you, just tell me." "Senior brother?" Ma Chaochuan was stunned. "You could endure for 20 years for revenge. Do you think I can't compare to you? I want to let them see that I, Songming, am not trash that can be bullied by anyone." Mu Jitsong watched the two of them disappear into the shadowy path. He murmured to himself, "I never thought this Songming would have some backbone." Then he murmured, "Niu Wuxia." He had never thought this man could actually escape from the encirclement of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he had even killed the first senior brother of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. He basically doubted whether this was some scheme or not. He found it very unbelievable. Was this guy really that powerful? If he came for revenge, what was he supposed to do? In a daze, the tall figure appeared before him, casting a shadow that enveloped him. However, Mu Jitsong immediately shook his head. Even if that Niu Wuxia guy racked his brains, he would never be able to imagine his role in all of this. And he was wanted by the three mountains. His life would be in danger, let alone revenge. Thinking up to there, Mu Jitsong stood up and made his way out, making his way towards the region where the outer sect disciples resided. "Qinglu, is what you said true? Is Niu Wuxia really wanted by the three mountains? Why didn't anyone tell me?" Yu Zijian paced around in the room anxiously. "You're under house arrest right now, so of course no one would tell you. I heard he killed the first senior brother of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he's being hunted down by the Golden Pheasant Elder." "Stop pacing around. It's making me dizzy." Then what happened to him?" Yu Zijian suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened in fright, and a layer of mist clouded her face. Her eyeballs had already begun to roll around. "If it weren't for me, Niu Wuxia wouldn't have fallen out with the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he wouldn't have come to the Green Vine Mountain, and he wouldn't have. Idiot, of course he escaped. Otherwise, why would he be wanted? Compared to others, you better worry about yourself." Just now Yu Zijian stopped worrying. She prayed silently, "Niu Wuxia, please be fine." Miss Hua's words make sense. A voice rang out from outside. Mu Jitsong strode into the courtyard and stood with his hands behind his back. He seemed extraordinarily graceful under the mottled shade. Yu Zijian said, "Senior brother Mu." Mu Jitsong said, "Zijian, the herb gathering ceremony is right around the corner. Although I'll take care of you when the time comes, you still need to make some preparations. Zijian isn't a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain. I won't be taking part in your shitty herb gathering ceremony. Hurry up and piss off. I hate the people of the Green Vine Mountain whenever I see them now." Hua Qinglu suddenly sat up from the chair and cursed. Hua Qinglu had come to the Green Vine Mountain to pay a visit to the Green Vine Mountain and wanted to take Yu Zijian away. The Green Vine elder only managed to meet her once before directly turning down her request. Although she liked to act very mature, she was still a young girl at the end of the day. If the patriarch of the Hua family or Hua Sengzan had come, this would not have been difficult at all. However, if a single word from a young girl forced the Green Vine Mountain to release her obediently, it would seem like they were afraid of the Hua family. The Green Vine elder could not afford to be humiliated like that. Hua Qinglu obviously refused to give up. She forcefully stayed on the mountain with Yu Zijian. After staying here for a while, she began to feel restless as well. She could no longer afford to act mature anymore. She unleashed her unruly and willful attitude of a young lady from a large clan. Miss Hua, don't think you can run your mouth like this just because you're a member of the Hua family. Do you really think I'm afraid of teaching you a lesson? Mu Jitsong's face reddened as he raised his hand. Hua Qinglu raised her head. Come on, teach me a lesson if you have the ability. You're a coward if you don't. Mu Jitsong was utterly furious, but his hand hovered in the air. He really was afraid to strike. Once he struck, it would lead to a conflict between the Green Vine Mountain and the Hua family. Even he could not afford to bear this responsibility. Yu Zijian stood between the two of them in a hurry. Stop arguing. Mu Jitsong used this as an excuse to back down. He lowered his hand viciously. If it weren't for Zijian's protection, I'd definitely teach a lesson to an ignorant girl like you. Who do you want to teach a lesson to? A voice rang out from outside. Brother. Hua Qinglu leapt up from the chair. Mu Jitsong turned around in a hurry and saw an extremely handsome man sitting on a slender verdant branch swaying in the wind. His long ebony hair draped over his shoulders as he smiled like peach blossoms. If it were not for the distinct Adam's apple in his throat, he probably would have been mistaken for a supreme beauty. Hearing how Hua Qinglu referred to him, a name suddenly leapt out of Mu Jitsong's head, Hua Sengzan. There were countless geniuses in the 1500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture, but this person was the best of the best, a true prodigy. Not only did he come from a renowned clan, but he was also handsome. He was the only Scarlet Wolf commander in the entire Rui Commandery who was not at Foundation establishment. This was not because of his connection to the Hua family, or the White Hawk commander's recruitment. Instead, it was because he had reached the 10th layer before the age of 20. Everyone believed he would become the youngest Foundation establishment cultivator in the Clear River Prefecture very soon. Although he had been stuck at the 10th layer for many years, which made his reputation as a genius dim slightly, he was still a dazzling existence to regular Qi practitioners. He was known as the greatest below Foundation establishment in the Clear River Prefecture. Mu Jitsong bowed in a hurry. I didn't know Commander Hua was coming, so I failed to welcome you, let alone the Hua family. Just Hua Sengzan's identity as a Scarlet Wolf commander was enough to strike fear into the hearts of any Qi practitioner. In the eyes of these sects and cultivators, the Hawk Wolf Guard was not some righteous emissary who upheld the law and the law. Instead, they were the hawks and dogs of the empire that concocted crimes and punished them severely. Hua Qinglu ran over to the bottom of the tree and stamped her foot. Why have you only come now? Zijian and I have already been bullied to death here. Mu Jitsong smiled dryly. I was just joking with your sister. Then I'll joke with you too. Hua Sengzan's face sank, and he raised his hand. He wielded great authority in the Clear River Prefecture. Who knew how many Qi practitioners he had killed and interrogated in the past? Although he did not seem awe-inspiring normally, once his face grew cold, his sternness seemed to bring the spring scene to late autumn. Mu Jitsong staggered a few steps back and tripped over the chair, falling on his bottom. He raised his hand to cover his face like a woman and cried out, "No!" But nothing happened afterwards. Mu Jitsong lowered his hand, only to see Hua Sengzan sitting there with a smile on his face. Just now, his bearing seemed like an illusion. Hua Qinglu sneered, "What a coward! My elder brother already said it was a joke." Mu Jitsong's face reddened. He felt both humiliated and fearful. Earlier, he had been completely overwhelmed by Hua Sengzan's bearing. Not only was he unable to put up a fight, but he had even lost the courage to run away. All he could do was kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. allowing himself to be slaughtered. If Wasungzan had struck back then, killing him would have been no different from killing an ordinary person. Before he had even used a single move, he had already suffered a crushing defeat. Senior brother Mu Zijian wanted to help him up, but Mu Jitsong had already leapt up himself. He said, "I'll go report this to master." He rushed out the door. Hua Chenglu called out, "Why don't you get down here?" Wasungzan was helpless. He drifted down from the tree gently and smiled at Yu Zijian. "Miss you, long time no see." Yu Zijian lowered her head in a hurry. "Big brother Hua, why have you come?" Hua Chenglu said complacently, "I obviously told him to come." However, Wasungzan said at the same time, "I've come for some business." The two of them exchanged glances. Hua Chenglu pinched his nose furiously. "So it's not for me." Wasungzan sighed. "Of course it's for you. I told you not to come to the Green Vine Mountain in such a hurry and wait for me to deal with it. It's instead become difficult now." The minds of people were extremely complicated. If he came now, the Green Vine Elder would probably feel like the Hua family was trying to oppress him through their influence. If it weren't for me, Zijian would have been forced to join the Green Vine Mountain already. Fair enough. Since Commander Hua has graced us with your presence, why don't you come up the mountain for a chat? Allow me to perform my duties as a host. Chapter 240. Come with me. Hua Chenglu picked up Hua Chenglu and flew out of the canopy like a bird, flying towards the top of the mountain. "Zijian, wait for me." Hua Chenglu turned around and called out, but all she saw was a swath of greenery. She had already traveled very far away from the courtyard. Her voice lingered, and the branches and leaves trembled. Yu Zijian exhaled gently. If it were not for the assistance of these kind people, who knew what kind of situation she would be in, regardless of the outcome, she thanked them from the bottom of her heart. If people did not possess these warm feelings, what was the point of living in this world? However, if someone were to be harmed because of her, she really had no idea what she would do. "Niu Juxia, you better be fine." As they advanced through the fierce winds, the wind whistled past their ears. Hua Chenglu asked, "Brother, what's your mission here?" "It's a secret." Wasungzan smiled, but his brows were rather solemn. Obviously, he could not hide this from his younger sister, Hua Chenglu. She pouted unhappily, but she did not ask any further. She wondered, apart from that woman, just what can give this omnipotent brother of hers a headache. Is it related to the herb gathering ceremony of the Three Mountains? Wasungzan did not reply. Suddenly, he took off into the air and overlooked the entire Green Vine Mountain. All Hua Chenglu saw was the square in front of the hall engraved with the image of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Smoke curled up from the 9 three-legged bronze cauldrons. Gazing into the distance, the mountains seemed hazy, giving off a sense of otherworldliness. The Green Vine Mountain could be regarded as a rare blessed land. She saw the Green Vine Elder standing with his arms behind his back, waiting in front of the hall. Many disciples of the 3 mountains had gathered on the square. Hearing the disturbance, they hurried up the mountain. Raising their heads, they saw a handsome man and a girl flying up the mountain with the wind. They were like a white crane flying over the mountains, without the slightest hint of danger. The lower-level Qi practitioners did not feel anything, but the higher the level of the Qi practitioners, the more serious their expressions became. This feeling of being one with the world had only been experienced by Foundation establishment cultivators. Sure enough, he lived up to his reputation as the greatest below Foundation establishment. Wasungzan and Hua Chenglu landed gently on the steps. Wasungzan cupped his fists and said, "Junior Wasungzan greets Elder Ivy." No matter how good one's family background was or how talented one was, this was the basic respect that a Qi warrior should have for a Foundation establishment cultivator. On the path of cultivation, the strong were revered. The Green Vine Elder stroked his beard with a smile and returned half a bow. "Commander, why didn't you inform me earlier? I could have come to the foot of the mountain to receive you. If that's the case, it does seem like I'm taking advantage of my seniority and treating an esteemed guest lightly." However, he secretly blamed Wasungzan for not paying respects to the mountain first, directly passing through the formation and climbing up the Green Vine Mountain. However, He was truly amazed by the ability to pass through the formation without making a sound. Wasungzan said, "Because I was worried about my little sister, I panicked. Please forgive me, senior. Xiao Mei has been disturbing you on the mountain for many days. I am afraid that my words and actions are improper. Thank you, senior is magnanimous and did not argue with me." Chenglu quickly thanked senior. "Thank you, senior Green Vine." Hua Chenglu bowed rather reluctantly. Wasungzan patted Hua Chenglu's head gently and said helplessly, "My little sister is young and ignorant, and she has always been spoiled. There's nothing I can do about her, so I hope senior doesn't take offense. Your little sister is naive and innocent, so why would I take offense?" The Green Vine elder laughed aloud. Even though he was rather displeased, he could not stoop to the level of a little girl, or he would seem far too petty. Wasungzan resolved the conflict from the past in a few words. He smiled and clasped his hands. "I still have some official matters to attend to, so I want to meet with the sect masters of the Three Mountains. This isn't a place to talk, so let's go in." At this moment, he was no longer the elder brother who apologized for his little sister, nor was he a junior who respected his senior. Instead, he was the commander of the Hawkwolf Guard, representing the dignity of the law. He naturally treated him as an equal, even taking the upper hand and taking control of the situation. The Green Vine elder could not help but become stern. He raised his hand. "Please." He could not help but sigh inside. This child is graceful and composure in handling matters. He's actually much better than all of his disciples. He's worthy of great responsibility. If a disciple like him could inherit the legacy, would the Green Vine Mountain not prosper? Wasungzan made Hua Chenglu wait outside. When the Green Vine elder entered the hall and was about to enter, he suddenly turned around and glanced past every single face on the square. Afterwards he became slightly disappointed. He mocked himself inside. If that person could appear here so easily, then I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. As expected, the Golden Pheasant elder and the Lone Grave elder were already seated in the hall. When they saw Wasungzan walk in, they stood up slightly before sitting down again. Their eyes were filled with caution. They wanted to maintain their dignity as sect masters, but they also did not want to offend the Hawkwolf Guard. Wasungzan seemed to have already grown accustomed to this treatment. He only clasped his hands and did not act like a junior. "What orders do you have for us, Commander?" The Green Vine elder dismissed all of his disciples. Only the 4 of them were left in the large hall. Their voices echoed through the hall, and the vermilion pillars seemed to extend into the darkness. It seemed extremely lonely. Wasungzan pondered as he paced around. He seemed to be organizing his words, but he also seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly he stopped and said, "I've come to warn the 3 of you. Someone is coming to take over the 3 mountains. The 3 of you need to be prepared." "What?" The Green Vine elder was surprised. "Your the Golden Pheasant elder directly leapt to his feet. He had been in an extremely horrible mood these past few days, so vulgarity slipped out of his mouth. He only managed to stop himself halfway through. "Oh!" The Lone Grave elder rolled his eyes. Many expressions immediately appeared on his corpse-like face. The Green Vine elder lowered his eyes. "Don't be an alarmist, Commander. Our alliance of the 3 mountains has existed for several generations. It's a 1,000-year foundation, so how can it be taken over so easily?" The Golden Pheasant elder waved his hands about violently. "With the 3 of us working together, who do we have to be afraid of? Don't tell me Commander Gu of the White Hawk has taken an interest in our foundation?" "That's right," said the Lone Grave elder. Their confidence was not without reason. Great Xia had been established for several thousand years, and the situation across the 9 provinces was peaceful. There were not even many conflicts between sections. Although there were some undercurrents, the 3 foundation establishment cultivators could basically fend them off if they worked together. Golden Core cultivators were obviously not people they could fend off, but all Golden Core cultivators came from large clans and businesses, so why would they take an interest in the 3 mountains? And the Hawkwolf Guard had never interfered with the conflicts between sections. They would rather fan the flames, so why would they be so kind as to inform them? Wasungzan purposefully fell silent for a while, giving the 3 of them enough time to respond. Only then did he say, This person comes from the Sword Collection Palace. The three agitated old men seemed to be choked by an invisible hand at the same time. They were rendered speechless, unable to say anything at all. The Sword Collection Palace was a great sect renowned across the entire Green Province. It was said that only those who had reached foundation establishment had the right to become inner disciples. To all the smaller and medium-sized sects of the Green Province, this was an undefeatable name. After quite a while, the Golden Pheasant Elder was the first to return to his senses. He bellowed, "You're lying. The Sword Collection Palace is a righteous sect, so why would they attack other sects so easily? What do we have that's worth their attention?" The Green Vine Elder smiled bitterly. "If you're not joking, Commander, we can go prepare to change our allegiance. How are we supposed to contend against the Sword Collection Palace?" The Lone Grave Elder's face darkened. His body had already tensed up, making him seem more and more like a corpse. Wasungzan said, "Not attack but control and recruitment? Actually, there's no need for the three of you to worry too much. I've received accurate information that the person who has come is only an inner disciple of the Sword Collection Palace. He's only undergone the heavenly tribulation recently. This is the first time he has left the mountain for training. As long as the three of you defeat him, there'll obviously be nothing to worry about." The three old men looked at one another. A disciple of the Sword Collection Palace had actually come to deal with them. This was utterly humiliating, but they just could not get angry, as this was the Sword Collection Palace. As a matter of fact, they even felt slightly relieved. If he was just an early foundation establishment cultivator, would they still have to worry about not being able to deal with him with their cultivations? Wasungzan shook his head inside. The knowledge of people from sects was still limited to stories passed down by word of mouth at the end of the day. It was impossible for them to analyze things as clearly and in detail as the Hawkwolf Guard. Hua Qinglu sat in front of the hall, hugging her knees. No matter who tried to talk to her, she would say viciously, "Piss off." Just as she was bored from waiting, Wasungzan emerged from the hall. The sect masters of the three mountains personally came to see him off. This kind of courteous treatment surprised all the disciples in the square. The eyes of the female cultivators even lit up. If they wanted to choose a partner, they just happened to need a man like him. If it were in the past, perhaps Wasungzan would have smiled at them and spread his reputation as a promiscuous playboy. But right now he was not in the mood to do that. He was still worried, so he said sternly, "I'll be in the town below the mountain. If he appears, send someone to contact me. By then, the three of you will definitely have to work together against him, or the three mountains will be in danger." He was clearly saying that if they fought one by one, they would not be able to defeat a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace. If the Golden Pheasant Elder heard that normally, he definitely would have cursed aloud, but right now he seemed very cautious. He nodded. After listening to Wasungzan's analysis, they no longer dared to underestimate him at all. Compared to their pride, the foundations of the three mountains were more important. The Sword Collection Palace was impressive, but everyone understood the principle of being the head of a chicken, rather than the tail of a cow. Just what does the Sword Collection Palace want? Who knew how many years it had been since the Lone Grave Elder had spoken so much? He stuttered as he spoke. This was also the question that the Green Vine Elder and Golden Pheasant Elder wanted to ask the most. Just what did they possess that could catch the attention of a large sect thousands of kilometers away? Wasungzan hesitated. "As for what he wants, I can't say. However, no matter what request he has, you must not agree to it, or the world will be in danger." The three elders looked at one another. Although they each ruled over a region, they still had an extremely clear understanding of their own capabilities. Even if the three mountains worked together, they probably would not be able to influence the world at all. That was a little too alarmist, so they wanted to ask a few more questions. Wasungzan clasped his hands and made his way down the stairs, flying off with Hua Qinglu. They flew over the sea of trees and even flew over the residences of the outer disciples. Hua Qinglu asked in a hurry, "Where's Zijian? Where's Zijian?" Wasungzan said, "Don't fret. Once I'm done with my matters, I'll obviously take you back to Clear River City." He was in no hurry to ask the Green Vine Elder for her. He would only ask when he felt confident, and when he asked, they definitely would not turn him down. Of course, it would be best if he did not even have to ask. If he succeeded, the Green Vine Elder would probably thank him for his warning. There would be no need for him to say anything, and he would just send Yu Zijian off the mountain. There was no need for him to be in such a hurry. Hua Qinglu said. But the herb gathering ceremony is right around the corner. Who knows how dangerous it will be for Zijian to go underground with them? Hua Sengzan said. Can't you see that there's already someone who's willing to take care of her? There won't be any danger. It's actually a good thing. But, no buts. If there were danger, there wouldn't be so many Qi practitioners going underground. It'll be fine as long as they don't go too deep. We've been on the Green Vine Mountain for so long, so how can we leave without making some profits? Hua Sengzan seemed to think of something. He muttered to himself, in terms of danger, I'd be more worried about the demons. What? Hua Qinglu asked in confusion. Nothing. The greenery dispersed, and the wind and snow blew over. Below the Green Vine Mountain, the town was currently at its busiest. The herb gathering ceremony was right around the corner, so almost 1,000 Qi practitioners had gathered here. All of them wanted to make some last-minute preparations. This was the busiest time for trade. But at this moment, the ruckus outside the northern entrance of the town had fallen silent. A wide path had been opened up on the jostling streets, allowing a group of Qi practitioners to pass through. The person in the lead was Wu General. His scarlet clothes were eye-catching, while the black robes of the commanders behind him fluttered in the wind. They were dignified and somber. Why has the Hawkwolf Guard come here? Don't tell me they're also participating in the herb gathering ceremony? Surely not. There's never been a precedent like this. Wu Zhen's face was so sunken that it seemed like it was about to drip water. He made his way into an inn quickly, and the commanders behind him entered as well. Their faces were all ugly. The owner of the inn went up to receive him with a bow. Sir Wu, you finally returned. Please come in. I've even saved the best room for you. Wu Zhen said. Close the door. The owner said. I still have business to do. Close the door. Wu Zhen's voice became even deeper. The owner closed the door in a hurry. Wu Zhen cursed aloud. You're all a bunch of trash. You can't even catch an injured person. Every single one of you looks impressive, but you're useless. How am I supposed to report back? The door upstairs slowly opened up a crack. Seeing a group of Hawkwolf guards below, he immediately shut the door tightly. Fang Yansheng said, Senior brother, the terrain underground is complicated. The caverns crisscross with one another. There's nothing we can do if we can't find him. The other commanders nodded in agreement. Qiu Ruelio's cave was not just a short, secret tunnel. Instead, it was directly connected to the underground caverns. They followed the trail and followed it all the way. In the end, they lost track of it in an underground river. When they found the trail again, they were led to a demon nest. It took them quite a lot of effort to escape, and they ended up in a sorry state. Although they governed different regions, there were quite a few criminals who had escaped underground on the blacklist. They were unable to capture them. Wu Zhen just happened to have nowhere to vent his anger. He roared at Fang Yansheng. Haven't you learned tracking techniques from the 100 schools of thought? Have you? Fang Yansheng lowered his head. I have. Why can't we find him if we do? Huh? Fang Yansheng whispered. Didn't you learn it too, senior brother? The commanders all pursed their lips, but no one dared to laugh out loud. Wu Zhen's expression immediately seemed like he was about to explode. Qian Rongji pulled Fang Yansheng aside in a hurry and advised, Don't be angry, sir. We've finally destroyed the Truth-Seeking Society, a branch of the evil White Lotus cult. After Qiu Ruelio suffered, he definitely won't show himself for a very long time. Even Commander Gu couldn't find the White Lotus mother. Wu Zhen's anger subsided slightly after being advised by a beautiful woman who even compared him to Gu Yenying. He glared at Fang Yansheng viciously. Just when he was about to say something, a lazy voice came from upstairs. Hey, it's not good to talk about your superior in private. Wu Zhen suddenly turned around. Who is it? How dare you eavesdrop on us? How dare you? Commander Hua. Hua Sengzan leaned against the railing on the second floor and smiled. Sir Wu, your temper has grown. Who's the brave one? Wu Zhen's face became bitter. I'm the brave one, all right? Why are you here? Hua Sengzan said. I just lost a criminal. There's no need for you to be like this. The net of justice is broad and thorough, so why would you worry about not having an opportunity in the future? It's just like what Rongji said. Boss Gu didn't kill the White Lotus mother either. He shifted his gaze and looked at Chen Rongji. I was just speaking carelessly. Please forgive me, Commander. I never thought you'd still remember my name. Chen Rongji bowed politely. She did not try to play up to him at all. Although they had only met once, this Commander Hua had left a very deep impression on her. She concluded that he was difficult to use. She personally believed her beauty and arts of charm were nowhere close to the sect master's opponent, and even the sect master did not seem to be able to control her completely. Moreover, at this point, taking the initiative to throw herself into his arms would only make him look down on her. Hua Sengzan smiled. As long as it's a beauty's name, I'll remember it. Oh right, have you found the one called Li Qingshan who joined the Hawkwolf Guard with you? Qian Rongji said, Commander, although Li Qingshan and I joined the Hawkwolf Guard at the same time, we're not familiar with each other. I haven't heard from him in so long, so he's probably dead underground already. Really? I feel like we might be able to see him again. Hua Sengzan waved his hand and casually tossed down a painting scroll. It unfurled in the air, depicting a man in green clothes. The artist's technique was excellent. The man looked very young, no more than 20 years of age, but he was full of melancholy. His emaciated body supported his loose green robe, and there was even a hint of emaciation in his bones. This is your new mission. Identify this person. Once he appears in the vicinity of the Green Vine Mountain, contact me immediately. Remember, you can't touch him no matter what. With Wu Zhen in the lead, the Hawkwolf guards answered loudly, Yes, sir. Clang. Yu Zijian paced around the courtyard alone. Suddenly, the sword on her waist thrummed gently. She stopped in surprise and drew the sword. The blade that was as clear as autumn reflected her confused face. She looked at the sword again and again, but she was confused. In the end, she could only sheath it. Clang! She leapt in fright and took a step back. She drew the sword again and looked at it again and again. Chapter 241. Before the ceremony, too, the long sword was placed horizontally on the marble table in the small courtyard. The sun was leaning towards the west, burning the sea of clouds into a sea of red clouds, reflecting on the long and narrow blade. That ordinary long sword suddenly had a glorious luster. Yu Zijian squinted her eyes and crouched beside the stone table, staring straight at the sword. The sword was silent. It did not move at all. Clang! Yu Zijian suddenly stood up. The sound was so clear that it seemed to be right by her ears, yet it also seemed to originate from the bottom of her heart. She stood up and pushed open the door, making her way onto the verdant path. She was in a daze, as if she had fallen into a dream. She could not control her own body, as if something in her heart was calling out to her. The path twisted and turned a few times before suddenly opening up. What appeared before her were ruined walls, like the ruins of an ancient city. The stone pillars that supported the hall rested in the grass. The hall had already collapsed a long time ago, and the statues had been corroded beyond recognition by time and wind. However, their past glory was still vaguely visible. Was there a place like that on the Green Vine Mountain? A question crossed Yu Zijian's mind, but she forgot about it in the blink of an eye. The setting sun dyed the ruins red. Even the most numb and vulgar person could not help but sigh when they arrived here. As she strolled through the ruins that were about to be swallowed by grass, she felt like she had returned home. She was like an exiled princess, and this was her homeland. She suddenly stopped after turning around the white stone passageway tangled in vines. A small pond sat in the embrace of verdant trees. The sunset glow from the west reflected on the surface of the water, dyeing it a gorgeous color. A man in black sat on a round rock beside the pond. His young, thin face was covered in stubble. He gave off a sense of melancholy that only an old man who had seen everything in the world possessed. He was like a lonely king sitting on his collapsed throne, constantly reminiscing about the glory of the past and lamenting the current melancholy. He was currently fishing, but he did not use a fishing rod, but a sword. He gripped the hilt with both hands, and a strand of black hair hung down from the tip of the sheath, sinking into the still, mirror-like water. Yu Zijian did not look at the scenery. She did not look at the person. She only stared at the sword as if she had become infatuated. For some reason, she became certain that the graceful thrum she heard just now came from the sword. Have you seen this sword before? The green-clothed man turned around and looked at her with some surprise. As if Yu Zijian had suddenly jerked awake from a dream, she looked around. She almost wanted to ask why she was here. She became dazed. I've never seen you before. You're not a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain, right? At a closer glance, he was also dressed in green, but it was very different from the uniform of the Green Vine Mountain. It seemed extremely old, just like the sword in his hand. The man in blue said, "No, are you?" Yu Zijian said, "I'm not either. You must be a guest that's been invited up the mountain. Fishing is forbidden on the mountain. Since you're not a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain, why do you care about me?" "I forget it. You continue fishing. I'm going back. I won't disturb your fishing." It was rather inappropriate for a man and woman to be together here alone, but her gaze never left the sword. The familiar feeling was basically like when she met Wuxia in the past. The man in blue said, "Do you want to take a look? Can I?" Before Yu Zijian had even finished talking, the sword landed in her hand. It was heavy, while the strand of hair automatically returned to the sheath. The sheath was an inky green. Normally, that was because of its original color, while the other half was due to the passage of time. It seemed like it was made of both jade and wood. There was an exquisite pattern carved into it, like the silhouette of a city, but it was damaged and damaged. "What's the name of the sword?" "Qingsu." Clang! Yu Zijian gripped the hilt and drew the sword with a reverse grip. Sure enough, the familiar hum rang out by her ears, lingering for a very long time. It did not emit any light at all, but the light from the sword seemed to absorb the rainbow and autumn waters. What a sword! The man in blue's expression was even more surprised, or even shocked, than when he saw Yu Zijian just now. "I'm done. It's time for me to go." Yu Zijian sheathed the sword and tossed it back to the man in blue reluctantly. The man in blue stood up. "Can you wait for me here?" At this moment, the afterglow on the horizon had already begun to recede. "I can't. I still have matters to attend to." Yu Zijian skipped off into the distance. She thought, "Who are you? Why do you want me to wait for you? What a strange person." "What's your name?" "I'm Yu Zijian," Yu Zijian said without even looking back. "I am Fu Qingjin." Yu Zijian had already left the ruins and entered the jungle, vanishing. Fu Qingjin's voice sank as if he was murmuring to himself. He could step in and out of the Green Ruins illusion at will, and he could draw the Green Ruins sword. The divining elder was right. The first star lit up on the horizon. His eyes shone like the stars too. The scenery around him suddenly twisted like a mirage, vanishing and dispersing. Only the pond remained, reflecting the black shade of the surrounding trees. Fu Qingjin's gaze passed through the trees and landed on the hall at the top of the mountain. There was only a single lantern in the gloomy hall, illuminating the entire space. The three elders sat around the lantern. They remembered Wuxia's warning. They did not dare to split up, just in case they were picked off one by one. The disciples of the various sects waited outside the hall. They were not here to lend a hand, but to immediately report to Wuxia as soon as they heard any disturbances. There was a flash of green light, and the three elders suddenly discovered that their surroundings had changed. They were currently in ruins. Above them was the endless night sky, filled with stars. "Since when?" The golden pheasant elder paled in fright. "Thank you for waiting here. You've saved me quite a lot of trouble." A voice rang out from behind. The three of them turned around at the same time, only to see a man in blue descend from the tall steps. He was young and old, lonely and noble. The Green Vine elder said, "Why, you're the one. That Commander Hua has told you everything that needs to be said, right?" Fu Qingjin said calmly, as if even explaining the reason was exhausting. The three of them stood in a triangular formation. Although they were old enemies, their teamwork was flawless. "I haven't come for the three mountains. My mission isn't to defeat you either." The three elders basically let out a sigh of relief at the same time. "Though it's best if I defeat you first. Don't worry, I won't harm you." Before the three elders could even become furious, The glow from the green glowing sword turned into thousands of strands and flew over. A while later, the three elders emerged from the hall, and the door closed firmly behind them. Master, do we keep watching? There's no need. We're going down, the green vine elder said rather tiredly. The three of them looked at one another. There seemed to still be lingering fear in their eyes, as well as some realization. No wonder Wuxia had personally come to inform them. That person's mission was actually. The Sword Collection Palace really was as resolute as the legends said. However, if this really happened, the world would be in danger. It was not just an exaggeration. The Green Vine Elder said, "Please return and rest up. Make your preparations. The herb gathering ceremony is about to begin." The deep pit was like a huge hollow eye gazing at the sky. Almost 1,000 pairs of eyes stared back at the huge eye. They were filled with excitement, desire, and fear. The cold wind whistled, unable to drown out the hubbub of voices. Everyone discussed. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The three elders arrived beside the pit under the escort of everyone. The Green Vine Elder struck first, activating the formation. Everyone could vaguely see a barrier of light disperse. The Golden Pheasant Elder's hand shone with resplendent light, and the snow in the pit rapidly melted away. It revealed over a dozen pitch-black holes below. These holes were the entrances to the herb gathering ceremony. They led to various places underground. Everyone could not help but gasp, which immediately drowned out the sound of the wind. The Green Vine Elder cleared his throat. "Fellow cultivators, you've all gathered here for the herb gathering ceremony of the Three Mountains. It is an honor for me and the Golden Pheasant and Lone Grave, with Wu Zhen in the lead. Over a dozen Hawkwolf guards moved through the independent cultivators. They constantly studied the people around them, as if they were trying to prevent anyone from sneaking into the ceremony. As for the disciples of the Three Mountains, they split into 3 groups, standing behind their respective sect masters. Afterwards, they formed smaller groups as they pleased. Due to the success of the herb gathering ceremony earlier, basically all the disciples of the Three Mountains had been mobilized. It was impossible for over 100 Qi practitioners to advance together. Once they encountered a fork underground, they would obviously split up. Yu Zijian stuck her head out and looked around. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder gently. She turned around in a hurry and said in surprise and joy, "Qinglu, will you come?" Hua Qinglu lowered her body. "Shoo! Don't be so loud. Just in case my brother hears you. I'm worried about you, so I'll go down with you and take a look." Mu Jitsong suddenly called out, "Miss Hua, you're not a disciple of our Green Vine Mountain, so please don't stand with us. If you want to participate in the ceremony, you can join the group of independent cultivators over there." Everyone looked over. Hua Qinglu pointed at Mu Jitsong furiously. Suddenly, she felt her collar tighten. Looking back, she saw that it was Wuxia. He scolded, "Don't mess around." He pulled Hua Qinglu away before nodding at Yu Zijian. "Good luck." Hua Qinglu called out, "Zijian, be careful." Mu Jitsong said gently, "Don't worry, Zijian. I will definitely protect you." Just when Yu Zijian was about to say something, she suddenly saw a familiar figure standing in the crowd. It was the man in green who had fished by the pond. He had changed into the uniform of the Green Vine Mountain, and he gave off the aura of a 4th-layer Qi practitioner. He just stood there by himself, not talking to anyone around him. For some reason, no one else seemed to notice him. He sensed Yu Zijian's gaze and turned around with a smile. Yu Zijian asked in confusion, "Senior Brother Mu, since when did the Green Vine Mountain gain a new disciple?" "What new disciple?" Mu Jitsong followed Yu Zijian's gaze and looked over. There was a flash of green clothes, and Fu Qingjin's figure had already vanished. Yu Zijian rubbed her head. How strange. At this moment, the Green Vine Elder's speech ended. The 3 elders looked at one another and nodded at the same time. They did not glance at Fu Qingjin the entire time, nor did they show any strange expressions. Wuxia, who had been observing their expressions from afar the entire time, eased up slightly. The 3 elders said at the same time, "The herb gathering ceremony of the Three Mountains officially begins." Chapter 242. The enemy of humanity in the depths of the endless underground, numerous ferocious demons were gathering from all directions. The faint light from the moss illuminated the wide cavern, but even brighter were dozens of pairs of eyes. Most of their pupils were squinted into slits, as if they were not used to such a bright environment. Fierce, cold, or arrogant gazes clashed in the air, creating sparks. Their breaths, filled with the stench of blood, rose and fell, like the restlessness of a volcano before an eruption. Occasionally, a low roar could be heard, like thunder rolling across the sky, echoing endlessly in the cavern. Their demonic auras gathered in the darkness, entangling with one another and exchanging information. However, they maintained a cautious distance between each other. Their enormous bodies formed black shadows in the dim light, wriggling, swaying, and twisting. In the past, they had never interacted with each other, but today they had been summoned by a single person. Suddenly, their gazes converged in the same direction. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps shook the ground. They were still very far away, but a violent wave of demonic aura rushed into the cavern first. This was how the demons greeted each other, but it was filled with arrogance and provocation. Normally it would cause a fight. All the demons retracted their demonic auras and lowered their heads, as if they were subjects waiting for the arrival of their king. They could all sense that he had become even stronger, like a sharpened demonic blade. It shone with a bloodthirsty light. A huge black shadow appeared at the dark entrance of the cavern. The entrance was diagonally above the cavern and was several meters wide, but it was still not big enough to accommodate his body. However, he only raised his head high. His two sharp horns swept across the ceiling of the cavern, creating a string of sparks. The black shadow leapt into the air. His enormous body was not clumsy at all. He was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. He landed loudly, his scarlet hair flying like fire. His scarlet eyes swept across the crowd of demons like a blade, causing them to lower their heads even more. Little N and Millipede sat on his shoulders, one on the left and the other on the right. Little N had turned into a skeleton, and two skull prayer beads floated above his head. Millipede, on the other hand, was dozing off against Li Qingshan's head. However, the powerful demonic aura emanating from his body continued to spread in all directions, scattering the demonic auras of the other demons. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and blood and flesh rained down, forming a small mountain in the center of the cave. These were dishes cooked by humans and the three fresh animals mixed together, giving off an alluring fragrance. Almost all the demons were drooling. They had never seen so much food in their lives. "This is what I promised. Now eat." Li Qingshan's deep voice was like a metallic hum, penetrating rapidly. His words were like a spark falling into the fire. The demons swarmed forward, each more ferocious and vigorous than the last. Pouncing on food was their innate instinct. After a few roars to test the waters, they were naturally divided into ranks. The strongest few monsters were the first to eat. The blackwater salamander gulped down a pile of fresh fish. It was glad that it had come. Otherwise, it would have missed out on such a feast. The boulder viper coiled its body and swallowed an entire cow. With a wave of its tail, it swallowed a sheep. The ice frog's eating method was the strangest. It opened its mouth to a terrifying extent and breathed out cold air, freezing the food into ice shards. Then it sucked hard and its body immediately swelled up. All the ice shards were sucked into its body, like a bottomless pit that could not be filled no matter what. The other monsters were patrolling restlessly in the surroundings. This scene was like an ancient and primitive ceremony. They were like the ancestors of mankind, dancing around a bonfire to start their civilization. Millipede smelled the fragrance of food and opened his eyes slightly. Li Qingshan passed him the food and wine that he had prepared. He ate heartily, then lay down on Li Qingshan's shoulder and fell asleep. Li Qingshan shook his head. He had wanted Millipede to say a few words to raise the morale of the demons, but it seemed that there was no need. He did not take out all the food at once. Hunger was the driving force behind the food. When the three demon soldiers under him had eaten half of the food, he ordered them to stop and let the other demons eat. However, the feasting demons were at their most ferocious. Why would they listen to Li Qingshan's orders? They only cared about eating and drinking. Li Qingshan began to move. He grabbed the boulder viper's head with his huge claws and pressed it against the ground. The boulder viper's body wrapped around Li Qingshan instinctively, like a thick belt. It coiled around Li Qingshan's waist a few times, but it discovered that its body was even tougher than metal. The piercing pain from its head made it return to its senses. The claws could actually pierce its armor. He grabbed the blackwater salamander's neck with his other hand. Although the blackwater salamander could slide away, it did not move obediently. The ice frog wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eat a few more mouthfuls, but a bone sword was aimed at it. Little Anne's eye sockets burned with flames. The bone sword had been forged from the bones of the first senior brother of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Although the artifact forging section of the Path of Whitebone and Great Beauty had a sword called the Buddha Slaying Sword, it was not something that Little Anne could forge right now. As a result, apart from being tough, the sword did not have any other uses. However, to a supreme swordsman, a tough sword was enough. The ice frog was immediately stunned by the sword intent. It dared not move. It felt like as long as it moved slightly, it would attract a tsunami of attacks. The 3 strongest demon soldiers were subdued immediately, and the other demons dared not move either. Millipede opened his sleepy eyes and asked, "Are they disobedient?" Li Qingshan smiled. "You'll have to ask them that." The 3 demons expressed their submission in a hurry. Li Qingshan released the 3 demon soldiers and said nothing more. He only declared his right to distribute the food once more. The leader would always declare this right to the group and strike down anyone who tried to provoke him. The other demon soldiers immediately ate in a much more orderly manner. After all of the food had been distributed, all the demons felt like they had not had enough. Their stomachs that had not eaten for a very long time seemed to become even hungrier. The human cultivators have already begun to enter the underground. Li Qingshan finally spoke. At the same time, he used demon chi and his voice to send a message. All of the demons raised their heads cautiously. They also understood the danger that humans posed. For the sake of killing us, for the demon cores in our bodies, for the spiritual herbs in our caves, from today onwards, you must listen to my orders. You cannot fight on your own anymore. We must work together and face the enemy together. After this, I will redistribute the food according to your contributions. Now set off and kill everyone. Li Qingshan raised his right hand before swinging it down viciously. Various howls and howls shook up the cavern, causing rocks to fall down. The demon army set off. Li Qingshan stood at the very back. When all of the demons had entered the cavern, he muttered to himself in an extremely low voice. The code name for this operation is Enemy of Humanity. A strange smile appeared on his face. It seemed to be a cruel smile, a bitter smile of sorrow, or a cold smile of self-mockery. Then it all disappeared, replaced by silent determination. This was the path he had chosen. He would not hesitate or regret it. "All right, go to sleep." Li Qingshan put Millipede down from his shoulder. There would not be any Foundation establishment cultivators entering the underground. With his current strength, he could kill any chi practitioner. "Be careful," Millipede muttered. He crawled towards his cave abode, his buttocks rising and falling. He moved extremely quickly. Li Qingshan smiled easily. He put his hands in front of his chest and bowed slightly. "I will fight for you." Then he nodded at Little Anne, "And for you." Finally, he stood up and said proudly, "Fight for me." With large strides, he disappeared into the depths of the cavern. His footsteps landed on the ground silently, advancing steadily and quickly. The disciples of the 3 sects had already split up underground, advancing towards their respective targets and paths. Normally, it would be a chi practitioner at the 6th layer or above leading a few weaker chi practitioners. This group was led by the person who called himself Caretaker Lu Fengrui. However, his face was sunken. He completely ignored the flattery of his junior brothers beside him. Recently, he had been very unhappy on the Green Vine Mountain. He had never thought that bringing back a little girl would actually cause so much trouble. Not only did he earn the cold glances of his senior brothers, but even the Green Vine Elder did not treat him kindly. He was not afraid of the cold glances of his senior brothers, but once he lost the favor of his master in a small sect like this, it would be extremely terrifying. He could not help but grind his teeth in hatred towards Yu Zijian. He was eager for her to die in the ceremony this time. If there was a good opportunity, He did not mind contributing to this matter. Senior brother, there's a demonic beast's nest up ahead. There should be quartz grass growing in the surroundings. That's an essential spiritual herb for refining stone grain pills, a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain said in surprise and joy as he held a small mental map in his hand. He interrupted Lu Fengrui's thoughts and said in displeasure, "What kind of high-grade spiritual herb is quartz grass? We're still very close to the surface. If you want to find the good stuff, you'll have to go even deeper. It's just a demonic beast, and it hasn't even condensed a demon core yet." The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain all nodded obediently. Venturing deeper underground increased the danger. How could demons with demon cores be so easy to deal with? Although demonic beasts did not have demon cores, their skin and bones were all great materials for forging spiritual artifacts. Their flesh and blood were of great use too. "Let's go take a look," Lu Fengrui ordered. All he could do was gather some more spiritual herbs from the herb gathering ceremony, this time to redeem his master's impression of him. The dark cave was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. The group moved forward quickly. The clear sight talisman didn't affect their eyesight too much. With their skills, the winding cave with rocks couldn't stop their footsteps. Suddenly, a third-layer Qi practitioner disciple said, "Senior brother, it's so cold." He shivered as well. Lu Fengrui also sensed the coldness in the surroundings. Looking back at his junior brothers, they were all pale-faced and their lips had turned blue. Qi practitioners with innate true Qi should have been impervious to heat and cold, but right now they were afraid of the cold like regular people. This is unusual. The records didn't say it would be so cold in here. It wasn't so cold last time I came. The underground caverns change frequently. Has something happened? Do you want to go somewhere else, senior brother? An old Qi practitioner asked carefully. He was only a third-layer Qi practitioner, so he had to refer to Lu Fengrui as senior brother. Lu Fengrui's eyes swiveled. "Master is watching us from above. If we retreat before we've even encountered any danger, what kind of disciple of the Green Vine Mountain are we? Let's go. It won't be cold if we walk. The quartz grass is right up ahead." They began to run through the cavern, but the coldness did not lessen. Instead, it grew colder and colder. Even Lu Fengrui felt the bone-chilling coldness, let alone the junior brothers behind him. They all slowed down. "We can't. Senior brother, let's retreat." Croak, croak. Just when Lu Fengrui was about to order them to retreat, a loud croak rang through the cavern. "It's a demonic beast." Everyone responded. Apart from demonic beasts, what other animals could survive here? "We'll leave after we kill this demonic beast." Lu Fengrui beamed with joy and hurried off with the others. Cold mist permeated the darkness, and a layer of frost formed on the gray quartz grass. An icy blue frog hopped around on a rock. Croak, croak. Lu Fengrui could not help but feel disappointed. The strength of a demonic beast was often related to its size. The larger it was, the more powerful it was, and the more valuable it was. The frog was so small, so it had clearly only recently evolved from a beast to a demon. Suddenly, he thought of something. How could a low-level demonic beast give off such a heavy coldness? "Who's there?" A few blurry figures appeared in the cold mist. Lu Fengrui's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand and struck out. It had already been a secret for Qi practitioners to kill one another for the sake of spiritual herbs and demonic beasts. Underground, humans were even more dangerous than demons. Even more terrifyingly, he actually failed to sense their presences. Clearly, they were hiding on purpose and wanted to launch a sneak attack, which was why he showed no mercy right from the start. However, the figures did not move at all, allowing the true Qi to land on them. There was a crisp sound, and the wind from the palm dispersed the cold mist, revealing the figures. Lu Fengrui immediately felt like all the blood in his body had frozen. He finally understood why he could not sense their presences. It was because they had all been reduced to ice sculptures. Dead people obviously did not have any presences. They all wore the uniform of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. One of them had 2 chicken feathers embroidered on his chest. He was an inner disciple before the 6th layer, but now they were all dead. They were all dead, but their bodies were still in the same position as before they died. They were still trying to wield their spirit tools and conjure their spells. Their expressions were frozen with fear, and they were all looking in the same direction. The ice blue frog. What demon is this? In his fright, a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain swung a green staff that flickered with light at the ice frog. The ice frog opened its mouth and sprayed out a ball of white, cold air. The disciple was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture. The cold air gushed out, and his seniors and juniors behind him immediately followed in his footsteps. The cold air was like thousands of tiny, invisible blades, piercing their protective true chi. Crack, crack. The air was filled with the sounds of freezing, like the notes of death. Lu Fengrui summoned his flying sword as he roared out before maintaining the same posture forever. One final thought flashed through his mind. They were not facing some demonic beast, but a true demon, and a powerful one among demons at that. However, why would a demon appear at such a shallow level? It was just like how a 10th layer Qi practitioner killing a group of weaker Qi practitioners was a piece of cake. Croak, croak. 11 croak, croak. That's enough for 10. The ice frog opened its mouth and sucked. The ice sculptures shattered into ice shards and were sucked into its mouth. Only the spirit artifacts in their hands and the 100 treasures pouches on their bodies remained intact. Croak, croak, the leader wants this. The ice frog collected all of them and placed them in a cave not far away. This was the token used to calculate contribution points. Inside the cave was a huge rabbit-like demonic beast. Its body was shriveled up and it was trembling non-stop. It was unknown whether it was because of fear or the cold. It was originally the target that the Qi practitioners were looking for. Fellow Green Vine, looks like even your disciple failed to defeat the demon there. The Golden Pheasant Elder said coldly. In the location of the herb gathering ceremony, the three elders stayed in a bamboo pavilion together. They admired the snow and drank tea as they waited for the outcome of the ceremony. Before them was a projection from the underground mental map. Many specks of light flickered on it, split into 3 colors, gold, azure and gray, indicating the location of the disciples of the 3 mountains. It was just like the pathfinding puppet insects the disciples of Moism had used in the past. With the deaths of Lu Fengrui and the others, the specks of light on them faded away too. Before that, the golden specks of light that represented the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain had vanished there too. The Green Vine Elder said, "There must be a powerful demon there, but that shouldn't be. It's only a shallow layer." The Lone Grave Elder said, "You'll know if you keep watching." The boulder viper moved through the earth as it flicked its forked tongue, constantly sensing the presence of the humans in the cave. Suddenly, it emerged from the wall and saw the frightened faces of a few humans. They were all extremely weak. The Qi practitioners only saw a gray shadow pass over their heads. They did not even manage to make out the demon's appearance before they were frightened out of their wits by the terrifying demon Qi. The leading 7th layer Qi practitioner bellowed out, "Summon the zombies." They were disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain. The disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain immediately waved the bronze talismans in their hands. Several dozen zombies scattered around them, surrounding them tightly. The 7th layer Qi practitioner even summoned 2 indestructible iron plate corpses. Corpse Qi coiled around them. Every single one of them was even more powerful than the iron plate corpses the zombie Taoist had refined in the past. The boulder viper turned around. Its long body coiled up and suddenly tightened. Dozens of zombies and a few disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain were in the low cavern. The disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain had nowhere to run. They felt a tremendous force pressing down on them from all directions, and they were immediately ground into a pile of meat paste, no longer distinguishable from the zombies they had refined. The deathly aura on the Lone Grave Elder's face seemed to grow heavier too. The Green Vine Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder's expressions were ugly as well. On the underground mental map, large swathes of specks of light were extinguished. Groups of herb gatherers died underground. The number of Qi practitioners they had lost in a short period of time had already exceeded the total number lost during the herb gathering ceremony last time. And right now, the herb gathering ceremony had only just begun. The Qi practitioners had only ventured into the shallow layer. They should not have run into any powerful demons. Sect masters, what's going on? Hua Sengzan, who had been paying attention to this the entire time, walked into the bamboo pavilion with a stern expression. He understood what these specks of light represented. Chapter 243. The Golden Pheasant Elder said. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain has 11 as well. The Great Wall. The Lone Grave Elder said 7. However, they all knew that this was not because the Burial Mound Mountain's disciples were strong enough, but because they could manipulate corpses as shields. Close to 30 disciples had all died in less than 4 hours. Although the number of inner sect disciples lost was not that many, it was enough to shake the foundations of the 3 mountains. Wasungzan furrowed his brows. No one would have thought that the herb gathering ceremony would have such a turn of events. Could it be that the monsters underground had already made their preparations and were waiting to ambush the Qi practitioners? Perhaps the demon general in this area could no longer tolerate the humans running amok underground and began to react. If that was really the case, then death was just the beginning. It was very likely that all the cultivators participating in the herb gathering ceremony would be wiped out. He was already unable to imagine what sort of waves the death of nearly 1,000 human cultivators would cause. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he gazed at the surging dark clouds in the sky. The general situation of the world is really about to change. The 3 elders felt their hearts bleed. Their faces were all sunken as killing intent surged through their eyes. That person was right. All demons deserve to die. Brother, you mean? Zijian? Hua Qinglu rushed over from afar and grabbed Wasungzan's sleeve anxiously. As he said that, a few more specks of light vanished. Although Yu Zijian was not a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain, she was still equipped with a sensing spiritual artifact. She was one of the many specks of light, so who knew when they would be extinguished? I can only wish her good luck. Wasungzan pressed down on Hua Qinglu's shoulder. Even now, he was powerless to help. If a demon general really was moving, then the underground would become a forbidden zone for Qi practitioners. He was known as the greatest below foundation establishment, but he was still a Qi practitioner. If it were Hua Qinglu underground right now, he would obviously enter without any hesitation. However, it was impossible for him to take such a risk for an unfamiliar girl. Hua Qinglu bit her lip. She understood Wasungzan's considerations. She could not be stubborn and demand anything. The black demon sat alone in the huge cave. It raised its right arm and stretched out its index finger. The fingertip was a giant claw that was as sharp as a knife. It lightly touched the forehead of a young man. The young man was also alone. He seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old. A soft beard had just begun to grow on his lips, but he was already a 3rd-layer Qi practitioner. He could be considered a minor genius. Judging from his clothes, he was not from the 3 mountains. He was probably an independent cultivator from some clan who had come to try his luck. There was only darkness reflected in his frightened eyes. The fierce murderous aura and demonic aura had completely crushed his will to resist. However, the monster did not attack immediately. It seemed to give him a glimmer of hope and begged, "No, I beg you." However, the thick smell of blood came from behind the black demon. The young man saw clearly that it was a pile of Qi practitioners' corpses. His lips trembled in fear, and turbid tears flowed down his cheeks. A moment ago, a group of disciples from the Pheasant's Grace Mountain hurried over. With the experience of their seniors, it was often easier for them to find spiritual herbs in spiritual lands inhabited by demonic beasts than independent cultivators. But this time it was a true demon that resided there, and it was the leader of the demons at that. The familiar clothes made up some of Li Qingshan's hateful memories, and the 7th-layer Qi practitioner who led this group seemed to have met him once in the quiet Spring Valley. The first person who saw Li Qingshan, the disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, cried out before coming to a halt. Li Qingshan's index finger had already stabbed into his chest like a huge spear. Only then did the other disciples return to their senses. They roared out and struck out together, taking out talismans, drawing out spiritual artifacts, and condensing techniques. The person who reacted the fastest was the inner disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, a 7th-layer Qi practitioner. However, before his golden pheasant plume could even take flight, a huge hand appeared before him. The index finger and thumb tapped out gently before flicking out carelessly. His head was smashed to pieces. His brains and shattered bones scattered across the ground. At this moment, those who took out talismans had only just extended their hands into their talisman pouches. Those who drew out spiritual artifacts had only just lit up. and those who condensed techniques had only just mobilized their true qi. The sacred hall did not even have the time to react to everything that had happened before him. Li Qingshan waved his hand casually, and thick blood spurted out. Not a single one of them survived. The battle began in the blink of an eye and ended in the blink of an eye. It was so simple that even Li Qingshan himself was slightly surprised. Back then, who knew how much effort he had expended to deal with a sixth-layer qi practitioner like Zhuozhibua? Although he hadn't been able to overcome the heavenly tribulation and take that legendary first step, after cultivating the second layer of the tiger demon, his powerful strength had transformed into a terrifying battle prowess that could suppress the strongest of demons. How could any qi practitioner be a match for him? Li Qingshan did not enjoy torturing and killing his opponents, so they all died extremely quickly and painlessly. The more direct reason was that he did not know these disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain at all. Even the leader had only barked a few times meaninglessly at him. However, since they were disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, they were sworn enemies. There was nothing much to say. If he killed them, then he killed them. But right now, the young man standing before him was a complete stranger. Clang! Like the hum of a blade, there was a cold flash, and the headless corpse of the young man collapsed on the ground. Just now, he had paused not because he was still hesitating. He was just reminiscing about what he was about to cut off and throw away. Just like how mountain climbers needed to empty their overly heavy backpacks in order to climb to the very top, they had to take out the items inside and toss them into the abyss one by one. However, these items could have originally been very important, so he could not help but sigh inside. Everyone wanted to reach the very top without losing anything, just like how everyone wanted to succeed without paying any price. However, this was impossible. The price was not just hard work. If Li Qingshan was willing to live a peaceful life, and not think about leaving Qingyang or even beyond the 9 heavens, he would be able to live a much more relaxed life. However, he could not do that because the mountain was there. Li Qingshan stabbed the corpse with his finger and tossed it behind him. It landed on a small pile of corpses and he said, "Don't eat it. These were all for little Anne." There was also a cowering demonic beast in the cavern. Even though it was attracted by the flesh and blood, it did not dare to move at all. Li Qingshan had never studied the art of war or anything like that, but he was not unfamiliar with military knowledge in the age of information explosion in his past life. He knew what it meant to gather forces to destroy the enemy's effective forces. He would place the 2 strongest demon soldiers under him in a few locations that were most likely to attract qi practitioners before lying in wait. As for Little N and the Boulder Viper who were more mobile, they constantly patrolled the main paths underground, killing the weaker qi practitioners. The remaining demons would gather together in groups of 3 to 5 at the very least. They would be led by their strongest leader, just in case they ran into stronger qi practitioners. With just a simple adjustment, the demons were basically undefeatable. It was not even any more complicated than playing a game. As the leader of the demon soldiers, Li Qingshan did not remain uninvolved. Instead, he chose a place where spiritual veins gathered and spiritual herbs flourished, beginning his wait and slaughter. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply and stowed the 100 treasures pouch away. He leaned on his hand and continued to wait. Killing strangers was not exactly fun, but obtaining the 100 treasures pouch made him quite happy. After this battle, the pills he obtained would be enough for him to break through to the second layer of the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression. Suddenly, he raised his head and sniffed the air gently. Through the heavy smell of blood and the familiar scent, he recalled some of his past memories. He could not help but frown. Why was she here? Although it had only been over a month since they parted, waiting in the gloomy underground for a while felt like an eternity. "Let's go out and take a walk." Li Qingshan stood up and made his way out of the cavern. After taking a few steps, he turned around and said to the demonic beast, "You're not allowed to eat it." If the demonic beast could cry, it was already close to tears from fright. Their jade-green and blood-red pupils danced about in the darkness. A few colossal demons surrounded a few qi practitioners. Their mouths were filled with sharp teeth as they spat out a heavy stench. "Senior brother, what do we do?" Chang Jelly paled. Mu Jitsong's forehead was covered in sweat. He controlled a flying sword and wandered around in the surroundings. However, with his strength, a single demon was already very difficult for him, let alone several demons at the same time. Even his chances of survival were pitifully minuscule. How did this happen? How did this happen? This was clearly just a nest of demonic beasts, so why were there so many demons gathered together? And they were all different species. Mu Jitsong was filled with fury and doubt. The spiritual ground had only been cleaned out once during the herb gathering ceremony, and it was a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain who had killed them. Even if new demonic beasts took over this place, they should not be much stronger than wild beasts. He had only come here to try his luck. If he came across demonic beasts, he would use them to test his strength and show Yu Zijian his might. He could also let his junior brothers and sisters warm up, so that they could venture even deeper underground. However, he never thought he would barge into a nest of demons and end up in dire straits. The demons use demon chi to communicate with each other in a way that humans could not hear. These people are too weak. Let's eat them. If it weren't for the leader's idea, you would have been eaten a long time ago. I want to eat the one at the very front. Move. The one at the very front is mine. Be careful. This human is a little difficult to deal with. Don't let him injure you and don't let him escape. Humans have many tricks up their sleeves, the strongest demon ordered. The other demons immediately obeyed. They were cautious as wild beasts, so they did not swarm over together. It was just like how a pride of lions surrounded a wild ox. They would never attack recklessly, just in case they were injured by the ox's horns. The demons possessed intelligence that wild beasts did not possess. They constantly growled and roared, destroying the mental defenses of the Qi practitioners. Their colossal bodies formed a perfect encirclement, exactly to prevent their strongest prey, Mu Jitsong, from escaping during the chaos. Arg! With a howl, a demon that seemed like a huge lizard bit a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain and dragged him away. Chapter 244. Blood splattered on Yu Zijian. Her eyes widened as she stared blankly at everything before her, as if she had fallen into an unreal nightmare. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain cried out in panic. They swung the weapons in their hands wildly, and the defensive formation that they had managed to put up immediately shattered. Chang Jelly suddenly felt her waist tighten. A tongue from the darkness had wrapped around her. On the other end of the tongue was a gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth. She stabbed her sword into the ground, but she was still pulled towards the gaping mouth bit by bit. Her waist ached like it was being ripped apart. She extended her hand in despair and called out, "Save me, senior brother." Sure enough, Mu Jitsong approached her. She smiled happily. Her senior brother really did care about her. With a bang, Mu Jitsong slammed his palm against Chang Jelly's chest as hard as he could. She crashed straight into the monster's bloody mouth. She was already dead in midair. Her towering chest had now collapsed into a mess of flesh and blood. An expression of disbelief still remained on her face. Mu Jitsong curled up. While Chang Jelly stuffed up the demon's mouth, he leapt up and actually leapt out of the demon's encirclement. A huge boar-like demon leapt up with a speed that did not match its colossal body, hurtling towards Mu Jitsong like a cannonball. Mu Jitsong pushed off with the tip of his foot and stood on his flying sword. He leapt over 30 meters away and heard a rumble behind him. The huge boar-like boar had collided with the ceiling of the cave, causing rocks to collapse and dust to rise into the air. He could vaguely hear a few cries of despair. "Senior brother, don't abandon us. Save us, senior brother." He did not hear Yu Zijian's voice. He had no idea whether it was hidden among the voices. He made up his mind. "Don't blame me. It's better for me to survive than to die with you. There's nothing I can do about it." For some reason, the monsters did not chase after him. Before the ecstasy of surviving a disaster could even surge out of his heart, he ran into a black iron wall in a panic. Li Qingshan sensed the tiny figure that had run over. He grabbed and squeezed almost instinctively. There was a crack, and his hand became drenched in blood. Looking at the dead man's face that was bleeding from all 7 orifices, he realized that he seemed to have seen this person somewhere before. After thinking carefully, he remembered Mu Jitsong's name. He didn't know about Mu Jitsong's plot against him. He scratched his head and felt very embarrassed, but since he was underground, he could only feel embarrassed. For him, remembering this kind of thing once was enough. Sensing the aura within the dust cloud, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had arrived in time. As long as she was fine, everything would be fine. When Mu Jizong used Cheng Jelly's corpse to leave, Yu Zijian closed her eyes and pursed her lips. If she encountered something she could not accept and was powerless to stop, wasn't this how humans behaved? She even wanted to cover her ears so that she could not hear the screams coming from beside her. However, her hand was holding the sword hilt so tightly that her knuckles turned white. It was as if she was going to crush the hilt, but she did not pull it out. At this moment, what was the use of drawing the sword? The smell of blood and scorching heat flooded her face. Death was right before her eyes. Many scenes flashed through her mind. As it turned out, her father was right. When people face death, they would really recall their entire lives. Even though her life was extremely short, it was filled with sunshine and joy. She had received her father's care and love from her fellow disciples. However, this only worsened the pain before death. Without Mu Jizong, the demons basically finished off the remaining disciples in no time at all. It was as easy as picking up food with chopsticks. Just when their sharp claws and teeth were about to reach Yu Zijian, they suddenly stopped. An order rang out from the darkness through demon qi. The order was very simple. If it was translated into human language, it would be 2 words, piss off. Their claws and teeth no longer dared to advance any further. They slowly retreated, turning around and fleeing frantically. Their roars vanished into the depths of the cavern. Li Qingshan shook his head and emerged from the darkness. He suppressed his demon qi again and recovered his appearance as Niu Wuxia. The sacred church, I don't want to die. Yu Zijian suddenly drew her sword and stabbed forward as hard as she could. Her desire to live had turned into courage. Even if it was pointless, she would struggle. However, to no surprise, her sword missed. Her hand fell into the clamping grasp, but it was not devoured or ripped apart like she had imagined. A voice rang out vaguely, as if it was calling out her name. Zijian! Zijian! She seemed to wake up from a nightmare. She gradually made out the person before her. His simple face and tall figure were all so familiar. She rubbed her eyes and said in disbelief, Niu Wuxia? Li Qingshan said, isn't that me? Why have you come underground? Were you threatened by the people of the Green Vine Mountain? Little did he know that before he appeared, participating in the herb gathering ceremony had always been a good thing. Yu Zijian looked into his warm eyes and felt like she had been wronged. In the end, she burst into tears and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. He embraced her gently and patted her back until she gradually calmed down. Only then did he say, let's go. Let's get out of here. The smell of blood here will attract demonic beasts. Her soft body seemed to calm down the restless killing intent in his heart slightly. His extraordinary composure infected her. She stopped sobbing and raised her head. Her eyes were red as she looked at Li Qingshan in confusion. Where are we going? Li Qingshan thought, she's still a child at the end of the day. Everything that she has gone through today is probably even more difficult for her to endure than ordinary people. For some reason he thought of a saying. So-called kindness is just not understanding the evils of the world. So-called purity is just not being tainted by the world. Above ground, obviously, Li Qingshan released her and made his way into the cavern. Yu Zijian followed him in a hurry. She grabbed Li Qingshan's hand like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Li Qingshan said gently. Yeah. Yu Zijian's heart warmed up. She bit her lip and nodded gently. The two of them advanced through the cavern. Li Qingshan led the way at the front, while Yu Zijian followed closely behind him. She was afraid to fall behind. The gloomy cavern was cramped and oppressive. Every single strange rock seemed like a vicious demon in the darkness. She was afraid to look at anything. She only stared at the tall figure as if she was looking at the only source of light in the darkness. Li Qingshan strode forward, choosing his path without any hesitation at all. He was the one who had arranged for the demons to guard, so he avoided these places and made his way to the surface. However, as Yu Zijian's cultivation was just too low, she struggled to keep up with him, even when he did his best to slow down. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around to Yu Zijian. Let's hurry up. Although the underground battle this time was basically guaranteed to be victorious under his arrangements, he still had to pay attention to the battlefield at all times as the commander. He could not help but feel slightly uneasy. Before Yu Zijian could even respond, she felt like she was riding on a cloud, landing on Li Qingshan's arm. "Can I?" Li Qingshan lowered his head and asked. He also knew that it was inappropriate for men and women to touch each other, but she was as light as a fallen leaf. If she was unwilling, he could carry her on his back or carry her on his back. He could even carry her by hand. "Yes." Yu Zijian also lowered her head and said softly. Li Qingshan nodded. Like a fierce gust of wind, he moved through the cavern quickly. All Yu Zijian saw was the still cavern suddenly begin to move. It twisted left and right rapidly, constantly widening and narrowing. From time to time a huge cavern would appear. It was like they were advancing through the wriggling intestines of a huge beast. As they moved upwards, Fu Qingjin constantly moved downwards. He had broken away from the group from the Green Vine Mountain right from the beginning, moving underground alone. He was like a speck of green light that flowed through the darkness. Just as the other Qi practitioners were still in the shallower depths of the cavern, picking spiritual herbs and killing demonic beasts, he had already reached the very depths. He had no idea about the battle and slaughter happening above him. Even if he knew, he would not care. It was like he had a clear objective. He advanced, and advanced. He did not hesitate at all when he chose a fork in the road. Along the way, he encountered a few demonic beasts that blocked his way. However, before those demonic beasts could even react, all they saw was a streak of azure light flashing past them. There was no way for them to chase after him. Furthermore, the spirit flowers and spirit herbs that grew in the darkness could not stop him at all. He only had a single objective this time. Apart from that, nothing else was worth the risk of leaving behind traces. Finally, a speck of blue light flashed through his eyes. Only then did he stop and observe the wondrous flower dancing in the air. Blue butterfly flowers. It seemed like this was the place. He continued onwards, finally arriving before the sea of blue butterfly flowers. A sliver of shock appeared in his tired eyes. Originally, he thought he had seen all the beautiful scenery in the world, but he never thought there would be an unknown holy land like this underground. He looked past the sea of flowers and saw Millipede lying on the platform. He smiled. It was the smile of a hunter who had found his prey. Demons were not worthy of a place like this. Fu Qingjin crossed over the sea of flowers alone. Countless blue butterflies fluttered around him before suddenly falling back into the sea of flowers together, turning back into petals. Not a single butterfly danced in the air anymore. Millipede, who could not wake up no matter how he slept, opened his eyes and straightened up. He looked at Fu Qingjin blankly. Their eyes met and killing intent surged. Fu Qingjin was in no hurry to draw his sword. Instead, he took out a stick of incense from his 100 treasures pouch. The stick of incense was not particularly thick, but as soon as it was lit, it immediately gave off a heavy smell. Millipede was originally a demon transformed from a venomous insect, so he was not afraid of any poison. However, as soon as he caught a whiff of the fragrance, he felt extremely intoxicated, like a person who had starved for 3 days running into a table of delicacies. Fu Qingjin suddenly turned around and left. He left even faster than he had arrived. Millipede chased after him involuntarily. A man and a demon, one fleeing and one chasing, they rushed towards the surface. Fu Qingjin thought, the effects of this insect-luring incense really are impressive. Even though carapace demons have transformed into demon generals, they still act on instinct. They're as stupid as can be. As long as I lure them to the surface, I can kill them openly. The 3 elders will be waiting for me outside.